This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, October 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Paton. Preface. There are some things in this world we can get along without, but the experience of many thousand years has shown us that the fairy tale is not one of them. There must have been fairy tales, or fables, or folk tales, or myths, or whatever name we choose to give them, ever since the world began. They are not exclusively French, German, Greek, Russian, Indian, or Chinese, but are the common property of the whole human family, and are as universal as human speech. All the world over, fairy tales are found to be pretty much the same. The story of Cinderella is found in all countries. Japan has a Rip Van Winkle, China has a Beauty and the Beast, Egypt has a Puss in Boots, and Persia has a Jack and the Beanstalk. Those wise people who have made a careful study of literature, and especially of what we call folk tales, or fairy tales, or fables, or myths, tell us that they all typify in some way the constant struggle that is going on in every department of life. It may be the struggle of summer against winter, the bright day against dark night, innocence against cruelty, of knowledge against ignorance. We are not obliged to think of these delightful stories as each having a meaning. Our enjoyment of them will not be less if we overlook that side, but it may help us to understand and appreciate good books if we remember that the literature of the world is the story of man's struggle against nature, that the beginnings of literature came out of the mouths of storytellers, and that the stories they told were fairy tales, imaginative stories based on truth. There is one important fact to remember in connection with the old fairy tales, and that is that they were repeated aloud from memory, not read from a book or manuscript. The printing of books from type may be said to date from the year 1470, when Caxton introduced printing into England. It is said that the first book printed in English, which had the pages numbered, was a book of tales, Aesop's Fables. As late as 1600, printed books were still so rare that only rich men could own them. There was one other way of printing a story on sheepskin, split and made into parchment, with a pen, but that was a long and laborious art that could only be practiced by educated men who had been taught to write. The monks were about the only men who had the necessary education and time, and they cared more for making copies of the Bible and Lives of the Saints than they did of fairy tales. The common people, and even kings and queens, were therefore obliged to depend upon the professional storyteller. Fairy tales were very popular in the Middle Ages. In the long winter months, fields could not be cultivated, travelling had to be abandoned, and all were kept within doors by the cold and snow. We know what the knight's house looked like in those days. The large beamed hall, or living room, was the principal room. At one end of it, on a low platform, was a table for the knight, his family, and any visiting knights and ladies. At the other tables on the main floor were the armed men, like squires and retainers, who helped defend the castle from attack, and the maids of the household. The storyteller, who was sometimes called a bard, or skald, or minstrel, had his place of honor in the center of the room, and when the meal was over, he was called upon for a story. These storytellers became very expert in the practice of their art, and some of them could arouse their audiences to a great pitch of excitement. In the note that precedes the story The Treason of Ganelon, in the volume Heroes and Heroines of Chivalry, you can see how one of these storytellers or minstrels sang aloud a story to the soldiers of William the Conqueror to encourage them as he led them into battle. The fairy tales collected by the Brothers Grimm were first published in 1812. They spent 13 years collecting them, writing them down as they were told by the peasants in Hesse, a mountainous province of Germany, lying far removed from the great main roads. Their friends helped them, but their best friend was the wife of a cowherd, a strong, intelligent woman of 50, who had a perfect genius for storytelling. She knew she told the stories well, and that not many had her gift. The Grimms said that though she repeated a story for them 3 times, the variations were so slight as to be hardly apparent. The American Indian stories of Manabozho the Mischief Maker and his adventures with the wolf and the woodpeckers and the ducks were collected in very much the same way by Henry R. Schoolcraft, the explorer and traveler who lived among the Indian tribes for 30 years. Mrs. Steele has told us how she collected her Hindu stories, often listening over and over to poor storytellers who would spoil a story in trying to tell it, until one day her patience would be rewarded by hearing it from the lips of the best storyteller in the village, who was generally a boy. As all nations have their fairy tales, you will find in this collection examples of English, Irish, French, German, Scandinavian, Icelandic, Russian, Polish, Serbian, Spanish, Arabian, Hindu, Chinese, and Japanese fairy tales, as well as those recited around the lodge fires at night by American Indians for the entertainment of the red children of the West. I hope the work may prove for many a boy and girl, of any age up to 100, the golden bridge over which they can plunge into that marvelous world of fairies, elves, goblins, kobolds, trolls, afrits, jinns, ogres, and giants that fascinates us all, lost to this world till someone wakes us up to say, "Bedtime." Such excursions fill the mind with beautiful fancies and help to develop that most precious of our faculties, the imagination. End of preface.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Michael Carnwright, Albuquerque, New Mexico, October 2006. www.geocities.com/Carnwright, CARNRIGHT. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patton, Chapter 1, Manabozho, the Mischief Maker, adapted from H.R. Schoolcraft. There was never in the whole world a more mischievous busybody than that notorious giant Manabozho. He was everywhere, in season and out of season, running about, and putting his hand in whatever was going forward. To carry on his game, he could take almost any shape he pleased. He could be very foolish or very wise, very weak or very strong, very rich or very poor, just as happened to suit his humor best. Whatever anyone else could do, he would attempt without a moment's reflection. He was a match for any man he met, and there were few Manitos, good spirits or evil spirits, that could get the better of him. By turns, he could be very kind or very cruel, an animal or a bird, a man or a spirit. And yet, in spite of all these gifts, the Manabozho was always getting himself involved in all sorts of troubles. More than once, in the course of his adventures, was this great maker of mischief driven to his wits' ends to come off with his life. To begin at the beginning, Manabozho, while yet a youngster, was living with his grandmother near the edge of a great prairie. It was on this prairie that he first saw animals and birds of every kind. He also there made first acquaintance with thunder and lightning. He would sit by the hour watching the clouds as they rolled by, musing on the shades of light and darkness as the day rose and fell. For a stripling, Manabozho was uncommonly wide awake. Every sight he beheld in the heavens was a subject of remark, every new animal or bird an object of deep interest. Every sound was like a new lesson which he was expected to learn. He often trembled at what he heard and saw. The first sound he heard was that of an owl, at which he was greatly terrified, and, quickly descending the tree he had climbed, he ran with alarm to the lodge. "Noko! Noko! Grandmother!" he cried. "I have heard a monido." She laughed at his fears, and asked him what kind of noise it made. He answered, "It makes a noise like this, coo, 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 hoo." His grandmother told him he was young and foolish, that what he heard was only a bird which derived its name from the particular noise it made. He returned to the prairie and continued his watch. As he stood there, looking at the clouds, he thought to himself, "It is singular that I am so simple and my grandmother so wise, and that I have neither father nor mother. I have never heard a word about them. I must ask and find out." He went home and sat down, silent and dejected. Finding that this did not attract the notice of his grandmother, he began a loud lamentation, which he kept increasing, louder and louder, till it shook the lodge and nearly deafened his old grandmother. "Manabozho, what is the matter with you?" she said. "You are making a great deal of noise." Manabozho started off again with his doleful hubbub, but succeeded in jerking out between his big sobs, "I haven't got any father nor mother, I haven't." Knowing that he was of a wicked and revengeful nature, his grandmother dreaded to tell him the story of his parentage, as she knew he would make trouble of it. Manabozho renewed his cries, and managed to throw out for a third or fourth time his sorrowful lament that he was a poor unfortunate who had no parents or relatives. At last she said to him, to quiet him, "Yes, you have a father and 3 brothers living. Your mother is dead. She was taken for a wife by your father, the West, without the consent of her parents. Your brothers are the North, East, and South, and being older than you, your father has given them great power with the winds, according to their names. You are the youngest of his children. I have nursed you from your infancy, for your mother died when you were born." "I am glad my father is living," said Manabozho. "I shall set out in the morning to visit him." His grandmother would have discouraged him, saying it was a long distance to the place where his father, Ningabin, or the West, lived. This information seemed rather to please than to discourage Manabozho, for by this time he had grown to such a size and strength that he had been compelled to leave the narrow shelter of his grandmother's lodge and live out of doors. He was so tall that if he had been so disposed, he could have snapped off the heads of the birds roosting on the topmost branches of the highest trees, as he stood up, without being at the trouble to climb. And if he had at any time taken a fancy to one of the same trees for a walking stick, he would have had no more to do than to pluck it up with his thumb and finger, and strip down the leaves and twigs with the palm of his hand. Bidding good-bye to his old grandmother, who pulled a very long face over his departure, Manabozho set out at a great pace, for he was able to stride from one side of a prairie to the other at a single step. He found his father on a high mountain far in the west. His father espied his approach at a great distance, and bounded down the mountainside several miles to give him welcome. Apparently delighted with each other, they reached in 2 or 3 of their giant paces the lodge of the West, which stood high up near the clouds. They spent some days in talking with each other, for these two great persons did nothing on a small scale, and a whole day to deliver a single sentence, such was the immensity of their discourse, was quite an ordinary affair. One evening Manabozho asked his father what he was most afraid of on earth. He replied, "Nothing." "But is there nothing you dread here? Nothing that would hurt you if you took too much of it? Come, tell me." Manabozho was very urgent, so at last his father said, "Yes, there is a black stone to be found a couple of 100 miles from here, over that way," pointing as he spoke. "It is the only thing on earth I am afraid of, for if it should happen to hit me on any part of my body, it would hurt me very much." The West made this important circumstance known to Manabozho in the strictest confidence. "Now you will not tell anyone, Manabozho, that the black stone is bad medicine for your father, will you?" he added. "You are a good son, and I know you will keep it to yourself. Now tell me, my darling boy, is there not something that you don't like?" Manabozho answered promptly, "Nothing." His father, who was of a steady and persevering nature, put the same question to him 17 times, and each time Manabozho made the same answer, "Nothing." But the West insisted, "There must be something you are afraid of." "Well, I will tell you," said Manabozho, "what it is." He made an effort to speak, but it seemed to be too much for him. "Out with it," said the West, fetching Manabozho such a blow on the back as shook the mountain with its echo. Gee, it is," said Manabozho, apparently in great pain. Yes, I cannot name it, I tremble so." The West told him to banish his fears and to speak up. No one would hurt him. Manabozho began again, and he would have gone over the same make-believe of pain had not his father, whose strength he knew was more than a match for his own, threatened to pitch him into a river about 5 miles off. At last he cried out, "Father, since you will know, it is the root of the bulrush." He who could with perfect ease spin a sentence a whole day long seemed to be exhausted by the effort of pronouncing that one word, bulrush. Some time after, Manabozho observed, "I will get some black rock, merely to see how it looks." "Well," said the father, "I will also get a little of the bulrush root to learn how it tastes." They were both double-dealing with each other, and in their hearts getting ready for some desperate work. They had no sooner separated for the evening than Manabozho was striding off the couple of 100 miles necessary to bring him to the place where the black rock was to be procured, while down the other side of the mountain hurried Ningabinn, the West. At the break of day they each appeared at the great level on the mountain top. Manabozho with 20 loads at least of the black stone on one side, and on the other the West, with a whole meadow of bulrush in his arms. Manabozho was the first to strike, hurling a great piece of the black rock, which struck the West directly between the eyes, and he returned the favor with a blow of bulrush that rung over the shoulders of Manabozho far and wide, like the long lash of the lightning among the clouds. First one, and then the other, Manabozho poured in a tempest of black rock, while the West discharged a shower of bulrush. Blow upon blow, thwack upon thwack, they fought hand to hand until black rock and bulrush were all gone. Then they betook themselves to hurling crags at each other, cudgeling each other with huge oak trees, and defying each other from one mountain top to another, while at times they shot enormous boulders of granite across each other's heads, as though they had been mere jackstones. The battle, which had commenced on the mountains, had extended far west. The west was forced to give ground. Manabozho, pressing on, drove him across rivers and mountains, ridges and lakes, till at last he got him to the very brink of the world. "Hold!" cried the west. "My son, you know my power, and although I allow I am fairly out of breath, it is impossible to kill me. Stop where you are, and I will also portion you out with as much power as your brothers. The 4 quarters of the globe are already occupied, but you can go and do a great deal of good to the people of the earth, which is beset with serpents, beasts, and monsters, who make great havoc of human life. Go and do good, and if you put forth half the strength you have today, you will acquire a name that will last forever. When you have finished your work, I will have a place provided for you. You will then go and sit with your brother Kabanoka in the north." Manabozho gave his father his hand upon this agreement, and parting from him, he returned to his own grounds, where he lay for some time, sore of his wounds. End of chapter 1.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Corey Samuel. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patten, Chapter 2. Why the Woodpecker Has Red Head Feathers. Adapted from H.R. Schoolcraft. When his wounds had all been cured, by his grandmother's skill in medicine, Manabozho, as big and sturdy as ever, was ripe for new adventures. He set his thoughts immediately upon a war excursion against the Pearl Feather, a wicked old Manito, living on the other side of the Great Lake, who had killed his grandfather. He began his preparations by making huge bows and arrows without number, but he had no arrowheads. At last his grandmother, Noko, told him that an old man who lived at some distance could furnish him with some, and he sent her to get them. Though she returned with her wrapper full, he told her that he had not enough, and sent her again for more. In the meanwhile, he thought to himself, "I must find out the way of making these heads." Instead of directly asking how it was done, he preferred, just like Manabozho, to deceive his grandmother in order to learn what he wanted by a trick. "Noko," said he, "while I take my drum and rattle and sing my war songs, do you go and try to get me some larger heads, for these you have brought me are all of the same size. Go and see whether the old man is not willing to make some a little larger." He followed her at a distance as she went, having left his drum at the lodge, with a great bird tied at the top, whose fluttering wings should keep up the drum beat, the same as if he was standing there beating the drum himself. He saw the old workman busy, and learned how he prepared the heads. He also beheld the old man's daughter, who was very beautiful. Manabozho discovered for the first time that he had a heart of his own, and the sigh he heaved passed through the arrow-maker's lodge like a young gale of wind. "My, how it blows," said the old man. "It must be from the south, though," said the daughter. "It is so fragrant." Manabozho slipped away, and in 2 strides he was at home, shouting forth his songs as though he had never left the lodge. He had just time to untie the bird which had been beating the drum when his grandmother came in and gave him the big arrowheads. In the evening the grandmother said, "My son, you ought to fast before you go to war, as your brothers do, to find out whether you will be successful or not." He said he had no objection. Having privately stored away, in a shady place in the forest, 2 or 3 dozen juicy bears, a moose, and 20 strings of the tenderest birds, he would retire from the lodge so far as to be entirely out of view of his grandmother, and fall to and enjoy himself heartily. At nightfall, having dispatched a dozen birds and half a bear or so, he would return, tottering and forlorn, as if quite famished, so as to make his grandmother feel sorry for him. When he had finished his term of fasting, in the course of which he slyly dispatched 20 fat bears, 6 dozen birds, and 2 fine moose, Manabozho sung his war song and embarked in his canoe, fully prepared for war. Besides his weapons, he took along a large supply of oil. He travelled rapidly, night and day, for he had only to will or speak, and the canoe went. At length he arrived in sight of the fiery serpents and stopped to study them. He noticed that they were of enormous length and of a bright colour, that they were some distance apart, and that the flames which poured forth from the mouths reached across the pass. So he said good morning, and began talking with them in a very friendly way. They were not to be deceived, however. "We know you, Manabozho," they said. "You cannot pass." Turning his canoe, as if about to go back, he suddenly cried out with a loud and terrified voice, "What is that behind you?" The serpents, thrown off their guard, instantly turned their heads, and in a moment Manabozho glided silently past them. "Well," said he softly, after he had got by, "how about it?" He then took up his bow and arrows, and with deliberate aim shot every one of them easily, for the serpents were fixed to one spot and could not even turn around. Having thus escaped the sentinel serpents, Manabozho pushed on in his canoe until he came to a part of the lake called Pitchwater, as whatever touched it was sure to stick fast. But Manabozho was prepared with his oil, and rubbing his canoe freely with it from end to end, he slipped through with ease, and he was the first person who had ever succeeded in passing through the Pitchwater. "Nothing like a little oil," said Manabozho to himself. Having by this time come in view of land, he could see the lodge of the Shining Manito, high on a distant hill. At the dawn of day he put his clubs and arrows in order, and began his attack, yelling and shouting and beating his drum, and calling out so as to make it appear that he had many followers. "Surround him! Surround him! Run up! Run up!" He stalked bravely forward, shouting aloud, "It was you that killed my grandfather," and shot off a whole forest of arrows. The pearl feather appeared on the height, blazing like the sun, and paid back Manabozho with a tempest of bolts which rattled like hail. All day long the fight was kept up, and Manabozho had fired all of his arrows but 3 without effect, for the Shining Manito was clothed in pure wampum. It was only by immense leaps to right and left that Manabozho could save his head from the sturdy blows which fell about him on every side like pine trees from the hands of the Manito. He was badly bruised and at his very wits' end, when a large woodpecker flew past and lit on a tree. It was a bird he had known on the prairie, near his grandmother's lodge. "Manabozho," called out the woodpecker, "your enemy has a weak point. Shoot at the lock of hair on the crown of his head." The first arrow he shot only drew a few drops of blood. The Manito made 1 or 2 unsteady steps, but recovered himself. He began to parley, but Manabozho, now that he had discovered a way to reach him, was in no humour to trifle, and he let slip another arrow, which brought the Shining Manito to his knees. Having the crown of his head within good range, Manabozho shot his third arrow, and the Manito fell forward upon the ground, dead. Manabozho called the woodpecker to come and receive a reward for the timely hint he had given him, and he rubbed the blood of the shining Manito on the woodpecker's head, the feathers of which are red to this day. Full of his victory, Manabozho returned home, beating his war drum furiously and shouting aloud his song of triumph. His grandmother was on the shore to welcome him with the war dance, which she performed with wonderful skill for one so far advanced in years. End of chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Corrie Samuel. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patten, Chapter 3, Why the Diver Duck Has So Few Tail Feathers. Adapted from H.R. Schoolcraft. Having overcome the powerful pearl feather, killed his serpents, and escaped all his wiles and charms, the heart of Manabozho welled within him. An unconquerable desire for further adventures seized upon him. He had won in a great fight on land, so he determined his next success should come to him from the water. He tried his luck as a fisherman, and with such success that he captured an enormous fish, a fish so rich in fat that with the oil Manabozho was able to form a small lake. Wishing to be generous, and at the same time having a cunning plan of his own, he invited all the birds and beasts of his acquaintance to come and feast upon the oil, telling them that the order in which they partook of the banquet would decide how fat each was to be for all time to come. As fast as they arrived, he told them to plunge in and help themselves. The first to make his appearance was the bear, who took a long and steady draught. Then came the deer, the opossum, and such others of the family as are noted for their comfortable covering. The moose and the buffalo were late in arriving on the scene, and the partridge, always lean in flesh, looked on till the supply was nearly gone. There was not a drop left by the time the hare and the marten appeared on the shore of the lake, and they are, in consequence, the slenderest of all creatures. When this ceremony was over, Manabozho suggested to his friends, the assembled birds and animals, that the occasion was proper for a little merry-making, and taking up his drum he cried out, "New songs from the south! Come, brothers, dance!" They all fell in and commenced their rounds. Whenever Manabozho, as he stood in the circle, saw a fat fowl which he fancied pass him, he adroitly wrung its neck and slipped it under his belt, at the same time beating his drum and singing at the top of his lungs to drown the noise of the fluttering, crying out in a tone of admiration, "That's the way, my brothers, that's the way!" At last, a small duck of the diver family, thinking there was something wrong, opened one eye and saw what Manabozho was doing. Giving a spring and crying, "Ha ha! Manabozho is killing us!" he made a dash for the water. Manabozho was so angry that the creature should have played the spy that he gave chase, and just as the diver duck was getting into the water he gave him a kick, which is the reason that the diver's tail feathers are few, his back flattened, and his legs straightened out, so that when he is seen walking on land he makes a sorry-looking figure. The other birds, having no ambition to be thrust in Manabozho's belt, flew off, and the animals scampered into the woods. End of chapter 3.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, April 2006. The Junior Classics Volume 1 by William Patten. Chapter 4 Manabozho is Changed into a Wolf. Adapted from H.R. Schoolcraft. One evening, as Manabozho was walking along the shore of a great lake, weary and hungry, he met a great magician in the form of an old wolf, with 6 young ones coming toward him. The wolf no sooner caught sight of him than he told his whelps, who were close beside him, to keep out of the way of Manabozho. "For I know," he said, "that it is that mischievous fellow whom we see yonder." The young wolves were in the act of running off, when Manabozho cried out, "My grandchildren, where are you going? Stop, and I will go with you. I wish to have a little chat with your excellent father." Saying which, he advanced and greeted the old wolf, expressing himself as delighted at seeing him looking so well. "Whither do you journey?" he asked. "We are looking for a good hunting ground to pass the winter," the old wolf answered. "What brings you here?" "I was looking for you," said Manabozho, "for I have a passion for the chase, brother. I have always admired your family. Are you willing to change me into a wolf?" The wolf gave him a favorable answer, and he was forthwith changed into a wolf. "Well, that will do," said Manabozho. "But," he said, looking at his tail, "could you oblige me by making my tail a little longer and more bushy, just a little more bushy?" "Certainly," said the old wolf, and he straightway gave Manabozho such a length and spread of tail that it was continually getting between his legs, and it was so heavy that it was as much as he could do to carry it. But having asked for it, he was ashamed to say a word, and they all started off in company, dashing up the ravine. After getting into the woods for some distance, they ran across the tracks of moose. The young ones scampered off in pursuit, the old wolf and Manabozho following at their leisure. "Well," said the old wolf, by way of starting the conversation, "who do you think is the fastest of the boys? Can you tell by the jumps they take?" "Why," he replied, "that one takes such long jumps, he is surely the fastest." "Ha ha, you are mistaken," said the old wolf. "He makes a good start, but he will be the first to tire out. This one who appears to be behind will be the one to kill the game." By this time they had come to the spot where the boys had started in the chase. One had dropped what seemed to be a small medicine sack, which he carried for the use of the hunting party. "Take that, Manabozho," said the old wolf. "Why, what will I do with a dirty dog skin?" The old wolf took it up. It was a beautiful robe. "Oh, I will carry it now," cried Manabozho. "Oh no," said the wolf, who had used his magical powers. "It is a robe of pearls. Come along," and away he sped at a great rate of speed. "Not so fast," called Manabozho after him, and then he added to himself as he panted after, "Oh, this tail!" Coming to a place where the moose had lain down, they saw that the young wolves had made a fresh start after their prey. "Why," said the old wolf, "this moose is thin. I know by the tracks. I can always tell whether they are fat or not." A little farther on, one of the young wolves, in dashing at the moose, had broken a tooth on a tree. "Manabozho," said the old wolf, "one of your grandchildren has shot at the game. Take his arrow, there it is." "No," replied Manabozho, "what will I do with a dirty dog's tooth?" The old wolf took it up, and behold, it was a beautiful silver arrow. When they at last overtook them, they found that the youngsters had killed a very fat moose. Manabozho was very hungry, but the old wolf just then again exerted his magical powers, and Manabozho saw nothing but the bones picked quite clean. He thought to himself, "Just as I expected, dirty, greedy fellows. If it had not been for this log at my back, I should have been in time to have got a mouthful," and he cursed the bushy tail which he carried to the bottom of his heart. The old wolf finally called out to one of the young ones, "Give some meat to your grandfather." One of them obeyed, and coming near to Manabozho, he presented him with the end of his own bushy tail, which was now nicely seasoned with burrs gathered in the course of the hunt. Manabozho jumped up and called out, "You dog, do you think I am going to eat you?" and he walked off in anger. "Come back, brother," cried the wolf. "You are losing your eyes. You do the child injustice. Look there." And behold, a heap of fresh meat was lying on the spot, all prepared. Manabozho turned back, and at the sight of so much good food put on a smiling face. "Wonderful!" he said. "How fine the meat is!" "Yes," replied the old wolf, "it is always so with us. We know our work and always get the best. It is not a long tail that makes the hunter." Manabozho bit his lip. End of chapter 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, April 2006. The Junior Classics Volume 1 by William Patton. Chapter 5. Manabozho is Robbed by the Wolves. Adapted from H.R. Schoolcraft. Shortly after this, the old wolf suggested to Manabozho that he should go out and try his luck in hunting by himself. When he chose to put his mind to it, he was quite expert, and this time he succeeded in killing a fine fat moose, which he thought he would take aside slyly and devour alone. He was very hungry, and he sat down to eat, but as he never could go to work in a straightforward way, he immediately fell into great doubts as to the proper point at which to begin. "Well," said he, "I do not know where to commence. At the head? No, people will laugh and say he ate him backward." He went to the side. "No," said he, "they will say I ate him sideways." He then went to the hind quarter. "No, that will not do either. They will say I ate him forward. I will begin here, say what they will." He took a delicate piece from the small of the back, and was just on the point of putting it to his mouth when a tree close by made a creaking noise. He seemed vexed at the sound. He raised the morsel to his mouth the second time, when the tree creaked again. "Why," he exclaimed, "I cannot eat when I hear such a noise. Stop, stop!" he cried to the tree. He put down the morsel of meat, exclaiming, "I cannot eat with such a noise!" And starting away, he climbed the tree, and was actually pulling at the limb which had bothered him, when his forepaw was caught between the branches, so that he could not free himself. While thus held fast, he saw a pack of wolves advancing through the wood in the direction of his meat. He suspected them to be the old wolf and his cubs, but night was coming on and he could not make them out. "Go the other way! Go the other way!" he cried out. "What do you expect to get here?" The wolves stopped for a while and talked among themselves and said, "Manabozho must have something there, or he would not tell us to go another way." "I begin to know him," said the old wolf, "and all his tricks. Let us go forward and see." They came on, and, finding the moose, soon made away with it. Manabozho looked wistfully on while they ate until they were fully satisfied, when off they scampered in high spirits. A heavy blast of wind opened the branches finally and released him. The wolves had left nothing but bare bones. He made for home. When he related his mishap, the old wolf, taking him by the forepaw, condoled him deeply on his ill luck. A tear even started to his eye as he added, "My brother, this should teach us not to meddle with points of ceremony when we have good meat to eat." End of chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, April 2006. The Junior Classics Volume 1 by William Patton. Chapter 6. Manabozho and the Woodpeckers. Adapted from H.R. Schoolcraft. Manabozho lost the greater part of his magical power through letting his young wolf grandson fall through the thin ice and drown. No one knew where his grandmother had gone to. He married the arrow-maker's daughter and became the father of several children. but he was very poor and scarcely able to procure a living. His lodge was pitched in a distant part of the country where he could get no game, and it was winter time. One day he said to his wife, "I will go out walking and see if I can find some lodges." After walking some time, he finally discovered a lodge at a distance. There were children playing at the door, and when they saw him approaching they ran in and told their parents Manabozho was coming. It was the home of the large red-headed woodpecker. He came to the door and asked Manabozho to enter, and the invitation was promptly accepted. After some time the woodpecker, who was a magician, said to his wife, "Have you nothing to give Manabozho? He must be hungry." She answered, "No." "He ought not to go without his supper," said the woodpecker. "I will see what I can do." In the center of the lodge stood a large tamarack tree. Upon this the woodpecker flew, and commenced going up, turning his head on each side of the tree, and every now and then driving in his bill. At last he pulled something out of the tree and threw it down, when, behold, a fine fat raccoon lay on the ground. He drew out 6 or 7 more, and then came down and told his wife to prepare them. "Manabozho," he said, "this is the only thing we eat. What else can we give you?" "It is very good," replied Manabozho. They smoked their pipes and conversed, and after a while Manabozho got ready to go home, so the woodpecker said to his wife, "Give him the other raccoons to take home for his children." In the act of leaving the lodge, Manabozho on purpose dropped one of his mittens, which was soon after observed upon the ground. "Run," said the woodpecker to his eldest son, "and give it to him, but mind that you do not give it into his hand. Throw it at him, for there is no knowing what he may do, he acts so curiously." The boy did as he was directed. "Grandfather," he said as he came up to him, "you have left one of your mittens, and here it is." "Yes," he said, making believe he did not know he had dropped it. "So I did, but don't throw it, you will get it wet on the snow." The lad, however, threw it, and was about to return when Manabozho cried out, "Baka! Baka! Stop! Stop! Is that all you eat? Do you eat nothing else with your raccoon? Tell me." "Yes, that is all," answered the young woodpecker. "We have nothing else." "Tell your father," continued Manabozho, "to come and visit me, and let him bring a sack. I will give him what he shall eat with his raccoon meat." When the young one returned and reported this message to his father, the old woodpecker turned up his nose at the invitation. "I wonder," he said, "what he thinks he has got, poor fellow." He was bound, however, to answer the offer of hospitality, and he went accordingly, taking along a cedar sack, to pay a visit to Manabozho. Manabozho received the old red-headed woodpecker with great ceremony. He had stood at the door awaiting his arrival, and as soon as he came in sight Manabozho commenced, while he was yet far off, bowing and opening wide his arms in token of welcome. All of which the woodpecker returned in due form, by ducking his bill and hopping to right and left, extending his wings to their full length and fluttering them back to his breast. When the woodpecker at last reached the lodge, Manabozho made several remarks upon the weather, the appearance of the country, and especially spoke of the scarcity of game. "But we," he added, "we always have enough. Come in, and you shall not go away hungry, my noble birds." Manabozho had always prided himself on being able to give as good as he had received, and to be up with the woodpecker he had shifted his lodge so as to enclose a large dry tamarack tree. "What can I give you?" said he to the woodpecker. "As we eat, so shall you eat." With this he hopped forward and, jumping on the tamarack tree, he attempted to climb it just as he had seen the woodpecker do in his own lodge. He turned his head first on one side and then on the other, as the woodpecker does, striving to go up the tree, but as often slipping down. Every now and then he would strike the tree with his nose, as if it was a bell, and draw back as if to pull something out of the tree, but he pulled out no raccoons. He dashed his nose so often against the trunk that at last the blood began to flow, and he tumbled down senseless on the ground. The woodpecker started up with his drum and rattle to restore him, and by beating them violently he succeeded in bringing him to. As soon as he came to his senses, Manabozho began to lay the blame of his failure upon his wife, saying to his guest, "Nemesho, it is this woman relation of yours. She is the cause of my not succeeding. She has made me a worthless fellow. Before I married her I also could get raccoons." The Woodpecker said nothing, but flying on the tree he drew out several fine raccoons. "Here," said he, "this is the way we do," and left him in disdain, carrying his bill high in the air and stepping over the door-sill as if it were not worthy to be touched by his toes. End of chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, March 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 7. The Boy and the Wolves, retold by Andrew Lang. Once upon a time, an Indian hunter built himself a house in the middle of a great forest, far away from all his tribe, for his heart was gentle and kind, and he was weary of the treachery and cruel deeds of those who had been his friends. So he left them and took his wife and 3 children, and they journeyed on until they found a spot near to a clear stream, where they began to cut down trees and to make ready their wigwam. For many years they lived peacefully and happily in this sheltered place, never leaving it except to hunt the wild animals, which served them both for food and clothes. At last, however, the strong man fell sick, and before long he knew he must die. So he gathered his family round him and said his last words to them. "You, my wife, the companion of my days, will follow me ere many moons have waned to the island of the blessed. But for you, O my children, whose lives are but newly begun, the wickedness, unkindness, and ingratitude from which I fled are before you. Yet I shall go hence in peace, my children, if you will promise always to love each other and never to forsake your youngest brother." "Never," they replied, holding out their hands, and the hunter died content. Scarcely 8 moons had passed when, just as he had said, the wife went forth and followed her husband. But before leaving her children, she bade the 2 elder ones think of their promise never to forsake the younger, for he was a child and weak. And while the snow lay thick upon the ground, they tended him and cherished him. But when the earth showed green again, the heart of the young man stirred within him, and he longed to see the wigwams of the village where his father's youth was spent. Therefore he opened all his heart to his sister, who answered, "My brother, I understand your longing for our fellow men, whom here we cannot see, but remember our father's words. Shall we now seek our own pleasures and forget the little one?" But he would not listen, and, making no reply, he took his bow and arrows and left the hut. The snows fell and melted, yet he never returned, and at last the heart of the girl grew cold and hard, and her little boy became a burden in her eyes, till one day she spoke thus to him: "See, there is food for many days to come. Stay here within the shelter of the hut. I go to seek our brother, and when I have found him I shall return hither." But when, after hard journeying, she reached the village where her brother dwelt, and saw that he had a wife and was happy, and when she, too, was sought by a young brave, then she also forgot the boy alone in the forest, and thought only of her husband. Now as soon as the little boy had eaten all the food which his sister had left him, he went out into the woods and gathered berries and dug up roots, and while the sun shone he was contented and had his fill. But when the snows began and the wind howled, then his stomach felt empty and his limbs cold, and he hid in the trees all the night and only crept out to eat what the wolves had left behind. And by, having no other friends, he sought their company, and sat by while they devoured their prey, and they grew to know him and gave him food, and without them he would have died in the snow. But at last the snows melted and the ice upon the great lake, and as the wolves went down to the shore the boy went after them. And it happened one day that his big brother was fishing in his canoe near the shore, and he heard the voice of a child singing in the Indian tone, my brother, I am becoming a wolf, I am becoming a wolf." And when he had so sung, he howled as wolves howl. Then the heart of the elder sank, and he hastened toward him, crying, "Brother, little brother, come to me." But he, being half a wolf, only continued his song. And the louder the elder called him, "Brother, little brother, come to me," the swifter he fled after his brothers the wolves, and the heavier grew his skin till, with a long howl, he vanished into the depths of the forest. So, with shame and anguish in his soul, the elder brother went back to his village, and with his sister mourned the little boy and the broken promise till the end of his life. End of chapter 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Peyton. Chapter 8. The Indian Who Lost His Wife, as retold by Andrew Lang. Once upon a time there was a man and his wife who lived in the forest, far from the rest of the tribe. Very often they spent the day in hunting together, but after a while the wife found that she had so many things to do that she was obliged to stay at home. So he went alone, though he found that when his wife was not with him he never had any luck. One day, when he was away hunting, the woman fell ill, and in a few days she died. Her husband grieved bitterly and buried her in the house where she had passed her life. But as the time went on, he felt so lonely without her that he made a wooden doll about her height and size for company, and dressed it in her clothes. He seated it in front of the fire, and tried to think he had his wife back again. The next day he went out to hunt, and when he came home, the first thing he did was to go up to the doll and brush off some of the ashes from the fire which had fallen on its face. But he was very busy now, for he had to cook and mend, besides getting food, for there was no one to help him, and so a whole year passed away. At the end of that time he came back from hunting one night, and found some wood by the door and a fire within. The next night there was not only wood and fire, but a piece of meat in the kettle, nearly ready for eating. He searched all about to see who could have done this, but he could find no one. The next time he went to hunt, he took care not to go far, and came in quite early. And while he was still a long way off, he saw a woman going into the house with wood on her shoulders. So he made haste, and opened the door quickly, and instead of the wooden doll, his wife sat in front of the fire. Then she spoke to him and said, "The Great Spirit felt sorry for you because you would not be comforted, so he let me come back to you. But you must not stretch out your hand to touch me till we have seen the rest of our people. If you do so, I shall die." So the man listened to her words, and the woman dwelt there and brought the wood and kindled the fire, till one day her husband said to her, It is now 2 years since you died. Let us go back to our tribe. Then you will be well, and I can touch you." And with that he prepared food for the journey, a string of deer's flesh for her to carry and one for himself, and so they started. Now the camp of the tribe was distant 6 days' journey, and when they were yet 1 day's journey off, it began to snow, and they felt weary and longed for rest. Therefore they made a fire, cooked some food, and spread their skins out to sleep. Then the heart of the man was greatly stirred, and he stretched out his arms to his wife, but she waved her hands and said, "We have seen no one yet. It is too soon." But he would not listen to her, and caught her to him, and behold, he was clasping the wooden doll, and when he saw it was the doll, he pushed it from him in misery, and rushed away to the camp and told them all his story. And some doubted, and they went back with him to the place where he and his wife had stopped to rest, and there lay the doll. And besides, they saw in the snow the steps of 2 people, and the foot of one was like the foot of the doll. And the man grieved sore all the days of his life. End of Chapter 8, read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox, Fall 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Kristen Hughes. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patten. Chapter 9. Punchkin by E. Frere. Once upon a time there was a Rajah who had 7 beautiful daughters. They were all good girls, but the youngest, named Balna, was more clever than the rest. The Rajah's wife died when they were quite little children, so these 7 poor princesses were left with no mother to take care of them. The Rajah's daughters took it by turns to cook their father's dinner every day, while he was absent deliberating with his ministers on the affairs of the nation. About this time the Prudhan died, leaving a widow and 1 daughter, and every day, when the 7 princesses were preparing their father's dinner, the Prudhan's widow and daughter would come and beg for a little fire from the hearth. Then Balna used to say to her sisters, "Send that woman away! Send her away! Let her get the fire at her own house. What does she want with ours? If we allow her to come here, we shall suffer for it some day." But the other sisters would answer, "Be quiet, Balna. Why must you always be quarreling with this poor woman? Let her take some fire if she likes." Then the Prudhan's widow used to go to the hearth and take a few sticks from it, and while no one was looking, she would quickly throw some mud into the midst of the dishes that were being prepared for the Rajah's dinner. Now the Rajah was very fond of his daughters. Ever since their mother's death they had cooked his dinner with their own hands, in order to avoid the danger of his being poisoned by his enemies. So when he found the mud mixed up with his dinner, he thought it must arise from their carelessness, as it did not seem likely that anyone should have put the mud there on purpose. But being very kind, he did not like to reprove them for it, although this spoiling of the curry was repeated many days. At last, one day, he determined to hide and watch his daughters cooking, and see how it all happened. So he went into the next room, and watched them through a hole in the wall. There he saw his 7 daughters carefully washing the rice and preparing the curry, and as each dish was completed, they put it by the fire ready to be cooked. Next he noticed the Prudhan's widow come to the door, and beg for a few sticks from the fire to cook her dinner with. Balna turned to her angrily and said, "Why don't you keep fuel in your own house, and not come here every day and take ours? Sisters, don't give this woman any more wood. Let her buy it for herself." Then the eldest sister answered, "Balna, let the poor woman take the wood and the fire. She does us no harm." But Balna replied, "If you let her come here so often, maybe she will do us some harm, and make us sorry for it some day." The Rajah then saw the Prudhan's widow go to the place where all his dinner was nicely prepared, and as she took the wood, she threw a little mud into each of the dishes. At this he was very angry, and sent to have the woman seized and brought before him. But when the widow came, she told him that she had played this trick because she wanted to gain an audience with him, and she spoke so cleverly and pleased him so well with her cunning words that instead of punishing her, the Rajah married her and made her his Rani, and she and her daughter came to live in the palace. Now the new Rani hated the 7 poor princesses, and wanted to get them, if possible, out of the way, in order that her daughter might have all their riches, and live in the palace as princess in their place. And instead of being grateful to them for their kindness to her, she did all she could to make them miserable. She gave them nothing but bread to eat, and very little of that, and very little water to drink, so these 7 poor little princesses, who had been accustomed to having everything comfortable about them, and good food and good clothes all their lives long, were very miserable and unhappy, and they used to go out every day and sit by their dead mother's tomb and cry, and say, "Oh, mother, mother, can you not see your poor children, how unhappy we are, and how we are starved by our cruel stepmother?" One day, while they were thus sobbing and crying, lo and behold, a beautiful pomelo tree grew up out of the grave, covered with fresh ripe pomelos, and the children satisfied their hunger by eating some of the fruit. And every day after this, instead of trying to eat the bad dinner their stepmother provided for them, they used to go out to their mother's grave and eat the pommels which grew on the beautiful tree. Then the Rani said to her daughter, "I cannot tell how it is. Every day those 7 girls say they don't want any dinner, and won't eat any, and yet they never grow thin nor look ill. They look better than you do. I cannot tell how it is." And she bade her watch the 7 princesses, and see if anyone gave them anything to eat. So next day, when the princesses went to their mother's grave, and were eating the beautiful pomelos, the Prudhan's daughter followed them, and saw them gathering the fruit. Then Balna said to her sisters, "Do you not see that girl watching us? Let us drive her away, or hide the pomelos, else she will go and tell her mother all about it, and that will be bad for us." But the other sister said, "Oh no, do not be unkind, Balna. The girl would never be so cruel as to tell her mother. Let us rather invite her to come and have some of the fruit." And calling her to them, they gave her one of the pomelos. No sooner had she eaten it, however, than the Prudhan's daughter went home and said to her mother, "I do not wonder the 7 princesses will not eat the dinner you prepare for them, for by their mother's grave there grows a beautiful pomelo tree, and they go there every day and eat pomelos. I ate one, and it was the nicest I have ever tasted." The cruel Rani was much vexed at hearing this, and all next day she stayed in her room, and told the Rajah that she had a very bad headache. The Rajah was deeply grieved, and said to his wife, "What can I do for you?" She answered, "There is only one thing that will make my headache well. By your dead wife's tomb there grows a fine pomelo tree. You must bring that here, and boil it root and branch, and put a little of the water in which it has been boiled onto my forehead, and that will cure my headache." So the Rajah sent his servants, and had the beautiful pomelo tree pulled up by the roots, and did as the Rani desired. And when some of the water in which it had been boiled was put on her forehead, she said her headache was gone, and she felt quite well. Next day, when the 7 princesses went as usual to the grave of their mother, the pomelo tree had disappeared. Then they all began to cry very bitterly. Now, There was by the Ranee's tomb a small tank, and as they were crying they saw the tank was filled with a rich cream-like substance, which quickly hardened into a thick white cake. At seeing this all the princesses were very glad, and they ate some of the cake and liked it. And next day the same thing happened, and so it went on for many days. Every morning the princesses went to their mother's grave, and found the little tank filled with the nourishing cream-like cakes. Then the cruel stepmother said to her daughter, "I cannot tell how it is. I have had the pomelo tree which used to grow by the Ranee's grave destroyed, and yet the princesses grow no thinner, nor look more sad, though they never eat the dinner I give them. I cannot tell how it is." And her daughter said, "I will watch." Next day, while the princesses were eating the cream cake, who should come by but their stepmother's daughter? Balna saw her first, and said, "See, sisters, here comes that girl again. Let us sit round the edge of the tank and not allow her to see it, for if we give her some of our cake, she will go and tell her mother, and that will be very unfortunate for us." The other sisters, however, thought Balna unnecessarily suspicious, and instead of following her advice, they gave the Prudhan's daughter some of the cake, and she went home and told her mother all about it. The Ranee, on hearing how well the princesses fared, was exceedingly angry, and sent her servants to pull down the dead Ranee's tomb, and fill the little tank with the ruins. And not content with this, she next day pretended to be very, very ill, in fact at the point of death, and when the Rajah was much grieved, and asked whether it was in his power to procure her any remedy, she said to him, "Only one thing can save my life, but I know you will not do it." He replied, "Yes, whatever it is, I will do it." She then said, "To save my life, you must kill the 7 daughters of your first wife, and put some of their blood on my forehead and on the palms of my hands, and their death will be my life." At these words the Rajah was very sorrowful, but because he feared to break his word, he went out with a heavy heart to find his daughters. He found them crying by the ruins of their mother's grave. Then, feeling he could not kill them, the Rajah spoke kindly to them, and told them to come out into the jungle with him, and there he made a fire and cooked some rice and gave it to them. But in the afternoon, it being very hot, the 7 princesses all fell asleep, and when he saw they were fast asleep, the Rajah, their father, stole away and left them, for he feared his wife, saying to himself, "It is better my poor daughters should die here than be killed by their stepmother." He then shot a deer, and returning home, put some of its blood on the forehead and hands of the Ranee, and she thought then that he had really killed the princesses, and said she felt quite well. Meantime, the 7 princesses awoke, and when they found themselves all alone in the thick jungle, they were much frightened, and began to call out as loud as they could, in hopes of making their father hear. But he was by that time far away, and would not have been able to hear them even had their voices been as loud as thunder. It so happened that this very day the 7 young sons of a neighbouring Rajah chanced to be hunting in that same jungle, and as they were returning home after the day's sport was over, the youngest prince said to his brothers, "Stop! I think I hear someone crying and calling out. Do you not hear voices? Let us go in the direction of the sound and find out what it is." So the 7 princes rode through the wood until they came to the place where the 7 princesses sat crying and wringing their hands. At the sight of them the young princes were very much astonished, and still more so on learning their story, and they settled that each should take one of these poor forlorn ladies home with him and marry her. So the first and eldest prince took the eldest princess home with him and married her, and the second took the second, and the third took the third, and the fourth took the fourth, and the fifth took the fifth, and the sixth took the sixth, and the seventh, and the handsomest of all, took the beautiful Balna. And when they got to their own land, there was great rejoicing throughout the kingdom at the marriage of the 7 young princes to 7 such beautiful princesses. About a year after this, Balna had a little son, and his uncles and aunts were so fond of the boy that it was as if he had 7 fathers and 7 mothers. None of the other princes and princesses had any children, so the son of the 7th prince and Balna was acknowledged their heir by all the rest. They had thus lived very happily for some time, when one fine day the 7th prince, Balna's husband, said he would go out hunting, and away he went. And they waited long for him, but he never came back. Then his 6 brothers said they would go and see what had become of him, and they went away, but they also did not return. And the 7 princesses grieved very much, for they feared that their kind husbands must have been killed. One day, not long after this had happened, as Balna was rocking her baby's cradle, and while her sisters were working in the room below, there came to the palace door a man in a long black dress, who said that he was a fakir and came to beg. The servant said to him, "You cannot go into the palace. The Rajah's sons have all gone away. We think they must be dead, and their widows cannot be interrupted by your begging." But he said, "I am a holy man. You must let me in." Then the stupid servant let him walk through the palace, but they did not know that this was no fakir, but a wicked magician named Punchkin. Punchkin Fakir wandered through the palace and saw many beautiful things there, till at last he reached the room where Balna sat singing beside her little boy's cradle. The magician thought her more beautiful than all the other beautiful things he had seen, insomuch that he asked her to go home with him and to marry him. But she said, "My husband, I fear, is dead, but my little boy is still quite young. I will stay here and teach him to grow up a clever man, and when he is grown up he shall go out into the world and try to learn tidings of his father. Heaven forbid that I should ever leave him or marry you." At these words the magician was very angry, and turned her into a little black dog, and led her away, saying, "Since you will not come with me of your own free will, I will make you." So the poor princess was dragged away, without any power of effecting an escape, or of letting her sisters know what had become of her. As Punchkin passed through the palace gate, the servant said to him, "Where did you get that pretty little dog?" And he answered, "One of the princesses gave it to me as a present." At hearing which they let him go without further questioning. Soon after this, the 6 elder princesses heard the little baby, their nephew, begin to cry, and when they went upstairs they were much surprised to find him all alone, and Balna nowhere to be seen. Then they questioned the servants, and when they heard of the fakir and the little black dog, they guessed what had happened, and sent in every direction seeking them, but neither the fakir nor the dog were to be found. What could 6 poor women do? They gave up all hopes of ever seeing their kind husbands and their sister and her husband again, and devoted themselves thenceforward to teaching and taking care of their little nephew. Thus time went on, till Balna's son was 14 years old. Then one day his aunts told him the history of the family, and no sooner did he hear it than he was seized with a great desire to go in search of his father and mother and uncles, and if he could find them alive, to bring them home again. His aunts, on learning his determination, were much alarmed and tried to dissuade him, saying, "We have lost our husbands and our sister and her husband, and you are now our sole hope. If you go away, what shall we do?" But he replied, "I pray you not to be discouraged. I will return soon, and if it is possible, to bring my father and mother and uncles with me." So he set out on his travels, but for some months he could learn nothing to help him in his search. At last, after he had journeyed many hundreds of weary miles, and become almost hopeless of ever hearing anything further of his parents, he one day came to a country that seemed full of stones and rocks and trees, and there he saw a large palace with a tower. Hard by was a Mali's little house. As he was looking about, the Mali's wife saw him and ran out of the house and said, "My dear boy, who are you that dare venture into this dangerous place?" He answered, "I am a Rajah's son, and I come in search of my father and my uncles and my mother whom a wicked enchanter bewitched." Then the Mali's wife said, "This country and this place belong to a great enchanter. He is all-powerful, and if anyone displeases him, he can turn them into stones and trees. All the rocks and trees you see here were living people once, and the magician turned them into what they are now. Some time ago a Rajah's son came here, and shortly afterward came his 6 brothers, and they were all turned into stones and trees. And these are not the only unfortunate ones, for up in that tower lives a beautiful princess whom the magician has kept prisoner there for 12 years because she hates him and will not marry him." Then the little prince thought, "These must be my parents and my uncles. I have found what I seek at last." So he told his story to the Mali's wife, and begged her to help him to remain in that place a while and inquire further concerning the unhappy people she mentioned. And she promised to befriend him, and advised his disguising himself lest the magician should see him and turn him likewise into stone. To this the prince agreed, so the Mali's wife dressed him up in a sari and pretended that he was her daughter. One day, not long after this, as the magician was walking in his garden, he saw the little girl, as he thought, playing about, and asked her who she was. She told him she was the Mali's daughter, and the magician said, "You are a pretty little girl, and tomorrow you shall take a present of flowers from me to the beautiful lady who lives in the tower." The young prince was much delighted at hearing this, and went immediately to inform the Mali's wife, after consultation with whom he determined that it would be more safe for him to retain his disguise, and trust to the chance of a favourable opportunity for establishing some communication with his mother, if it were indeed she. Now it happened that at Balna's marriage her husband had given her a small gold ring on which her name was engraved, and she had put it on her son's little finger when he was a baby, and afterward, when he was older, his aunts had had it enlarged for him, so that he was still able to wear it, and the Mali's wife advised him to fasten the well-known treasure onto one of the bouquets he presented to his mother, and trust to her recognizing it. This was not to be done without difficulty, as such a strict watch was kept over the poor princess, for fear of her ever establishing communication with her friends, that though the supposed Mali's daughter was permitted to take her flowers every day, the magician or one of his slaves was always in the room at the time. At last one day, however, the opportunity favoured him, and when no one was looking, the boy tied the ring to a nosegay, and threw it at Balna's feet. It fell with a clang on the floor, and Balna, looking to see what made the strange sound, found the little ring tied to the flowers. On recognizing it, she at once believed the story her son told her of his long search, and begged him to advise her as to what she had better do, at the same time entreating him on no account to endanger his life by trying to rescue her. She told him that for 12 long years the magician had kept her shut up in the tower because she refused to marry him, and she was so closely guarded that she saw no hope of release. Now Balna's son was a bright, clever boy, so he said, "Do not fear, dear mother. The first thing to do is to discover how far the magician's power extends, in order that we may be able to liberate my father and uncles, whom he has imprisoned in the form of rocks and trees. You have spoken to him angrily for 12 long years. Now rather speak kindly. Tell him you have given up all hopes of again seeing the husband you have so long mourned, and say you are willing to marry him. Then endeavour to find out what his power consists in, and whether he is immortal or can be put to death." Balna determined to take her son's advice, and the next day sent for Punchkin, and spoke to him as had been suggested. The magician, greatly delighted, begged her to allow the wedding to take place as soon as possible. But she told him that before she married him he must allow her a little more time, in which she might make his acquaintance, and that, after being enemies for so long, their friendship could but strengthen by degrees. "And do tell me," she said, "are you quite immortal? Can death never touch you? Are you too great an enchanter ever to feel human suffering?" "Why do you ask?" said he. "Because," she replied, "if I am to be your wife, I would fain know all about you, in order, if any calamity threatens you, to overcome, or if possible to avert it." "It is true," he added, "that I am not as others. Far, far away, hundreds of thousands of miles from this, there lies a desolate country covered with thick jungle. In the midst of the jungle grows a circle of palm trees, and in the centre of the circle stand 6 chatties full of water, piled one above another. Below the 6th chatty is a small cage, which contains a little green parrot. On the life of the parrot depends my life, and if the parrot is killed, I must die. It is, however," he added, "impossible that the parrot should sustain any injury, both on account of the inaccessibility of the country, and because, by my appointment, many thousand genii surround the palm trees and kill all who approach the place." Balna told her son what Punchkin had said, but at the same time implored him to give up all idea of getting the parrot. The prince, however, replied, "Mother, unless I can get hold of that parrot, you and my father and my uncles cannot be liberated. Be not afraid, I will shortly return. Do you, meantime, keep the magician in good humour, still putting off your marriage with him on various pretexts, and before he finds out the cause of delay, I will be here." So saying, he went away. Many, many weary miles did he travel, till at last he came to a thick jungle, and being very tired, sat down under a tree and fell asleep. He was awakened by a soft rustling sound, and looking about him, saw a large serpent which was making its way to an eagle's nest built in the tree under which he lay, and in the nest were 2 young eagles. The prince, seeing the danger of the young birds, drew his sword and killed the serpent. At the same moment a rushing sound was heard in the air, and the 2 old eagles, who had been out hunting for food for their young ones, returned. They quickly saw the dead serpent and the young prince standing over it, and the old mother eagle said to him, "Dear boy, for many, many years all our young ones have been devoured by that cruel serpent. You have now saved the lives of our children. Whenever you are in need, therefore, send to us and we will help you. And as for these eagles, take them and let them be your servants." At this the prince was very glad, and the 2 eaglets crossed their wings, on which he mounted, and they carried him far, far away over the thick jungles until he came to the place where grew the circle of palm trees, in the midst of which stood the 6 chatties full of water. It was the middle of the day, and the heat was very great. All around the trees were the genii fast asleep. Nevertheless, there were such countless thousands of them that it would have been quite impossible for anyone to walk through their ranks to the place. Down swooped the strong-winged eaglets, down jumped the prince. In an instant he had overthrown the 6 chatties full of water, and seized the little green parrot, which he rolled up in his cloak, while, as he mounted again into the air, all the genii below awoke, and finding their treasure gone, set up a wild and melancholy howl. Away, away flew the little eagles, till they came to their home in the great tree. Then the prince said to the old eagles, "Take back your little ones. They have done me good service. If ever again I stand in need of help, I will not fail to come to you." Then he continued his journey on foot till he arrived once more at the magician's palace. where he sat down at the door and began playing with the parrot. Punchkin saw him and came to him quickly and said, "My boy, where did you get that parrot? Give it to me, I pray you." But the Prince answered, "Oh no, I cannot give away my parrot. It is a great pet of mine. I've had it for many years." Then the magician said, "If it is an old favorite, I can understand your not caring to give it away. But come, what will you sell it for?" "Sir," said the Prince, "I will not sell my parrot." Then Punchkin got frightened and said, "Anything, anything, name what price you will, and it shall be yours." The Prince answered, "Let the 7 Rajahs' sons whom you turned into rocks and trees be instantly liberated." "It is done as you desire," said the magician. "Only give me my parrot." And with that, by a stroke of his wand, Balna's husband and his brothers resumed their natural shapes. "Now give me my parrot," repeated Punchkin. "Not so fast, my master," rejoined the Prince. "I must first beg that you will restore to life all whom you have thus imprisoned." The magician immediately waved his wand again, and whilst he cried in an imploring voice, "Give me my parrot!" the whole garden became suddenly alive. Where rocks and stones and trees had been before, stood Rajahs and Punts and Sirdars, and mighty men on prancing horses, and jewelled pages, and troops of armed attendants. "Give me my parrot!" cried Punchkin. Then the boy took hold of the parrot and tore off one of its wings, and as he did so the magician's right arm fell off. Punchkin then stretched out his left arm, crying, "Give me my parrot!" The Prince pulled off the parrot's second wing, and the magician's left arm tumbled off. "Give me my parrot!" he cried, and fell on his knees. The Prince pulled off the parrot's right leg, and the magician's right leg fell off. The Prince pulled off the parrot's left leg. Down fell the magician's left. Nothing remained of him save the limbless body and the head. But still he rolled his eyes and cried, "Give me my parrot!" "Take your parrot, then," cried the boy, and with that he wrung the bird's neck and threw it at the magician. And as he did so, Punchkin's head twisted round, and with a fearful groan he died. Then they let Balna out of the tower, and she, her son, and the 7 princes went to their own country, and lived very happily ever afterward. And as to the rest of the world, everyone went to his own house. End of chapter 9.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, October 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 10. How Sun, Moon, and Wind Went Out to Dinner, by E. Frere. One day Sun, Moon, and Wind went out to dine with their uncle and aunt, Thunder and Lightning. Their mother, one of the most distant stars you see far up in the sky, waited alone for her children's return. Now both Sun and Wind were greedy and selfish. They enjoyed the great feast that had been prepared for them, without a thought of saving any of it to take home to their mother. But the gentle Moon did not forget her. Of every dainty dish that was brought round, she placed a small portion under one of her beautiful long finger-nails, that Star might also have a share in the treat. On their return, their mother, who had kept watch for them all night long with her little bright eye, said, "Well, children, what have yon brought home for me?" Then Sun, who was eldest, said, "I have brought nothing home for you. I went out to enjoy myself with my friends, not to fetch dinner for my mother." And Wind said, "Neither have I brought anything home for you, mother. You could hardly expect me to bring a collection of good things for you, when I merely went out for my own pleasure." But Moon said, "Mother, fetch a plate. See what I have brought you." And shaking her hands, she showered down such a choice dinner as never was seen before. Then Star turned to Sun and spoke thus: "Because you went out to amuse yourself with your friends, and feasted and enjoyed yourself without any thought of our mother at home, you shall be cursed. Henceforth your rays shall ever be hot and scorching, and shall burn all that they touch, and men shall hate you and cover their heads when you appear. And that is why the sun is so hot to this day." Then she turned to Wind and said, "You also, who forgot your mother in the midst of your selfish pleasures, hear your doom. You shall always blow in the hot, dry weather, and shall parch and shrivel all living things, and men shall detest and avoid you from this very time. And that is why the wind in the hot weather is still so disagreeable." But to Moon she said, "Daughter, because you remembered your mother, and kept for her a share in your own enjoyment, from henceforth you shall be ever cool and calm and bright. No noxious glare shall accompany your pure rays, and men shall always call you blessed. And that is why the moon's light is so soft and cool and beautiful, even to this day." End of chapter 10.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 11, Why the Fish Laughed, by Joseph Jacobs. As a certain fisherwoman passed by a palace crying her fish, the queen appeared at one of the windows and beckoned her to come near and show what she had. At that moment a very big fish jumped about in the bottom of the basket. "Is it a he or a she?" inquired the queen. "I wish to purchase a she-fish." On hearing this, the fish laughed aloud. "It's a he," replied the fisherwoman, and proceeded on her rounds. The queen returned to her room in a great rage, and on coming to see her in the evening, the king noticed that something had disturbed her. "Are you indisposed?" he said. "No, but I am very much annoyed at the strange behaviour of a fish. A woman brought me one today, and on my inquiring whether it was a male or female, the fish laughed most rudely." "A fish laughed? Impossible! You must be dreaming." "I am not a fool. I speak of what I have seen with my own eyes and heard with my own ears." "Passing strange? Be it so. I will inquire concerning it." On the morrow the king repeated to his vizier that his wife had told him, and bade him investigate the matter, and be ready with a satisfactory answer within 6 months, on pain of death. The vizier promised to do his best, though he felt almost certain of failure. For 5 months he laboured indefatigably to find a reason for the laughter of the fish. He sought everywhere and from everyone. The wise and learned, and they who were skilled in magic and in all manner of trickery, were consulted. Nobody, however, could explain the matter, and so he returned broken-hearted to his house, and began to arrange his affairs in prospect of certain death, for he had had sufficient experience of the king to know that his majesty would not go back from his threat. Amongst other things, he advised his son to travel for a time, until the king's anger should have somewhat cooled. The young fellow, who was both clever and handsome, started off whithersoever kismet might lead him. He had been gone some days when he fell in with an old farmer, who also was on a journey to a certain village. Finding the old man very pleasant, he asked him if he might accompany him, professing to be on a visit to the same place. The old farmer agreed, and they walked along together. The day was hot, and the way was long and weary. "Don't yon think it would be pleasanter if you and I sometimes gave one another a lift?" said the youth. "What a fool the man is!" thought the old farmer. Presently they passed through a field of corn ready for the sickle, and looking like a sea of gold as it waved to and fro in the breeze. "Is this eaten or not?" said the young man. Not understanding his meaning, the old man replied, "I don't know." After a little while, the two travellers arrived at a big village, where the young man gave his companion a clasp knife, and said, "Take this, friend, and get 2 horses with it, but mind and bring it back, for it is very precious." The old man, looking half amused and half angry, pushed back the knife, muttering something to the effect that his friend was either a fool himself or else trying to play the fool with him. The young man pretended not to notice his reply, and remained almost silent till they reached the city, a short distance outside which was the old farmer's house. They walked about the bazaar and went to the mosque, but nobody saluted them or invited them to come in and rest. "What a large cemetery!" exclaimed the young man. "What does the man mean?" thought the old farmer, "calling this largely populated city a cemetery?" On leaving the city, their way led through a cemetery where a few people were praying beside a grave and distributing chapatis and kulchas to passers-by, in the name of their beloved dead. They beckoned to the 2 travellers and gave them as much as they would. "What a splendid city this is!" said the young man. "Now, the man must surely be demented," thought the old farmer. "I wonder what he will do next. He will be calling the land water and the water land, and be speaking of light where there is darkness, and of darkness where it is light." However, he kept his thoughts to himself. Presently they had to wade through a stream that ran along the edge of the cemetery. The water was rather deep, so the old farmer took off his shoes and pyjamas and crossed over, but the young man waded through it with his shoes and pyjamas on. "Well, I never did see such a perfect fool, both in word and in deed," said the old man to himself. However, he liked the fellow, and thinking that he would amuse his wife and daughter, he invited him to come and stay at his house as long as he had occasion to remain in the village. "Thank you very much," the young man replied, "but let me first inquire, if you please, whether the beam of your house is strong." The old farmer left him in despair, and entered his house laughing. "There is a man in yonder field," he said, after returning their greetings. "He has come the greater part of the way with me, and I wanted him to put up here as long as he had to stay in this village. But the fellow is such a fool that I cannot make anything out of him. He wants to know if the beam of this house is all right. The man must be mad," and saying this he burst into a fit of laughter. "Father," said the farmer's daughter, who was a very sharp and wise girl, "this man, whosoever he is no fool, as you deem him. He only wishes to know if you can afford to entertain him." "Oh, of course," replied the farmer. "I see. Well, perhaps you can help me to solve some of his other mysteries." While we were walking together, he asked whether he should carry me or I should carry him, as he thought that would be a pleasanter mode of proceeding. Most assuredly, said the girl. He meant that one of you should tell a story to beguile the time. Oh, yes. Well, we were passing through a cornfield when he asked me whether it was eaten or not. And didn't you know the meaning of this, father? He simply wished to know if the man was in debt or not, because if the owner of the field was in debt, then the produce of the field was as good as eaten to him. That is, it would have to go to his creditors. Yes, 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 of course. Then, on entering a certain village, he bade me to take his clasp knife and get 2 horses with it, and bring back the knife again to him. Are not 2 stout sticks as good as 2 horses for helping one along on the road? He only asked you to cut a couple of sticks and be careful not to lose his knife. I see, said Time Farmer. While we were walking over the city, we did not see anybody that we knew, and not a soul gave us a scrap of anything to eat, till we were passing the cemetery. But there some people called to us and put into our hands some chapatis and kulchas. So my companion called the city a cemetery, and the cemetery a city. This also is to be understood, father. If one thinks of the city as the place where everything is to be obtained, and of inhospitable people as worse than the dead, the city, though crowded with people, was as if dead, as far as you were concerned, while in the cemetery, which is crowded with time dead, you were saluted by kind friends and provided with bread. True, true, said the astonished farmer. Then, just now, when we were crossing the stream, he waded through it without taking off his shoes and pyjamas. I admire his wisdom, replied Time Girl. I have often thought how stupid people were to venture into that swiftly flowing stream and over those sharp stones with bare feet. The slightest stumble and they would fall, and be wetted from head to foot. This friend of yours is a most wise man. I should like to see him and speak to him. Very well, said Time Farmer. I will go and find him, and bring him in. Tell him, father, that our beams are strong enough, and then he will come in. I'll send on ahead a present to the man, to show him that we can afford to have him for our guest. Accordingly she called a servant and sent him to the young man with a present of a basin of ghee, 12 chapatis, and a jar of milk, and the following message. O friend, time moon is full, 12 months make a year, and the sea is overflowing with water. Halfway the bearer of this present and message met his little son, who, seeing what was in the basket, begged his father to give him some of the food. His father foolishly complied. Presently he saw the young man, and gave him the rest of the present and the message. Give your mistress my salam, he replied, and tell her that the moon is new, and that I can only find 11 mouths in the year, and the sea is by no means full. Not understanding the meaning of these words, the servant repeated them word for word, as he had heard them, to his mistress, and thus his theft was discovered, and he was severely punished. After a little while the young man appeared with the old farmer. Great attention was shown to him, and he was treated in every way as if he were the son of a great man, although his humble host knew nothing of his origin. At length he told them everything about the laughing of the fish, his father's threatened execution, and his own banishment, and asked their advice as to what he should do. The laughing of the fish, said the girl, which seems to have been the cause of all this trouble, indicates that there is a man in the palace who is plotting against the king's life. Joy, joy, exclaimed the vizier's son. there is yet time for me to return and save my father from an ignominious and unjust death, and the king from danger." The following day he hastened back to his own country, taking with him the farmer's daughter. Immediately on arrival he ran to the palace and informed his father of what he had heard. The poor vizier, now almost dead from the expectation of death, was at once carried to the king, to whom he repeated the news that his son had just brought. "Never," said the king. "But it must be so, your majesty," replied the vizier, "and in order to prove the truth of what I have heard, I pray you call together all the maids in your palace, and order them to jump over a pit, which must be dug. We'll soon find out whether there is any man there." The king had time pit dug, and commanded all the maids belonging to the palace to try to jump it. All of them tried, but only one succeeded. That one was found to be a man. Thus was the queen satisfied, and the faithful old vizier saved. Afterward, as soon as could be, the vizier's son married the old farmer's daughter, and a most happy marriage it was. End of chapter 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 12, The Farmer and the Moneylender, by Joseph Jacobs. There was once a farmer who suffered much at time hands of the moneylender. Good harvests or bad, the farmer was always poor, the moneylender rich. At the last, when he hadn't a farthing left, the farmer went to the moneylender's house and said, "You can't squeeze water from a stone, and as you have nothing to get by me now, you might tell me the secret of becoming rich." "My friend," returned the moneylender piously, "riches come from Ram. Ask him." "Thank you, I will," replied the simple farmer. So he prepared 3 griddle cakes to last him on the journey, and set out to find Ram. First he met a Brahmin, and to him he gave a cake, asking him to point out the road to Ram. But the Brahmin only took the cake and went on his way without a word. Next the farmer met a jogi or devotee, and to him he gave a cake, without receiving any help in return. At last he came upon a poor man sitting under a tree, and finding out he was hungry, the kindly farmer gave him his last cake, and sitting down to rest beside him, entered into conversation. "And where are you going?" asked the poor man at length. "Oh, I have a long journey before me, for I am going to find Ram," replied the farmer. "I don't suppose you could tell me which way to go." "Perhaps I can," said the poor man, smiling, "for I am Ram. What do you want of me?" Then the farmer told the whole story, and Ram, taking pity on him, gave him a conch shell, and showed him how to blow it in a particular way, saying, "Remember, whatever you wish for, you have only to blow the conch that way, and your wish will be fulfilled. Only have a care of that moneylender, for even magic is not proof against their wiles." The farmer went back to his village rejoicing. In fact, the moneylender noticed his high spirits at once, and said to himself, "Some good fortune must have befallen the stupid fellow, to make him hold his head so jauntily." Therefore he went over to the simple farmer's house, and congratulated him on his good fortune, in such cunning words, pretending to have heard all about it, that before long the farmer found himself telling the whole story, all except the secret of blowing the conch, for, with all his simplicity, the farmer was not quite such a fool as to tell that. Nevertheless, the money-lender determined to have the conch by hook or by crook, and as he was villain enough not to stick at trifles, he waited for a favourable opportunity and stole the conch. But, after nearly bursting himself with blowing the conch in every conceivable way, he was obliged to give up the secret as a bad job. However, being determined to succeed, he went back to the farmer and said, coolly, "Look here, I've got your conch, but I can't use it. You haven't got it, so it's clear you can't use it either. Business is at a standstill unless we make a bargain. Now, I promise to give you back your conch and never to interfere with your using it, on one condition, which is this: whatever you get from it, I am to get double." "Never!" cried the farmer. "That would be the old business all over again." "Not at all," replied time-wily money-lender. "You will have your share. Now, don't be a dog in the manger, for if you get all you want, what can it matter to you if I am rich or poor?" At last, though it went sorely against the grain to be of any benefit to a money-lender, the farmer was forced to yield, and from that time, no matter what he gained by the power of the conch, time money-lender gained double. And the knowledge that this was so preyed upon the farmer's mind day and night, so that he had no satisfaction out of anything. At last there came a very dry season, so dry that the farmer's crops withered for want of rain. Then he blew his conch, and wished for a well to water them, and lo, there was the well, but the money-lender had two beautiful new wells. This was too much for any farmer to stand, and our friend brooded over it, and brooded over it, till at last a bright idea came into his head. He seized the conch, blew it loudly, and cried out, "Oh, Ram, I wish to be blind of one eye." And so he was in a twinkling, but the money-lender, of course, was blind of both, and in trying to steer his way between the two new wells, he fell into one and was drowned. Now this true story shows that a farmer once got time better of a money-lender, but only by losing one of his eyes. End of chapter 12.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Kristen Hughes. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 13, Pride Goeth Before a Fall, by Joseph Jacobs. In a certain village there lived 10 cloth merchants who always went about together. Once upon a time they had travelled far afield, and were returning home with a great deal of money which they had obtained by selling their wares. Now there happened to be a dense forest near their village, and this they reached early one morning. In it there lived 3 notorious robbers, of whose existence the traders had never heard, and while they were still in the middle of it, the robbers stood before them with swords and cudgels in their hands, and ordered them to lay down all they had. The traders had no weapons with them, and so, though they were many more in number, they had to submit themselves to the robbers, who took away everything from them, even the very clothes they wore, and gave to each only a small loin-cloth a span in breadth and a cubit in length. The idea that they had conquered 10 men and plundered all their property now took possession of the robbers' minds. They seated themselves like 3 monarchs before the men they had plundered, and ordered them to dance to them before returning home. The merchants now mourned their fate. They had lost all they had, except their loin-cloth, and still the robbers were not satisfied, but ordered them to dance. There was among the 10 merchants one who was very clever. He pondered over the calamity that had come upon him and his friends, the dance they would have to perform, and the magnificent manner in which the 3 robbers had seated themselves on the grass. At the same time he observed that these last had placed their weapons on the ground, in the assurance of having thoroughly cowed the traders, who were now commencing to dance. So he took the lead in the dance, and as a song is always sung by the leader on such occasions, to which the rest keep time with hands and feet, he thus began to sing: "We are Enti men, they are Erith men. If each Erith man surrounded Eno man remains. Ta tai tam tadingana." The robbers were all uneducated, and thought that the leader was merely singing a song as usual. So it was in one sense, for the leader commenced from a distance, and had sung the song over twice before he and his companions commenced to approach the robbers. They had understood his meaning, because they had been trained in trade. When 2 traders discuss the price of an article in the presence of a purchaser, they use a riddling sort of language. "What is the price of this cloth?" one trader will ask another. "Enti rupees," another will reply, meaning 10 rupees. Thus there is no possibility of the purchaser knowing what is meant unless he be acquainted with trade language. By the rules of this secret language, Erith means 3, Enti means 10, and Eno means 1. So the leader by his song meant to hint to his fellow traders that they were 10 men, the robbers only 3, that if 3 pounced upon each of the robbers, 9 of them could hold them down, while the remaining 1 bound the robbers' hands and feet. The 3 thieves, glorying in their victory, and little understanding the meaning of the song and the intentions of the dancers, were proudly seated chewing betel and tobacco. Meanwhile the song was sung a 3rd time. Ta tai tam had left the lips of the singer, and before Tadingana was out of them, the traders separated into parties of 3, and each party pounced upon a thief. The remaining one, the leader himself, tore up into long narrow strips a large piece of cloth, 6 cubits long, and tied the hands and feet of the robbers. These were entirely humbled now, and rolled on the ground like 3 bags of rice. The 10 traders now took back all their property, and armed themselves with the swords and cudgels of their enemies. And when they reached their village, they often amused their friends and relatives by relating their adventure. End of Chapter 13.
This is a LibriVox recording. All the LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marcy Moffett. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 14, How the Wicked Sons Were Duped, by Joseph Jacobs. A very wealthy old man, imagining that he was on the point of death, sent for his sons and divided his property among them. However, he did not die for several years afterward, and miserable years many of them were. Besides the weariness of old age, the old fellow had to bear with much abuse and cruelty from his sons. Wretched, selfish ingrates! Previously they vied with one another in trying to please their father, hoping thus to receive more money. But now they'd received their patrimony, they cared not how soon he left them. Nay, the sooner the better, because he was only a needless trouble and expense. And they let the poor old man know what they felt. One day he met a friend and related to him all his trouble. The friend sympathized very much with him and promised to think over the matter and call in a little while and tell him what to do. He did so, and in a few days he visited the old man and put down 4 bags full of stone and gravel before him. "Look here, friend," said he, Your sons will get to know of my coming here today and will inquire about it. You must pretend that I came to discharge a long-standing debt with you, and that you are several thousands of rupees richer than you thought you were. Keep these bags in your own hands, and on no account let your sons get to them as long as you are alive. You will soon find them change their conduct toward you. Salam, I will come again soon to see how you are getting on." When the young men got to hear of this further increase of wealth, they began to be more attentive and pleasing to their father than ever before. And thus they continued to the day of the old man's demise, when the bags were greedily opened, and found to contain only stones and gravel. End of chapter 14. Recorded by Marcy Moffett, Hadley, Massachusetts, on October 3rd, 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten, Chapter 15. The Tiger, the Brahmin, and the Jackal, by Flora Annie Steel. Once upon a time a tiger was caught in a trap. He tried in vain to get out through the bars, and rolled a bit with rage and grief when he failed. By chance a poor Brahmin came by. "Let me out of this cage, O pious one!" cried the tiger. "Nay, my friend," replied the Brahmin mildly, "you would probably eat me if I did." "Not at all," swore the tiger with many oaths. "On the contrary, I should be forever grateful, and serve you as a slave." Now when the tiger sobbed and sighed, and wept and swore, the pious Brahmin's heart softened, and at last he consented to open the door of the cage. Out popped the tiger, and seizing the poor man, cried, "What a fool you are! What is to prevent my eating you now? For after being cooped up so long, I am terribly hungry." In vain the Brahmin pleaded for his life. The most he could gain was a promise to abide by the decision of the first three things he chose to question as to the justice of the tiger's action. So the Brahmin first asked a pipal tree what it thought of the matter, but the pipal tree replied coldly, "What have you to complain about? Didn't I give shade and shelter to everyone who passes by, and don't they in return tear down my branches to feed their cattle? Don't whimper, be a man." Then the Brahmin, sad at heart, went further afield till he saw a buffalo turning a well-wheel, but he fared no better from it, for it answered, "You are a fool to expect gratitude. Look at me. While I gave milk, they fed me on cottonseed and oil cake, but now I am dry, they yoke me here and give me refuse as fodder." The Brahmin, still more sad, asked the road to give him its opinion. "My dear sir," said the road, "how foolish are you to expect anything else? Here I am, useful to everybody, yet all, rich and poor, great and small, trample on me as they go past, giving me nothing but the ashes of their pipes and the husks of their grain." On this the Brahmin turned back sorrowfully, and on the way he met a Jackal, who called out, "Why, what's the matter, Mr. Brahmin? You look as miserable as a fish out of water." The Brahmin told him all that had occurred. "How very confusing!" said the Jackal, when the recital was ended. "Would you mind telling me over again, for everything has got so mixed up?" The Brahmin told it all over again, but the Jackal shook his head in a distracted sort of way, and still could not understand. "It's very odd," said he, sadly, "but it all seems to go in at one ear and out at the other. I will go to the place where it all happened, and perhaps I shall be able to give a judgment." So they returned to the cage by which the tiger was waiting for the Brahmin, and sharpening his teeth and claws. "You've been away a long time," growled the savage beast, "but now let us begin our dinner." "Our dinner," thought the wretched Brahmin, as his knees knocked together with fright. "What a remarkably delicate way of putting it!" "Give me 5 minutes, my lord," he pleaded, "in order that I might explain matters to the Jackal here, who is somewhat slow in his wits." The Tiger consented, and the Brahman began the whole story over again, not missing a single detail, and spinning as long a yarn as possible. "Oh, my poor brain! Oh, my poor brain!" cried the Jackal, wringing its paws. "Let me see, how did it all begin? You were in the cage, and the Tiger came walking by—" "Pooh!" interrupted the Tiger. "What a fool you are! I was in the cage." "Of course!" cried the Jackal, pretending to tremble with fright. "Yes, I was in the cage. No, I wasn't. Dear, dear! Let me see. The Tiger was in the Brahman, and the cage came walking by. No, that's not it either. Well, don't mind me, but begin your dinner, for I shall never understand." "Yes, you shall," returned the Tiger in a rage at the Jackal's stupidity. "I'll make you understand. Look here. I am the Tiger." "Yes, my lord." "And that is the Brahman." "Yes, my lord." "And that is the cage." "Yes, my lord." "And I was in the cage. Do you understand?" "Yes. No. Please, my lord." "Well?" cried the Tiger impatiently. "Please, my lord, how did you get in?" "How? Why, in the usual way, of course." "Oh, dear me, my head is beginning to whirl again. Please don't get angry, my lord, but what is the usual way?" At this the Tiger lost patience, and jumping into the cage, cried, "This way! Now do you understand how it was?" "Perfectly," grinned the Jackal, as he dexterously shut the door. "And if you will permit me to say so, I think matters will remain as they were." End of chapter 15.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Deborah Clark, Winnipeg, Canada. March 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 16, Little Lambkin, by Flora Annie Steele. Once upon a time there was a wee lambikin who frolicked about on his little tottery legs and enjoyed himself amazingly. Now one day he set off to visit his granny, and was jumping with joy to think of all the good things he should get from her, when who should he meet but a Jackal, who looked at the tender young morsel and said, "Lambikin, Lambikin, I'll eat you." But Lambikin only gave a little frisk, and said, "To Granny's house I go, where I shall fatter grow. Then you can eat me so." The Jackal thought this reasonable, and let Lambikin pass. By and by he met a vulture, and the vulture, looking hungrily at the tender morsel before him, said, "Lambikin, Lambikin, I'll eat you." But Lambikin only gave a little frisk, and said, "To Granny's house I go, where I shall fatter grow. Then you can eat me so." The vulture thought this reasonable, and let Lambikin pass. And by he met a tiger, and then a wolf, and a dog, a red eagle. And all these, when they saw the tender little morsel, said, "Lambikin, Lambikin, I'll eat you." But to all of them Lambikin replied with a little frisk, "To Granny's house I go, where I shall fatter grow. Then you can eat me so." At last he reached his Granny's house, and said, all in a great hurry, "Granny dear, I've promised to get very fat, so as people ought to keep their promises. Please put me into the corn bin at once." So his Granny said he was a good boy, and put him into the corn bin, and there the greedy little Lambikin stayed for 7 days, and ate, and ate, and ate, until he could barely waddle. And his Granny said he was fat enough for anything, and must go home. But cunning little Lambikin said that would never do, for some animals would be sure to eat him on the way back, he was so plump and tender. "I'll tell you what you must do," said Master Lambikin. "You must make a little drummikin out of the skin of my little brother who died, and then I can sit inside and trundle along nicely, for I'm as tight as a drum myself." So his Granny made a nice little drummikin out of his brother's skin, with the wool inside, and Lambikin curled himself up snug and warm in the middle, and trundled away gaily. Soon he met with the Eagle, who called out, "Drumikin, Drumikin, have you seen Lambikin?" And Mr. Lambikin, curled up in his soft, warm nest, replied, "Fallen into the fire, and so will you, on little Drumikin, tum-pa-tum-too." "How very annoying," sighed the Eagle, thinking regretfully of the tender morsel he had let slip. Meanwhile Lambikin trundled along, laughing to himself and singing, "Tum-pa-tum-too, tum-pa-tum-too." Every animal and bird he met asked him the same question, "Drumikin, Drumikin, have you seen Lambikin?" And to each of them the little Slyboots replied, "Fallen into the fire, and so will you, on little Drumikin, tum-pa-tum-too, tum-pa-tum-too, tum-pa-tum-too." Then they all sighed to think of the tender little morsel they had let slip. At last the Jackal came limping along, for all his sorry looks as sharp as a needle, and he called out, "Drumikin, Drumikin, have you seen Lambikin?" And Lambikin, curled up in his snug little nest, replied gaily, "Fallen into the fire, and so will you, on little Drumikin, tum-pa." But he never got any farther, for the Jackal recognized his voice at once and cried, "Hallo, you've turned yourself inside out, have you? Just you come out of that," whereupon he tore open Drumikin and gobbled up Lambikin. End of chapter 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Deborah Clark, Winnipeg, Canada, March 2003. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 17, The Rat's Wedding, by Flora Annie Steele. Once upon a time, a fat, sleek rat was caught in a shower of rain, and, being far from shelter, he set to work and soon dug a nice hole in the ground, in which he sat, dry as a bone, while the raindrops splashed outside, making little puddles on the road. Now in the course of digging, he came upon a fine bit of root, quite dry and fit for fuel, which he set aside carefully, for the rat is an economical creature, in order to take it home with him. So when the shower was over, he set off with the dry root in his mouth. As he went along, daintily picking his way through the puddles, he saw a poor man vainly trying to light a fire, while a little circle of children stood by and cried piteously. "Good gracious!" exclaimed the rat, who was both soft-hearted and curious. "What a dreadful noise to make! What is the matter?" "The children are hungry," answered the man. "They are crying for their breakfast, but the sticks are damp, the fire won't burn, and so I can't bake the cakes." "If that is all your trouble, perhaps I can help you," said the good-natured rat. "You are welcome to this dry root, and I'll warrant it will soon make a fine blaze." The poor man, with 1,000 thanks, took the dry root, and in his turn presented the rat with a morsel of dough, as a reward for his kindness and generosity. "What a remarkably lucky fellow I am," thought the rat, as he trotted off gaily with his prize. "And clever, too. Fancy making a bargain like that, food enough to last me 5 days, in return for a rotten old stick. Wah, wah, wah! What it is to have brains!" Going along, hugging his good fortune in this way, he came presently to a potter's yard, where the potter, leaving his wheel to spin round by itself, was trying to pacify his 3 little children, who were screaming and crying as if they would burst. "My gracious!" cried the rat, stopping his ears. "What a noise! Do tell me what it is all about." "I suppose they are hungry," replied the potter ruefully. "Their mother has gone to get flour in the bazaar, for there is none in the house. In the meantime I can neither work nor rest because of them." "Is that all?" answered the officious rat. "Then I can help you. Take this dough, cook it quickly, and stop their mouths with food." The potter overwhelmed the rat with thanks for his obliging kindness, and, choosing a well-burned pipkin, insisted on his accepting it as a remembrance. The rat was delighted at the exchange, and though the pipkin was just a trifle awkward for him to manage, he succeeded, after infinite trouble, in balancing it on his head, and went away gingerly, tink-a-tink, tink-a-tink, down the road, with his tail over his arm for fear he should trip on it. And all the time he kept saying to himself, "What a lucky fellow I am, and clever too! Such a hand at a bargain!" By and by he came to where some cowherds were herding their cattle. One of them was milking a buffalo, and having no pail, he used his shoes instead. "Oh fie! Oh fie!" cried the cleanly Rat, quite shocked at the sight. "What a nasty, dirty trick! Why don't you use a pail?" "For all the best reasons. We haven't got one," growled the cowherd, who did not see why the Rat should put his finger in the pie. "If that is all," replied the dainty Rat, "oblige me by using this pipkin, for I cannot bear dirt." The cowherd, nothing loath, took the pipkin and milked it away until it was brimming over. Then turning to the Rat, who stood looking on, said, "Here, little fellow, you may have a drink in payment." But if the Rat was good-natured, he was also shrewd. "No, no, my friend," he said, "that will not do. As if I could drink the worth of any pipkin at a draught. My dear sir, I couldn't hold it. Besides, I never make a bad bargain, so I expect you at least to give me the buffalo that gave the milk." "Nonsense!" cried the cowherd. "A buffalo for a pipkin! Who ever heard of such a price? And what on earth could you do with a buffalo when you got it? Why, the pipkin was about as much as you could manage." At this the Rat drew himself up with dignity, for he did not like allusions to his size. "That is my affair, not yours," he retorted. "Your business is to hand over the buffalo." So just for the fun of the thing, and to amuse themselves at the Rat's expense, the cowherds loosened the buffalo's halter and began to tie it to the little animal's tail. "No, no!" he called in a great hurry. "If the beast pulled, the skin of my tail would come off, and then where should I be? Tie it round my neck, if you please." With so much laughter the cowherds tied the halter round the Rat's neck, and he, after a polite leave-taking, set off gaily toward home with his prize. That is to say, he set off with the rope, for no sooner did he come to the end of the tether than he was brought up with a round turn. The buffalo, nose down, grazing away, would not budge until it had finished its tuft of grass, and then seeing another in a different direction, marched off toward it, while the Rat, to avoid being dragged, had to trot humbly behind, willy-nilly. He was too proud to confess the truth, of course, and, nodding his head knowingly to the cowherds, said, "Ta-ta, good people! I'm going home this way. It may be a little longer, but it's much shadier." And when the cowherds roared with laughter, he took no notice, but trotted on, looking as dignified as possible. After all, he reasoned to himself, when one keeps a buffalo, one has to look after its grazing. A beast must get a good bellyful of grass if it is to give any milk, and I have plenty of time at my disposal. So all day long he trotted about after the buffalo, making believe, but by evening he was dead tired, and felt truly thankful when the great big beast, having eaten enough, lay down under a tree to chew the cud. Just then a bridal party came by. The bridegroom and his friends had evidently gone on to the next village, leaving the bride's palanquin to follow. So the palanquin bearers, being lazy fellows and seeing a nice shady tree, put down their burden and began to cook some food. "What detestable meanness!" grumbled one. "A grand wedding, and nothing but plain rice to eat. Not a scrap of meat in it, neither sweet nor salt. It would serve the skinflints right if we upset the bride into a ditch." "Dear me!" cried the Rat at once, seeing a way out of his difficulty. "That is a shame. I sympathize with your feelings so entirely that if you will allow me, I'll give you my buffalo. You can kill it and cook it." "Your buffalo!" returned the discontented bearers. "What rubbish! Who ever heard of a rat owning a buffalo?" "Not often, I admit," replied the Rat, with conscious pride. "But look for yourselves. Can you not see that I am leading the beast by a string?" "Oh, never mind the string," cried a great big hungry bearer. "Master or no master, I mean to have meat for my dinner." Whereupon they killed the buffalo, and cooking its flesh, ate their dinner with a relish. Then, offering the remains to the Rat, said carelessly, "Here, little Ratskin, that is for you." "Now look here," cried the Rat hotly, "I'll have none of your pottage or your sauce either. You don't suppose I'm going to give my best buffalo, that gave quarts and quarts of milk, the buffalo I have been feeding all day, for a wee bit of rice? No, I got a loaf for a bit of stick. I got a pipkin for a little loaf. I got a buffalo for a pipkin. And now I'll have the bride for my buffalo, the bride and nothing else." By this time the servants, having satisfied their hunger, began to reflect on what they had done, and becoming alarmed at the consequences, arrived at the conclusion that it would be wisest to make their escape while they could. So, leaving the bride in her palanquin, they took to their heels in various directions. The Rat, being as it were left in possession, advanced to the palanquin, and drawing aside the curtain, with the sweetest of voices and the best of bows, begged the bride to descend. She hardly knew whether to laugh or to cry, but as any company, even a rat's, was better than being quite alone in the wilderness, she did what she was bidden, and followed the lead of her guide, who set off as fast as he could for his hole. As he trotted along beside the lovely young bride, who, by her rich dress and glittering jewels, seemed to be some king's daughter, he kept saying to himself, "How clever I am! What bargains I do make, to be sure!" When they arrived at his hole, the Rat stepped forward with the greatest politeness and said, "Welcome, madam, to my humble abode. Pray step in, or if you will allow me, as the passage is somewhat dark, I will show you the way." Whereupon he ran in first, but after a time, finding the bride did not follow, he put out his nose again, saying testily, "Well, madam, why don't you follow? Don't you know it's rude to keep your husband waiting?" "My good sir," laughed the handsome young bride, "I can't squeeze into that little hole." The Rat coughed. Then, after a moment's thought, he replied, "There is some truth in your remark. You are overgrown, and I suppose I shall have to build you a thatch somewhere. For tonight you can rest under that wild plum tree." "But I am so hungry," said the bride ruefully. "Dear, dear, everybody seems hungry today," returned the Rat pettishly. "However, that's easily settled. I'll fetch you some supper in a trice." So he ran into his hole, returning immediately with an ear of millet and a dry pea. "There," he said triumphantly, "isn't that a fine meal?" "I can't eat that," whimpered the bride. "It isn't a mouthful, and I want rice pottage, and cakes, and sweet eggs, and sugar drops. I shall die if I don't get them." "Oh, dear me," said the Rat in a rage, "what a nuisance a bride is, to be sure! Why don't you eat the wild plums?" "I can't live on wild plums," retorted the weeping bride. "Nobody could. Besides, they are only half ripe, and I can't reach them." "Rubbish!" cried the Rat. "Ripe or unripe, they must do you for tonight, and tomorrow you can gather a basketful and sell them in the city, and buy sugar drops and sweet eggs to your heart's content." So the next morning the Rat climbed up into the plum tree and nibbled away at the stalks till the fruit fell down into the bride's veil. Then, unripe as they were, she carried them into the city, calling out through the streets, "Green plums I sell, green plums I sell, princess I am, Rat's bride as well." As she passed by the palace, her mother the Queen heard her voice, and running out recognized her daughter. Great were the rejoicings, for everyone thought the poor bride had been eaten by wild beasts. In the midst of the feasting and merriment, the Rat, who had followed the princess at a distance, and had become alarmed at her long absence, arrived at the door, against which he beat with a big knobby stick, calling out fiercely, "Give me my wife! Give me my wife! She is mine by fair bargain. I gave a stick, and I got a loaf. I gave a loaf, and I got a pipkin. I gave a pipkin, and I got a buffalo. I gave a buffalo, and I got a bride. Give me my wife! Give me my wife!" "La, son-in-law, what a fuss you do make!" said the wily old Queen through the door. "And all about nothing! Who wants to run away with your wife? On the contrary, we are proud to see you, and I only keep you waiting at the door till we can spread the carpets and receive you in style." Hearing this, the Rat was mollified, and waited patiently outside, while the cunning old Queen prepared for his reception, which she did by cutting a hole in the very middle of a stool, putting a red-hot stone underneath, and covering it over with a stewpan lid, and then spreading a beautiful embroidered cloth over all. Then she went to the door, and receiving the Rat with the greatest respect, led him to the stool, praying him to be seated. "Dear, dear, how clever I am! What bargains I do make, to be sure!" he said to himself as he climbed on the stool. "Here I am, son-in-law to a real live queen. What will the neighbors say?" At first he sat down on the edge of the stool, but even there it was warm, and after a while he began to fidget, saying, "Dear me, mother-in-law, how hot your house is! Everything I touch seems burning." "You are out of the wind there, my son," replied the cunning old queen. "Sit more in the middle of the stool, and you will feel the breeze and get cooler." But he didn't, for the stewpan lid by this time had become so hot that the rat fairly frizzled when he sat down on it, and it was not until he had left all his tail, half his hair, and a large piece of his skin behind him that he managed to escape, howling with pain, and vowing that never, never, never again would he make a bargain. End of chapter 17.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, March 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patton. Chapter 18. The Jackal and the Partridge by Flora Annie Steel. A jackal and a partridge swore eternal friendship, but the jackal was very exacting and jealous. "You don't do half as much for me as I do for you," he used to say, "and yet you talk a great deal of your friendship. Now my idea of a friend is one who is able to make me laugh or cry, give me a good meal, or save my life if need be. You couldn't do that." "Let us see," answered the partridge. "Follow me at a little distance, and if I don't make you laugh soon, you may eat me." So she flew on till she met two travelers trudging along, one behind the other. They were both footsore and weary, and the first carried his bundle on a stick over his shoulder, while the second had his shoes in his hand. Lightly as a feather, the partridge settled on the first traveler's stick. He, none the wiser, trudged on, but the second traveler, seeing the bird sitting so tamely just in front of his nose, said to himself, "What a chance for a supper!" and immediately flung his shoes at it, they being ready to hand. Whereupon the partridge flew away, and the shoes knocked off the first traveler's turban. "What a plague do you mean?" cried he, angrily turning on his companion. "Why did you throw your shoes at my head?" "Brother," replied the other mildly, "do not be vexed. I didn't throw them at you, but at a partridge that was sitting on your stick." "On my stick? Do you take me for a fool?" shouted the injured man in a great rage. "Don't tell me such cock-and-bull stories. First you insult me, and then you lie like a coward, but I'll teach you manners." Then he fell upon his fellow traveler without more ado, and they fought until they could not see out of their eyes, till their noses were bleeding, their clothes in rags, and the jackal had nearly died of laughing. "Are you satisfied?" asked the partridge of her friend. "Well," answered the jackal, "you have certainly made me laugh, but I doubt if you could make me cry. It is easy enough to be a buffoon, it is more difficult to excite the highest emotions." "Let us see," retorted the partridge, somewhat piqued. "There is a huntsman with his dogs coming along the road. Just creep into that hollow tree and watch me. If you don't weep scalding tears, you must have no feeling in you." The jackal did as he was bid, and watched the partridge, who began fluttering about the bushes till the dogs caught sight of her, when she flew to the hollow tree where the jackal was hidden. Of course the dogs smelt him at once, and set up such a yelping and scratching that the huntsman came up, and seeing what it was, dragged the jackal out by the tail. Whereupon the dogs worried him to their heart's content, and finally left him for dead. By and by he opened his eyes, for he was only foxing, and saw the partridge sitting on a branch above him. "Did you cry?" she asked anxiously. "Did I rouse your high emo—" "Be quiet, will you?" snarled the jackal, half dead with fear. So there the jackal lay for some time, getting the better of his bruises, and meanwhile he became hungry. "Now is the time for friendship," said he to the partridge. "Get me a good dinner, and I will acknowledge you as a true friend." "Very well," replied the partridge, Only watch me and help yourself when the time comes." Just then a troop of women came by, carrying their husbands' dinners to the harvest field. The partridge gave a little plaintive cry, and began fluttering along from bush to bush as if she were wounded. "A wounded bird! A wounded bird!" cried the women. "We can easily catch it." Whereupon they set off in pursuit, but the cunning partridge played 1,000 tricks, till they became so excited over the chase that they put their bundles on the ground in order to pursue it more nimbly. The jackal, meanwhile, seizing his opportunity, crept up and made off with a good dinner. "Are you satisfied now?" asked the partridge. "Well," returned the jackal, "I confess you have given me a very good dinner. You have also made me laugh and cry. But after all, the great test of friendship is beyond you. You couldn't save my life." "Perhaps not," acquiesced the partridge mournfully. "I am so small and weak. But it grows late. We should be getting home. And as it is a long way round by the ford, let us go across the river. My friend the crocodile will carry us over." Accordingly they set off for the river, and the crocodile kindly consented to carry them across, so they sat on his broad back, and he ferried them over. But just as they were in the middle of the stream, the partridge remarked, "I believe the crocodile intends to play us a trick. How awkward it would be if he were to drop you into the water." "Awkward for you, too," replied the jackal, turning pale. "Not at all, not at all. I have wings, you haven't." On this the jackal shivered and shook with fear, and when the crocodile, in a gruesome growl, remarked that he was hungry and wanted a good meal, the wretched creature hadn't a word to say. "Pooh!" cried the partridge airily. "Don't try tricks on us. I should fly away, and as for my friend the jackal, you couldn't hurt him. He is not such a fool as to take his life with him on these little excursions. He leaves it at home, locked up in the cupboard." "Is that a fact?" asked the crocodile, surprised. "Certainly," retorted the partridge. "Try to eat him all you like, but you will only tire yourself to no purpose." "Dear me, how very odd!" gasped the crocodile, and he was so taken aback that he carried the jackal safe to shore. "Well, are you satisfied now?" asked the partridge. "My dear madam," quoth the jackal, "you have made me laugh, you have made me cry, you have given me a good dinner, and you have saved my life. But upon my honor, I think you are too clever for a friend, so good-bye." And the jackal never went near the partridge again. End of chapter 18.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Deborah Clark. Winnipeg, Canada. March 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patten. Chapter 19. The Jackal and the Crocodile by Flora Annie Steele. Once upon a time Mr. Jackal was trotting along gaily when he caught sight of a wild plum tree laden with fruit on the other side of a broad, deep stream. I could not get across anyhow. So he just sat down on the bank and looked at the ripe, luscious fruit until his mouth watered with desire. Now it so happened that, just then, Miss Crocodile came floating down stream with her nose in the air. "Good morning, my dear," said Mr. Jackal politely. "How beautiful you look today, and how charmingly you swim. Now if I could only swim too, what a fine feast of plums we two friends might have over there together." And Mr. Jackal laid his paw on his heart and sighed. Now Miss Crocodile had a very inflammable heart, and when Mr. Jackal looked at her so admiringly and spoke so sentimentally, she simpered and blushed, saying, "Oh, Mr. Jackal, how can you talk so? I could never dream of going out to dinner with you, unless—" "Unless what?" asked the Jackal persuasively. "Unless we were going to be married," simpered Miss Crocodile. "And why shouldn't we be married, my charmer?" returned the Jackal eagerly. "I would go and fetch the barber to begin the betrothal at once, but I am so faint with hunger, just at present, that I should never reach the village. Now, if the most adorable of her sex would only take pity on her slave and carry me over the stream, I might refresh myself with those plums, and so gain strength to accomplish the ardent desire of my heart." Here the Jackal sighed so piteously and cast such sheep eyes at Miss Crocodile that she was unable to withstand him. So she carried him across to the plum tree, and then sat on the water's edge to think over her wedding dress, while Mr. Jackal feasted on the plums and enjoyed himself. "Now for the barber, my beauty," cried the gay Jackal, when he had eaten as much as he could. Then the blushing Miss Crocodile carried him back again, and bade him be quick about his business, like a dear, good creature, for really she felt so flustered at the very idea she didn't know what might happen. "Now don't distress yourself, my dear," quoth the deceitful Mr. Jackal, springing to the bank, "because it's not impossible that I may not find the barber, and then, you know, you may have to wait some time, a considerable time, in fact, before I return. So don't injure your health for my sake, if you please." With that he blew her a kiss and trotted away with his tail up. Of course he never came back, though trusting Miss Crocodile waited patiently for him. At last she understood what a gay, deceitful fellow he was, and determined to have her revenge on him one way or another. So she hid herself in the water, under the roots of a tree, close to a ford where the Jackal always came to drink. By and by, sure enough, he came lilting along in a self-satisfied way, and went right into the water for a good long draught, whereupon Miss Crocodile seized him by the right legs and held on. He guessed at once what had happened, and called out, "Oh, my heart's adored, I'm drowning, I'm drowning! If you love me, please leave hold of that old root and get a good grip of my leg. It's just next door." Hearing this, Miss Crocodile thought she must have made a mistake, and, letting go of the Jackal's leg in a hurry, seized an old root close by and held on. Whereupon Mr. Jackal jumped nimbly to shore, and ran off with his tail up, calling out, "Have a little patience, my beauty, the barber will come some day." But this time Miss Crocodile knew better than to wait, and being now dreadfully angry, she crawled away to the Jackal's hole, and, slipping inside, lay quiet. By and by Mr. Jackal came lilting along with his tail up. "Ho, ho, that is your game, is it?" he said to himself, when he saw the trail of the crocodile in the sandy soil. So he stood outside and said aloud, "Bless my stars, what has happened? I don't half like to go in, for whenever I come home my wife always calls out, 'Oh, dearest hubby hub, what have you brought for grub to me and the darling cub?' And today she doesn't say anything." Hearing this, Miss Crocodile sang out from inside, "Oh, dearest hubby hub, what have you brought for grub to me and the darling cub?" The Jackal winked a very big wink, and stealing in softly, stood at the doorway. Meanwhile Miss Crocodile, hearing him coming, held her breath and lay, shamming dead, like a big log. "Bless my stars!" cried Mr. Jackal, taking out his pocket handkerchief. "How very sad! Here's poor Miss Crocodile, stone dead, and all for love of me, dear, dear. Yet it is very odd, and I don't think she can be quite dead, for you know, dead folks always wag their tails." On this, Miss Crocodile began to wag her tail very gently, and Mr. Jackal ran off, roaring with laughter, and saying, "Oh-ho, oh-ho! So, dead folks always wag their tails." End of chapter 19.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirk Thomas, Atlanta, Georgia, November 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 20, The Jackal and the Iguana, by Flora Annie Steele. One moonlit night, a miserable, half-starved jackal, skulking through the village, found a worn-out pair of shoes in the gutter. They were too tough for him to eat, so, determined to make some use of them, he strung them to his ears like earrings, and, going down to the edge of the pond, gathered all the old bones he could find together and built a platform of them, plastering it over with mud. On this he sat in a dignified attitude, and when any animal came to the pond to drink, he cried out in a loud voice, "Hi, stop! You must not taste a drop till you have done homage to me." So repeat these verses which I have composed in honor of the occasion. Silver is his dais, plastered o'er with gold. In his ears are jewels. Some prince I must behold. Now, as most of the animals were very thirsty and in a great hurry to drink, they did not care to dispute the matter, but gabbled off the words without a second thought. Even the royal tiger, treating it as a jest, repeated the jackal's rhyme, in consequence of which the latter became quite a cock-a-hoop, and really began to believe he was a personage of great importance. By and by an iguana, or big lizard, came waddling down to the water, looking for all the world like a baby alligator. "Hi, you there!" sang out the jackal. "You mustn't drink until you have said, 'Silver is his dais, plastered o'er with gold. In his ears are jewels, some prince I must behold.'" "Poof, poof, poof!" gasped the iguana. "Mercy on us, how dry my throat is! Mightn't I have just a wee sip of water first, and then I could do justice to your admirable lines. At present I am as hoarse as a crow." "By all means," replied the jackal, with a gratified smirk. "I flatter myself the verses are good, especially when well recited." So the iguana, nose down in the water, drank away until the jackal began to think he would never leave off, and was quite taken aback when he finally came to an end of his draught and began to move away. "Hi, hi!" cried the jackal, recovering his presence of mind. "Stop a bit and say, 'Silver is his dais, plastered o'er with gold. In his ears are jewels, some prince I must behold.'" "Dear me," replied the iguana, politely, "I was very near forgetting. Let me see. I must try my voice first. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si. That is right. Now, how does it run? Silver is his dais, plastered o'er with gold. In his ears are jewels, some prince I must behold," repeated the jackal, not observing that the lizard was carefully edging farther and farther away. "Exactly so," returned the iguana. "I think I could say that." Whereupon he sang out at the top of his voice, "Bones made up his dais, with mud it's plastered o'er. Old shoes are his eardrops, a jackal, nothing more." And turning round, he bolted for his hole as hard as he could. The jackal could scarcely believe his ears, and sat dumb with astonishment. Then, rage lending him wings, he flew after the lizard, who, despite his short legs and scanty breath, put his best foot foremost, and scuttled away at a great rate. It was a near race, however, for just as he popped into his hole, the jackal caught him by the tail and held on. Then it was a case of pull butcher, pull baker, until the lizard made certain his tail must come off, and he felt as if his front teeth would come out. Still not an inch did either budge, one way or the other, and there they might have remained till the present day, had not the iguana called out, in his sweetest tones, "Friend, I give in. Just leave hold of my tail, will you? Then I can turn round and come out." Whereupon the jackal let go, and the tail disappeared up the hole in a twinkling, while all the reward the jackal got for digging away until his nails were nearly worn out was hearing the iguana sing softly, "Bones made up his dais, with mud it's plastered o'er. Old shoes are his eardrops, a jackal, nothing more." End of chapter 20. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Deborah Clark. Winnipeg, Canada, March 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 21, The Bear's Very Bad Bargain, by Flora Annie Steele. Once upon a time, a very old woodman lived with his very old wife in a tiny hut close to the orchard of a very rich man, so close that the boughs of a pear tree hung right over the cottage yard. Now it was agreed between the rich man and the woodman that if any of the fruit fell into the yard, the old couple were to be allowed to eat it. So you may imagine with what hungry eyes they watched the pears ripening, and prayed for a storm of wind, or a flock of flying foxes, or anything which would cause the fruit to fall. But nothing came, and the old wife, who was a grumbling, scolding old thing, declared they would infallibly become beggars. So she took to giving her husband nothing but dry bread to eat, and insisted on his working harder than ever, till the poor soul got quite thin, and all because the pears would not fall down. At last the woodman turned round and declared he would not work more unless his wife gave him kitchery for his dinner. So, with a very bad grace, the old woman took some rice and pulse, some butter and spices, and began to cook a savoury kitchery. What an appetizing smell it had, to be sure! The woodman was for gobbling it up as soon as ever it was ready. "No, no," cried the greedy old wife, "not until you have brought me another load of wood, and mind, it is a good one. You must work for your dinner." So the old man set off to the forest and began to hack and to hew with such a will that he soon had quite a large bundle, and with every faggot he cut he seemed to smell the savoury kitchery and think of the feast that was coming. Just then a bear came swinging by, with its great black nose tilted in the air, and its little keen eyes peering about, for bears, though good enough fellows on the whole, are just dreadfully inquisitive. "Peace be with you, friend," said the bear, "and what may you be going to do with that remarkably large bundle of wood?" "It is for my wife," returned the woodman. "The fact is," he added confidently, smacking his lips, "she has made such a kitchery for dinner, and if I bring a good bundle of wood she is pretty sure to give me a plentiful portion. Oh, my dear fellow, you should just smell that kitchery." At this the bear's mouth began to water, for like all bears he was a dreadful glutton. "Do you think your wife would give me some too if I brought her a bundle of wood?" he asked anxiously. "Perhaps, if it is a very big load," answered the woodman craftily. Would 400 weight be enough?" asked the bear. "I'm afraid not," returned the woodman, shaking his head. "You see, kitchery is an expensive dish to make. There is rice in it, and plenty of butter and pulse. Would 800 weight do?" "Say 1/2 ton, and it's a bargain," quoth the woodman. 1/2 ton is a large quantity," sighed the bear. "There's saffron in the kitchery," remarked the woodman casually. The bear licked his lips, and his little eyes twinkled with greed and delight. "Well, it's a bargain. Go home sharp and tell your wife to keep the kitchery hot. I'll be with you in a trice." Away went the woodman in great glee to tell his wife how the bear agreed to bring 1/2 ton of wood in return for a share of the kitchery. Now the wife could not help allowing that her husband had made a good bargain, but being by nature a grumbler, she was determined not to be pleased, so she began to scold the old man for not having settled exactly the share the bear was to have. "For," said she, "he will gobble up the potful before we have finished our first helping." On this the woodman became quite pale. "In that case," he said, "we had better begin now and have a fair start." So, without more ado, they squatted down on the floor with the brass pot full of kitchery between them, and began to eat as fast as they could. "Remember to leave some for the bear, wife," said the woodman, speaking with his mouth crammed full. "Certainly, certainly," she replied, helping herself to another handful. "My dear," cried the old woman in her turn, with her mouth so full she could hardly speak, "remember the poor bear." "Certainly, certainly, my love," returned the old man, taking another mouthful. So it went on until there was not a single grain left in the pot. "What is to be done now?" said the Woodman. "It is all your fault, wife, for eating so much." "My fault!" retorted his wife scornfully. "Why, you ate twice as much as I did." "No, I didn't." "Yes, you did. Men always eat more than women." "No, they don't." "Yes, they do." "Well, it's no use quarreling about it now," said the Woodman. "The Khichri's all gone, and the bear will be furious." "That wouldn't matter much if we could get the wood," said the greedy old woman. "I'll tell you what we must do. We must lock up everything there is to eat in the house, leave the Khichri pot by the fire, and hide in the garret. When the bear comes, he will think we have gone out and left his dinner for him. Then he will throw down his bundle and come in. Of course he will rampage a little when he finds the pot is empty, but he can't do much mischief, and I don't think he'll take the trouble of carrying the wood away." So they made haste to lock up all the food and hide themselves in the garret. Meanwhile the bear had been toiling and moiling away at his bundle of wood, which took him much longer to collect than he expected. However, at last he arrived, quite exhausted, at the woodcutter's cottage. Seeing the brass Khichri pot by the fire, he threw down his load and went in. And then, mercy, wasn't he angry when he found nothing in it, not even a grain of rice, nor a tiny wee bit of pulse, but only a smell that was so uncommonly nice that he actually cried with rage and disappointment. He flew into the most dreadful temper, but though he turned the house topsy-turvy, he could not find a morsel of food. Finally he declared he would take the wood away again, but, as the crafty old woman had imagined, when he came to the task he did not care, even for the sake of revenge, to carry so heavy a burden. "I won't go away empty-handed," he said to himself, seizing the Khichri pot. "If I can't get the taste, I'll have the smell." Now, as he left the cottage, he caught sight of the beautiful golden pears hanging over into the yard. His mouth began to water at once, for he was desperately hungry, and the pears were the best of the season. In a trice he was on the wall, up the tree, and gathering the biggest, ripest ones he could find, and was just putting them into his mouth when a thought struck him. "If I take these pears home, I shall be able to sell them for ever so much to the other bears, and then with the money I shall be able to buy some Khichri. Ha ha! I shall have the best of the bargain after all." So saying, he began to gather the ripe pears as fast as he could and put them in the Khichri pot. But whenever he came to an unripe one, he would shake his head and say, "No one would buy that, yet it is a pity to waste it." So he would pop it into his mouth and eat it, making very wry faces, as if it were very sour. Now all this time the woodman's wife had been watching the bear through a crevice, and holding her breath for fear of discovery. But at last, what with being asthmatic and having a cold in her head, she could hold it no longer, and just as the Khichri pot was quite full of golden ripe pears, out she came with the most tremendous sneeze you ever heard. "Achoo!" The bear, thinking someone had fired a gun at him, dropped the Khichri pot into the cottage yard and fled into the forest as fast as his legs would carry him. So the woodman and his wife got the Khichri, the wood, and the coveted pears, but the poor bear got nothing but a very bad stomachache from eating unripe fruit. End of chapter 21.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, March 2006. The Junior Classics Volume 1 by William Patton. Chapter 22. The Thief and the Fox by Ramaswamy Raju. A man tied his horse to a tree and went into an inn. a thief hid the horse in a wood, and stood near the tree as if he had not done it. "Did you see my horse?" said the man. "Yes," said the thief, "I saw the tree eat up your horse." "How could the tree eat up my horse?" said the man. "Why, it did so," said the thief. The two went to a fox and told him of the case. The fox said, "I am dull. All last night the sea was on fire. I had to throw a great deal of hay into it to quench the flames. So come tomorrow I shall hear your case." "Oh, you lie," said the thief. "How could the sea burn? How could hay quench the flames?" "Oh, you lie," said the fox with a loud laugh. "How could a tree eat up a horse?" The thief saw that his lie had no legs, and gave the man his horse. End of chapter 22.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 23, The Farmer and the Fox, by Ramaswamy Raju. A farmer was returning from a fair which he had attended the previous day at a neighboring market town. He had a quantity of poultry which he had purchased. A fox observed this, and approaching the farmer, said, "Good morning, my friend." "What cheer, old fellow?" said the farmer. "I am just coming from the wood through which you mean to go with your poultry. A band of highwaymen has been tarrying there since daybreak." "Then what shall I do?" said the farmer. "Why," said the fox, "if I were you, I should stay here a while, and after breakfast enter the wood, for by that time the robbers will have left the place." "So be it," said the farmer, and had a hearty breakfast, with Reynard for his guest. They kept drinking for a long time. Reynard appeared to have lost his wits. He stood up and played the drunkard to perfection. The farmer, who highly admired the pranks of his guest, roared with laughter, and gradually fell into a deep slumber. It was some time after noon when he awoke. To his dismay, he found that the fox was gone, and that the poultry had all disappeared. "Alas," said the farmer, as he trudged on his way home with a heavy heart, "I thought the old rogue was quite drowned in liquor, but I now see it was all a pretence. One must indeed be very sober to play the drunkard to perfection." End of chapter 23.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox and the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, March 2006. The Junior Classics Volume 1 by William Patten. Chapter 24, The Fools and the Drum by Ramaswamy Raju. Two fools heard a drum sounding, and said to themselves, "There is someone inside it who makes the noise." So, watching a moment, when the drummer was out, they pierced a hole in each side of it, and pushed their hands in. Each felt the hand of the other within the drum, and exclaimed, "I have caught him!" Then one said to the other, "Brother, the fellow seems to be a stubborn knave. Come what will, we should not give in." "Not an inch, brother," said the other. So they kept pulling each other's hand, fancying it was the man in the drum. The drummer came up, and finding them in such an awkward plight, showed them with his fist who the man in the drum really was. But as his fine drum was ruined, he said with a sigh, "Alas, fools have fancies with a triple wing." End of chapter 24. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, March 2006. The Junior Classics Volume 1 by William Patten. Chapter 25, The Lion and the Goat by Ramaswamy Raju. A lion was eating up one after another the animals of a certain country. One day an old goat said, "We must put a stop to this. I have a plan by which he may be sent away from this part of the country." "Pray act up to it at once," said the other animals. The old goat laid himself down in a cave on the roadside, with his flowing beard and long curved horns. The lion, on his way to the village, saw him, and stopped at the mouth of the cave. "So you have come after all," said the goat. "What do you mean?" said the lion. "Why, I have long been lying in this cave. I have eaten up 100 elephants, 100 tigers, 1,000 wolves, and 99 lions. One more lion has been wanting. I have waited long and patiently. Heaven has, after all, been kind to me," said the goat, and shook his horns and his beard, and made a start as if he were about to spring upon the lion. The latter said to himself, "This animal looks like a goat, but it does not talk like one. So it is very likely some wicked spirit in this shape. Prudence often serves us better than valor, so for the present I shall return to the wood." And he turned back. The goat rose up and, advancing to the mouth of the cave, said, "Will you come back tomorrow?" "Never again," said the lion. "Do you think I shall be able to see you at least in the wood tomorrow?" "Neither in the wood nor in this neighborhood any more," said the lion, and running to the forest soon left it with his kindred. The animals in the country, not hearing him roar any more, gathered round the goat and said, "The wisdom of one doth save a host." End of chapter 25. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox and the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, March 2006. The Junior Classics Volume 1 by William Patton. Chapter 26, The Glowworm and the Jackdaw by Ramaswamy Raju. Jackdaw once ran up to a glowworm and was about to seize him. "Wait a moment, good friend," said the worm, "and you shall hear something to your advantage." "Ah, what is it?" said the daw. "I am but one of the many glowworms that live in this forest. If you wish to have them all, follow me," said the glowworm. "Certainly," said the daw. Then the glowworm led him to a place in the wood where a fire had been kindled by some woodmen, and pointing to the sparks flying about, said, "There you find the glowworms warming themselves round a fire. When you have done with them, I shall show you some more at a distance from this place." The daw darted at the sparks and tried to swallow some of them, but his mouth being burned by the attempt, he ran away, exclaiming, "Ah, the glowworm is a dangerous little creature." End of chapter 26.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patton. Chapter 27, The Camel and the Pig by Ramaswamy Raju. A camel said, "Nothing like being tall. Look how tall I am." A pig, who heard these words, said, "Nothing like being short. Look how short I am." The camel said, "Well, if I fail to prove the truth of what I said, I shall give up my hump." The pig said, "If I fail to prove the truth of what I have said, I shall give up my snout." "Agreed," said the camel. "Just so," said the pig. They came to a garden, enclosed by a low wall without any opening. The camel stood on this side of the wall, and reaching the plants within by means of his long neck, made a breakfast on them. Then he turned jeeringly to the pig, who had been standing at the bottom of the wall without even having a look at the good things in the garden, and said, "Now, would you be tall or short?" Next they came to a garden enclosed by a high wall, with a wicket gate at one end. The pig entered by the gate, and after having eaten his fill of the vegetables within, came out, laughing at the poor camel, who had to stay outside because he was too tall to enter the garden by the gate, and said, "Now, would you be tall or short?" Then they thought the matter over, and came to the conclusion that the camel should keep his hump and the pig his snout, observing, "Tall is good, where tall would do; of short, again, 'tis also true." End of chapter 27.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, March 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patten. Chapter 28, The Dog and the Dog Dealer by Ramaswami Raju. A dog was standing by the cottage of a peasant. A man who dealt in dogs passed by the way. The dog said, "Will you buy me?" The man said, "Oh, you ugly little thing! I would not give a quarter of a penny for you." Then the dog went to the palace of the king and stood by the portal. The sentinel caressed it and said, "You are a charming little creature." Just then the dog dealer came by. The dog said, "Will you buy me?" "Oh," said the man, "you guard the palace of the king, who must have paid a high price for you. I cannot afford to pay the amount, else I would willingly take you." "Ah," said the dog, "how place and position affect people." End of chapter 28. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, March 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patten. Chapter 29, The Tiger, the Fox, and the Hunters by Ramaswami Raju. A fox was once caught in a trap. A hungry tiger saw him and said, "So you are here." "Only on your account," said the fox in a whisper. "How so?" said the tiger. "Why, you were complaining that you could not get men to eat, so I got into this net today that you may have the men when they come to take me," said the fox, and gave a hint that if he would wait a while in a thicket close by, he would point out the men to him. "May I depend upon your word?" said the tiger. "Certainly," said the fox. The hunters came and, seeing the fox in the net, said, "So you are here." "Only on your account," said the fox in a whisper. "How so?" said the men. "Why, you were complaining you could not get at the tiger that has been devouring your cattle. I got into this net today that you may have him. As I expected, he came to eat me up, and is in yonder thicket," said the fox, and gave a hint that if they would take him out of the trap, he would point out the tiger. "May we depend upon your word?" said the men. "Certainly," said the fox, while the men went with him in a circle to see that he did not escape. Then the fox said to the tiger and the men, "Sir Tiger, here are the men. Gentlemen, here is the tiger." The men left the fox and turned to the tiger. The former beat a hasty retreat to the wood, saying, "I have kept my promise to both. Now you may settle it between yourselves." The tiger exclaimed, when it was too late, "Alas, what art for a double part!" End of chapter 29.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patten. Chapter 30, The Sea, the Fox, and the Wolf by Ramaswami Raju. A fox that lived by the seashore once met a wolf that had never seen the sea. The wolf said, "What is the sea?" "It is a great piece of water by my dwelling," said the Fox. "Is it under your control?" said the Wolf. "Certainly," said the Fox. "Will you show me the sea, then?" said the Wolf. "With pleasure," said the Fox. So the Fox led the Wolf to the sea, and said to the waves, "Now go back." They went back. "Now come up." And they came up. Then the Fox said to the waves, "My friend the Wolf has come to see you, so you will come up and go back till I bid you stop." And the Wolf saw with wonder the waves coming up and going back. He said to the Fox, "May I go into the sea?" "As far as you would like. Don't be afraid, for at a word the sea would go or come as I bid, as you have already seen." The Wolf believed the Fox, and followed the waves rather far from the shore. A great wave soon upset him, and threw his carcass on the shore. The Fox made a hearty breakfast on it. End of chapter 30. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 31, The Fox in the Well, by Ramaswamy Raju. A fox fell into a well, and was holding hard to some roots at the side of it, just above the water. A Fox who was passing by saw him, and said, "Hello, Reynard! After all you have fallen into a well." "But not without a purpose, and not without the means of getting out of it," said the Fox. "What do you mean?" said the Wolf. "Why," said the Fox, "there is a drought all over the country now, and the water in this well is the only means of appeasing the thirst of the thousands that live in this neighborhood. They held a meeting, and requested me to keep the water from going down lower, so I am holding it up for the public good." "What will be your reward?" said the Wolf. "They will give me a pension, and save me the trouble of going about every day in quest of food, not to speak of innumerable other privileges that will be granted me. Further, I am not to stay here all day. I have asked a kinsman of mine, to whom I have communicated the secret of holding up the water, to relieve me from time to time. Of course he will also get a pension and have other privileges. I expect him here shortly." "Ah, Reynard, may I relieve you then? May I hope to get a pension and other privileges? You know what a sad lot is mine, especially in winter." "Certainly," said the Fox, "but you must get a long rope that I may come up and let you in." So the Wolf got a rope. Up came the Fox, and down went the Wolf, when the former observed with a laugh, "My dear sir, you may remain there till doomsday, or till the owner of the well throws up your carcass," and left the place. End of chapter 31.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Corey Samuel, February 2007. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patten, Chapter 32, Ashiepattle and His Goodly Crew, by P.C. Asbjørnsen. Once upon a time there was a king, and this king had heard about a ship which went just as fast by land as by water, and as he wished to have one like it, he promised his daughter and half the kingdom to anyone who could build one for him. And this was given out at every church all over the country. There were many who tried, as you can imagine, for they thought it would be a nice thing to have half the kingdom, and the princess wouldn't be a bad thing into the bargain. But they all fared badly. Now, there were 3 brothers, who lived far away on the borders of a forest. The eldest was called Peter, the second Paul, and the youngest Espen Ashiepattle, because he always sat in the hearth, raking and digging in the ashes. It so happened that Ashiepattle was at church on the Sunday when the proclamation about the ship which the king wanted was read. When he came home and told his family, Peter, the eldest, asked his mother to get some food ready for him, for now he was going away to try if he could build the ship and win the princess and half the kingdom. When the bag was ready, he set out. On the way, he met an old man who was very crooked and decrepit. "Where are you going?" said the man. "I'm going into the forest to make a trough for my father. He doesn't like to eat at table in our company," said Peter. "Trough it shall be," said the man. "What have you got in that bag of yours?" he added. "Stones," said Peter. "Stones it shall be," said the man. Peter then went into the forest and began to cut and chop away at the trees and work away as hard as he could, but in spite of all his cutting and chopping he could only turn out troughs. Towards dinner time he wanted something to eat, and opened his bag, but there was not a crumb of food in it. As he had nothing to live upon, and as he did not turn out anything but troughs, he became tired of the work, took his axe and bag on his shoulder, and went home to his mother. Paul then wanted to set out to try his luck at building the ship and winning the princess and half the kingdom. He asked his mother for provisions, and when the bag was ready he threw it over his shoulder and went on his way to the forest. On the road he met the old man, who was very crooked and decrepit. "Where are you going?" said the man. "Oh, I'm going into the forest to make a trough for our sucking pig," said Paul. "Pig trough it shall be," said the man. "What have you got in that bag of yours?" added the man. "Stones," said Paul. "Stones it shall be," said the man. Paul then began felling trees and working away as hard as he could, but no matter how he cut and how he worked, he could only turn out pig troughs. He did not give in, however, but worked away till far into the afternoon before he thought of taking any food. Then all at once he became hungry and opened his bag, but not a crumb could he find. Paul became so angry he turned the bag inside out and struck it against the stump of a tree. Then he took his axe, went out of the forest, and set off homeward. As soon as Paul returned, Ashiepattle wanted to set out and asked his mother for a bag of food. "Perhaps I can manage to build the ship and win the princess and half the kingdom," said he. "Well, I never heard the like," said his mother. "Are you likely to win the princess, you who never do anything but root and dig in the ashes? No, you shan't have any bag with food." Ashiepattle did not give in, however, but he prayed and begged till he got leave to go. He did not get any food, not he, but he stole a couple of oatmeal cakes and some flat beer and set out. When he had walked a while he met the same old man, who was so crooked and tattered and decrepit. "Where are you going?" said the man. "Oh, I was going into the forest to try if it were possible to build a ship which can go as fast by land as by water," said Ashiepattle, "for the king has given out that anyone who can build such a ship shall have the princess and half the kingdom." "What have you got in that bag of yours?" said the man. "Not much worth talking about. There ought to be a little food in it," answered Ashiepattle. "If you'll give me a little of it, I'll help you," said the man. "With all my heart," said Ashiepattle, "but there is nothing but some oatmeal cakes and a drop of flat beer." It didn't matter what it was, the man said. If he only got some of it he would be sure to help Ashiepattle. When they came up to an old oak in the wood, the man said to the lad, "Now you must cut off a chip, then put it back again in exactly the same place, and when you have done that you can lie down and go to sleep." Ashiepattle did as he was told, and then lay down to sleep, and in his sleep he thought he heard somebody cutting and hammering and sawing and carpentering, but he could not wake up till the man called him. Then the ship stood quite finished by the side of the oak. "Now you must go on board, and everyone you meet you must take with you," said the man. Espen Ashiepattle thanked him for the ship, said he would do so, then sailed away. When he had sailed some distance, he came to a long, thin tramp, who was lying near some rocks, eating stones. "What sort of fellow are you, that you lie there eating stones?" asked Ashiepattle. The tramp said he was so fond of meat he could never get enough, therefore he was obliged to eat stones, and then he asked if he might go with him in the ship. "If you want to go with us, you must make haste and get on board," said Ashiepattle. Yes, that he would, but he must take with him some large stones for food. When they had sailed some distance, they met one who was lying on the side of a sunny hill, sucking at a bung. "Who are you?" said Ashiepattle, "and what is the good of lying there sucking that bung?" "Oh, when one hasn't got the barrel, one must be satisfied with the bung," said the man. "I'm always so thirsty, I can never get enough beer and wine." And then he asked for leave to go with him in the ship. "If you want to go with me, you must make haste and get on board," said Ashiepattle. Yes, that he would, and so he went on board and took the bung with him to allay his thirst. When they had sailed a while again, they met one who was lying with his ear to the ground, listening. "Who are you, and what is the good of lying there on the ground listening?" said Ashiepattle. "I'm listening to the grass, for I have such good ears that I can hear the grass growing," said the man, and then he asked leave to go with him in the ship. Ashiepattle could not say nay to that, so he said, "If you want to go with me, you must make haste and get on board." Yes, the man would, and he also went on board. When they had sailed some distance, they came to one who was standing taking aim with a gun. "Who are you, and what is the good of standing there aiming like that?" asked Ashiepattle. So the man said, "I have such good eyes that I can hit anything, right to the end of the world." And then he asked for leave to go with him in the ship. "If you want to go with me, you must make haste and get on board," said Ashiepattle. Yes, that he would, and he went on board. When they had sailed some distance again, they came to one who was hopping and limping about on one leg, and on the other he had 7 ton weights. "Who are you?" said Ashiepattle, "and what is the good of hopping and limping about on one leg with 7 ton weights on the other?" "I am so light," said the man, "that if I walked on both my legs, I should get to the end of the world in less than 5 minutes." And then he asked for leave to go with him in the ship. "If you want to go with us, you must make haste and get on board," said Ashiepattle. Yes, that he would, and so he joined Ashiepattle and his crew on the ship. When they had sailed on some distance, they met one who was standing, holding his hand to his mouth. "Who are you?" said Ashiepattle, "and what is the good of standing there holding your mouth like that?" "Oh, I have 7 summers and 15 winters in my body," said the man, "so I think I ought to keep my mouth shut, for if they get out all at the same time they would finish off the world altogether." And then he asked for leave to go with him in the ship. "If you want to go with us, you must make haste and get on board," said Ashiepattle. Yes, that he would, and then he joined the others on the ship. When they had sailed a long time, they came to the king's palace. Ashiepattle went straight into the king, and said the ship stood ready in the courtyard outside, and now he wanted the princess, as the king had promised. The king did not like this very much, for Ashiepattle did not cut a very fine figure. He was black and sooty, and the king did not care to give his daughter to such a tramp, so he told Ashiepattle that he would have to wait a little. "But you can have her all the same, if by this time tomorrow you can empty my storehouse of 300 barrels of meat," said the king. "I suppose I must try," said Ashiepattle, "but perhaps you don't mind my taking one of my crew with me?" "Yes, you can do that, and take all 6 if you like," said the king, for he was quite sure that even if Ashiepattle took 600 with him, it would be impossible. So Ashiepattle took with him the one who ate stones and always hungered after meat. When they came next morning and opened the storehouse, they found he had eaten all the meat, except 6 small legs of mutton, one for each of his companions. Ashiepattle then went to the king and said the storehouse was empty, and he supposed he could now have the princess. The king went into the storehouse, and sure enough it was quite empty. But Ashiepattle was still black and sooty, and the king thought it was really too bad that such a tramp should have his daughter. So he said he had a cellar full of beer and old wine, 300 barrels of each kind, which he would have him drink first. "I don't mind your having my daughter, if you can drink them up by this time tomorrow," said the king. "I suppose I must try," said Ashiepattle, "but perhaps you don't mind my taking one of my crew with me." "Yes, you may do that," said the king, for he was quite sure there was too much beer and wine even for all 7 of them. Ashiepattle took with him the one who was always sucking the bung and was always thirsty, and the king then shut them down in the cellar. There the thirsty one drank barrel after barrel, as long as there was any left, but in the last barrel he left a couple of pints to each of his companions. In the morning the cellar was opened, and Ashiepattle went at once to the king and said he had finished the beer and wine, and now he supposed he could have the princess, as the king had promised. "Well, first I must go down to the cellar and see," said the king, for he could not believe it. But when he got there he found nothing but empty barrels. But Ashiepattle was both black and sooty, and the king thought it wouldn't do for him to have such a son-in-law. So he said that if Ashiepattle could get water from the end of the world in 10 minutes for the princess's tea, he could have both her and half the kingdom, for he thought that task would be quite impossible. "I suppose I must try," said Ashiepattle, and sent for the one of his crew who jumped about on one leg and had 7-ton weights on the other, and told him he must take off the weights and use his legs as quickly as he could, for he must have water from the end of the world for the princess's tea in 10 minutes. So he took off the weights, got a bucket and set off, and the next moment he was out of sight. But they waited and waited, and still he did not return. At last it wanted but 3 minutes to the time, and the king became as pleased as if he had won a big wager. Then Ashiepattle called the one who could hear the grass grow, and told him to listen and find out what had become of their companion. "He has fallen asleep at the well," said he who could hear the grass grow. "I can hear him snoring, and a troll is scratching his head." Ashiepattle then called the one who could shoot to the end of the world, and told him to send a bullet into the troll. He did so, and hit the troll right in the eye. The troll gave such a yell that he woke the man who had come to fetch the water for the tea, and when he returned to the palace there was still 1 minute left out of the 10. Ashiepattle went straight to the king and said, "Here is the water," and now he supposed he could have the princess, for surely the king would not make any more fuss about it now. But the king thought that Ashiepattle was still just as black and sooty as ever, and did not like to have him for a son-in-law. So he said he had 300 fathoms of wood, with which he was going to dry corn in the bakehouse, and he wouldn't mind Ashiepattle having his daughter if he would first sit in the bakehouse and burn all the wood. He should then have the princess, and that without fail. "I suppose I must try," said Ashiepattle, "but perhaps you don't mind my taking one of my crew with me." "Oh no, you can take all 6," said the king, for he thought it would be warm enough for all of them. Ashiepattle took with him the one who had 15 winters and 7 summers in his body, and in the evening he went across to the bakehouse, but the king had piled up so much wood on the fire that you might almost have melted iron in the room. They could not get out of it, for no sooner were they inside than the king fastened the bolt and put a couple of padlocks on the door besides. Ashiepattle then said to his companion, You had better let out 6 or 7 winters, so that we may get something like summer weather here." They were then just able to exist, but during the night it got cold again, and Ashiepattle then told the man to let out a couple of summers, and so they slept far into the next day. But when they heard the king outside, Ashiepattle said, "You must let out a couple more winters, but you must manage it so that the last winter you let out strikes the king right in the face." He did so, and when the king opened the door, expecting to find Ashiepattle and his companion burned to cinders, he saw them huddling together and shivering with cold till their teeth chattered. The same instant, Ashiepattle's companion, with the 15 winters in his body, let loose the last one right in the king's face, which swelled up into a big chilblain. "Can I have the princess now?" asked Ashiepattle. "Yes, take her and keep her, and the kingdom into the bargain," said the king, who dared not refuse any longer. And so the wedding took place, and they feasted and made merry and fired off guns and powder. While the people were running about searching for wadding for their guns, they took me instead, gave me some porridge in a bottle and some milk in a basket, and fired me right across here so that I could tell you how it all happened. End of chapter 32.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, March 2006. The Junior Classics Volume 1 by William Patton. Chapter 33. The Squire's Bride by P.C. Asbjornsen. Once upon a time there was a rich squire who owned a large farm, and had plenty of silver at the bottom of his chest, and money in the bank besides. But he felt that there was something wanting, for he was a widower. One day the daughter of a neighboring farmer was working for him in the hayfield. The squire saw her, and liked her very much, and as she was the child of poor parents, he thought if he only hinted that he wanted her, she would be ready to marry him at once. So he told her that he had been thinking of getting married again. "Aye, one may think of many things," said the girl, laughing slyly. In her opinion, the old fellow ought to be thinking of something that behooved him better than getting married. "Well, you see, I thought that you should be my wife." "No, thank you all the same," said she. "That's not at all likely." The squire was not accustomed to be gainsaid, and the more she refused him, the more determined he was to get her. But as he made no progress in her favor, he sent for her father, and told him that if he could arrange the matter with his daughter, he would forgive him the money he had lent him, and he would also give him the piece of land which lay close to his meadow into the bargain. "Yes, you may be sure I'll bring my daughter to her senses," said the father. "She is only a child, and she doesn't know what's best for her." But all his coaxing and talking did not help matters. She would not have the squire, she said, if he sat buried in gold up to his ears. The squire waited day after day, but at last he became so angry and impatient that he told the father, if he expected him to stand by his promise, he would have to put his foot down and settle the matter now, for he would not wait any longer. The man knew no other way out of it but to let the squire get everything ready for the wedding, and when the parson and the wedding guests had arrived, the squire should send for the girl as if she were wanted for some work on the farm. When she arrived, she would have to be married right away, so that she would have no time to think it over. The squire thought this was well and good, and so he began brewing and baking and getting ready for the wedding in grand style. When the guests had arrived, the squire called one of his farm lads, and told him to run down to his neighbor and ask him to send him what he had promised. "But if you are not back in a twinkling," he said, shaking his fist at him, He did not say more, for the lad ran off as if he had been shot at. "My master has sent me to ask for that you promised him," said the lad, when he got to the neighbor. "But there is no time to be lost, for he is terribly busy today." "Yes, yes, run down into the meadow and take her with you. There she goes," answered the neighbor. The lad ran off, and when he came to the meadow he found the daughter there raking the hay. "I am to fetch what your father has promised my master," said the lad. "Aha!" thought she, "is that what they are up to?" "Ah, indeed," she said. "I suppose it's that little bay mare of ours. You had better go and take her. She stands there tethered on the other side of the pea field," said the girl. The boy jumped on the back of the bay mare and rode home at full gallop. "Have you got her with you?" asked the squire. "She is down at the door," said the lad. "Take her up to the room my mother had," said the squire. "But, master, how can that be managed?" said the lad. "You must just do as I tell you," said the squire. "If you cannot manage her alone, you must get the men to help you," for he thought the girl might turn obstreperous. When the lad saw his master's face, he knew it would be no use to gainsay him, so he went and got all the farm tenants who were there to help him. Some pulled at the head and the forelegs of the mare, and others pushed from behind, and at last they got her up the stairs and into the room. There lay all the wedding finery ready. "Whew! Now that's done, master," said the lad. "Oh, but it was a terrible job. It was the worst I have ever had here on the farm." "Never mind, you shall not have done it for nothing," said his master. "Now send the women up to dress her." But I say, master," said the lad. "None of your talk," said the squire. "Tell them they must dress her, and mind and not forget either wreath or crown." The lad ran into the kitchen. "Look here, lasses," he said. "You must go upstairs and dress up the bay mare as a bride. I expect the master wants to give the guests a laugh." The women dressed the bay mare in everything that was there, and then the lad went and told his master that now she was ready dressed, with wreath and crown and all. "Very well, bring her down," said the squire. "I will receive her myself at the door," said he. There was a terrible clatter on the stairs, for that bride, you know, had no silken shoes on. When the door was opened and the squire's bride entered the parlor, you can imagine there was a good deal of tittering and grinning. And as for the squire, you may be sure he had had enough of that bride, and they say he never went courting again. End of chapter 33.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Julian Jameson. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 34. The Doll in the Grass, by P.C. Asbjornsen. Once upon a time there was a king who had 12 sons. When they were grown up, he told them they must go out into the world and find themselves wives, who must all be able to spin and weave and make a shirt in one day, else he would not have them for daughters-in-law. He gave each of his sons a horse and a new set of armor, and so they set out in the world to look for wives. When they had travelled a bit on the way, they said they would not take Ashiepattle with them, for he was good for nothing. Ashiepattle must stop behind, there was no help for it. He did not know what he should do or which way he should turn. He became so sad that he got off the horse and sat down on the grass and began to cry. When he had sat a while, one of the tussocks among the grass began to move, and out of it came a small white figure. As it came nearer, Ashiepattle saw that it was a beautiful little girl, but she was so tiny, so very, very tiny. She went up to him and asked him if he would come below and pay a visit to the doll in the grass. Yes, that he would, and so he did. When he came down below, the doll in the grass was sitting in a chair dressed very finely and looking still more beautiful. she asked Ashiepattle where he was going and what was his errand. He told her they were 12 brothers, and that the king had given them each a horse and a suit of armor, and told them to go out in the world and find themselves wives, but they must all be able to spin and weave and make a shirt in a day. "If you can do that and will become my wife, I will not travel any farther," said Ashiepattle to the doll in the grass. Yes, that she would, and she set to work at once to get the shirt spun, woven, and made, but it was so tiny, so very, very tiny, no bigger than so. Ashiepattle then returned home, taking the shirt with him, but when he brought it out he felt very shy because it was so small. But the king said he could have her for all that, and you can imagine how happy and joyful Ashiepattle became. The road did not seem long to him as he set out to fetch his little sweetheart. When he came to the doll in the grass, he wanted her to sit with him on his horse. But no, that she wouldn't. She said she would sit and drive in a silver spoon, and she had 2 small white horses which would draw her. So they set out, he on his horse, and she in the silver spoon, and the horses which drew her were 2 small white mice. Ashiepattle always kept to one side of the road, for he was so afraid he should ride over her. She was so very, very tiny. When they had travelled a bit on the way, they came to a large lake. There Ashiepattle's horse took fright, and shied over to the other side of the road, and upset the spoon, so that the doll in the grass fell into the water. Ashiepattle became very sad, for he did not know how he should get her out again. But after a while a merman brought her up. But now she had become just as big as any other grown-up being, and was much more beautiful than she was before. So he placed her in front of him on the horse, and rode home. When Ashiepattle got there, all his brothers had also returned, each with a sweetheart. But they were so ugly and ill-favoured and bad-tempered that they had come to blows with their sweethearts on their way home. On their heads they had hats which were painted with tar and soot, and this had run from their hats down their faces, so that they were still uglier and more ill-favoured to behold. When the brothers saw Ashiepattle's sweetheart, they all became envious of him, but the king was so pleased with Ashiepattle and his sweetheart that he drove all the others away, and so Ashiepattle was married to the doll in the grass, and afterward they lived happy and comfortable for a long, long while, and if they are not dead, they must be still alive. End of chapter 34.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean McGahey, Midland, Ontario, Canada. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 35, The Bear and the Fox, by P.C. Asbjornsen. Once upon a time there was a bear who sat on a sunny hillside taking a nap. Just then a fox came slinking by and saw him. "Aha! I have caught you napping, grandfather. See if I don't play you a trick this time," said Reynard to himself. He then found 3 wood mice and laid them on a stump of a tree just under the bear's nose. "Boo, Bruin! Peter the Hunter is just behind that stump," shouted the fox right into the bear's ear, and then took to his heels and made off into the wood. The bear woke at once, and when he saw the 3 mice he became so angry that he lifted his paw and was just going to strike them, for he thought it was they who had shouted in his ear. But just then he saw Reynard's tail between the bushes, and he set off at such a speed that the branches crackled under him, and Bruin was soon so close upon Reynard that he caught him by the right hind leg, just as he was running into a hole under a pine tree. Reynard was now in a fix, but he was not to be outwitted, and he cried, "Slip pine root, grip fox foot!" And so the bear let go his hold. But the fox laughed far down in the hole and said, I sold you that time also, grandfather. Out of sight is not out of mind, said the bear, who was in a fine fury. The other morning, when Bruin came trudging across the moor with a fat pig, Master Reynard was lying on a stone by the moorside. "Good day, grandfather," said the fox. "What nice thing have you got there?" "Pork," said the bear. "I have got something tasty as well," said the fox. "What's that?" said the bear. "It's the biggest bee's nest I ever found," said Reynard. "Ah, indeed!" said the bear, grinning, and his mouth began to water. He thought a little honey would be so nice. "Shall we change victuals?" he said. "No, I won't do that," said Reynard. But they made a wager about naming 3 kinds of trees. If the fox could say them quicker than the bear, he was to have 1 bite at the pig; but if the bear could say them quicker, he was to have 1 suck at the bee's nest. The bear thought he would be able to suck all the honey up in 1 gulp. "Well," said the fox, "that's all well and good, but if I win you must promise to tear off the bristles where I want to have a bite," he said. "Well, I suppose I must, since you are too lazy yourself," said the bear. Then they began to name the trees. "Spruce, fir, pine," growled the bear. His voice was very gruff. But these were only different names of 1 kind of tree. "Ash, aspen, oak," screeched the fox, so that the forest resounded. He had thus won the bet, and so he jumped down, took the heart out of the pig at 1 bite, and tried to run off. But the bear was angry, because he had taken the best bit of the whole pig, and seized hold of him by his tail, and held him fast. "Just wait a bit," said the bear, who was furious. "Never mind, grandfather, if you'll let me go, you shall have a taste of my honey," said the fox. When the bear heard this, he let go his hold, and the fox jumped up on the stone after the honey. "Over this nest," said Reynard, "I'll put a leaf, and in the leaf there is a hole, through which you can suck the honey." He then put the nest right up under the bear's nose, pulled away the leaf, jumped onto the stone, and began grinning and laughing, for there was neither honey nor honeycomb in the nest. It was a wasp's nest, as big as a man's head, full of wasps, and out they swarmed and stung the bear in his eyes and ears, and on his mouth and snout. He had so much to do with scratching them off him that he had no time to think of Reynard. Ever since, the bear has been afraid of wasps. Once the fox and the bear made up their minds to have a field in common. They found a small clearing far away in the forest, where they sowed corn the first year. "Now we must share and share alike," said Reynard. "If you will have the roots, I will have the tops," he said. Yes, Bruin was quite willing, but when they had thrashed the crop, the fox got all the corn, while the bear got nothing but the roots and tares. Bruin didn't like this, but the fox said it was only as they had agreed. "This year I am the gainer," said the fox. "Another year it will be your turn. You can have the tops, and I will be satisfied with the roots." Next spring the fox asked the bear if he didn't think turnips would be the right thing for that year. "Yes, that's better food than corn," said the bear, and the fox thought the same. When the autumn came, the fox took the turnips, but the bear got only the tops. The bear then became so angry that he parted company then and there with Reynard. One day the bear was lying eating a horse which he had killed. Reynard was about again, and came slinking along, his mouth watering for a tasty bit of horse flesh. He sneaked in and out and round about till he came up behind the bear, when he made a spring to the other side of the carcass, snatching a piece as he jumped across. The bear was not slow either. He made a dash after Reynard and caught the tip of his red tail in his paw. Since that time the fox has always had a white tip to his tail. "Wait a bit, Reynard, and come here," said the bear, and I'll teach you how to catch horses." Yes, Reynard was quite willing to learn that, but he didn't trust himself too near the bear. "When you see a horse lying asleep in a sunny place," said the bear, "you must tie yourself fast with the hair of his tail to your brush, then fasten your teeth in his thigh," he said. Before long the fox found a horse lying asleep on a sunny hillside, and so he did as the bear had told him. He nodded and tied himself well to the horse with the hair of the tail, and then fastened his teeth into his thigh. Up jumped the horse and began to kick and gallop, so that Reynard was dashed against stock and stone, and was so bruised and battered that he nearly lost his senses. All at once a hare rushed by. "Where are you off to in such a hurry, Reynard?" said the hare. "I'm having a ride, Bunny," said the fox. The hare sat up on his hind legs and laughed till the sides of his mouth split right up to his ears, at the thought of Reynard having such a grand ride. But since then the fox has never thought of catching horses again. That time it was Bruin who for once had the better of Reynard. Otherwise they say that the bear is as simple-minded as the trolls. End of chapter 35.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Michael Carnwright, Albuquerque, New Mexico, October 2006. www.geocities.com/Carnwright. CARNRIGHT. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton, Chapter 36, The Lad Who Went to the North Wind, by Sir George Webb Dasent. Once upon a time there was an old widow who had one son, and she was poorly and weak. Her son had to go up into the safe to fetch meal for cooking, but when he got outside the safe, and was just going down the steps, there came the north wind, puffing and blowing, caught up the meal, and so away with it through the air. Then the lad went back into the safe for more, but when he came out again on the steps, if the north wind didn't come again and carry off the meal with a puff, and more than that, he did so the third time. At this the lad got very angry, and as he thought it hard that the north wind should behave so, he thought he'd just look him up and ask him to give up his meal. So off he went. But the way was long, and he walked and walked. But at last he came to the North Wind's house. "Good day," said the lad, "and thank you for coming to see us yesterday." "Good day," answered the North Wind, for his voice was loud and gruff, "and thanks for coming to see me. What do you want?" "Oh," answered the lad, "I only wish to ask you to be so good as to let me have back that meal you took from me on the safe steps, for we haven't much to live on, and if you're to go on snapping up the morsel we have, there'll be nothing for it but to starve." "I haven't got your meal," said the North Wind, "but if you're in such a need, I'll give you a cloth which you'll get everything you want, if you'll only say, 'Cloth, spread yourself, and serve up all kinds of good dishes.'" With this the lad was well content. But, as the way was so long he couldn't get home in one day, he stopped at an inn on the way. And when they were going to sit down to supper, he laid the cloth on a table which stood in a corner, and said, "Cloth, spread yourself, and serve up all kinds of good dishes." He had scarce said so before the cloth did as it was bid, and all who stood by thought it was a fine thing, but most of all the landlady. So, when all were fast asleep, at dead of night, she took the lad's cloth, and put another in its stead, just like the one he had gotten from the North Wind, but which could not so much as serve up a bit of dry bread. So when the lad awoke, he took his cloth and went off with it, and that day he got home to his mother. "Now," said he, "I've been to the North Wind's house, and a good fellow he is, for he gave me this cloth, and when I only say to it, Cloth, spread yourself, and serve up all kinds of good dishes, I get any sort of food I please." "All very true, I dare say," said his mother, "but seeing is believing, and I shan't believe it till I see it." So the lad made haste, drew out a table, laid the cloth on it, and said, "Cloth, spread yourself, and serve up all kinds of good dishes." But never a bit of dry bread did the cloth serve. "Well," said the lad, "there's no help for it but to go to the North Wind again," and away he went. So late in the afternoon he came to where the North Wind lived. "Good evening," said the lad. "Good evening," said the North Wind. "I want my rights for that meal of ours which you took," said the lad, "for as for the cloth I got, it isn't worth a penny." "I've got no meal," said the North Wind, "but yonder you have a ram which coins nothing but gold ducats as soon as you say to it, 'Ram, ram, make money.'" So the lad thought this was a fine thing, but as it was too far to get home that day, he stopped for the night at the same inn where he had slept before. Before he called for anything, he tried the truth of what the North Wind had said of the ram, and found it all right. But when the landlord saw that, he thought it was a famous ram, and, when the lad had fallen asleep, he took another which could not coin ducats, and changed the two. Next morning off went the lad, and when he got home to his mother, he said, "After all, the North Wind is a jolly fellow, for now he has given me a ram which can coin golden ducats if I only say, 'Ram, ram, make money.'" "All very true, I dare say," said his mother, "but I shan't believe any such stuff until I see the ducats made." "Ram, ram, make money," said the lad, but the ram made no money. So the lad went back again to the North Wind, and blew him up, and said the ram was worth nothing, and he must have his rights for the meal. "Well," said the North Wind, "I've got nothing else to give you but that old stick in the corner yonder, but it's a stick of a kind that if you say, 'Stick, stick, lay on,' it lays on till you say, 'Stick, stick, now stop.'" So, as the way was long, the lad turned in this night, too, to the landlord, but as he could pretty well guess how things stood as to the cloth and the ram, he lay down at once on a bench and began to snore as if he were asleep. Now the landlord, who easily saw that the stick must be worth something, hunted up one which was like it, and when he heard the lad snore, he was going to change the two, but just as the landlord was about to take it, the lad bawled out, "Stick, stick, lay on!" So the stick began to beat the landlord, till he jumped over chairs and tables and benches, and yelled and roared, "Oh my, bid the stick be still, else it will beat me to death, and you shall have back your cloth and your ram." When the lad thought the landlord had had enough, he said, "Stick, stick, now stop." Then he took the cloth and put it into his pocket, and went home with his stick in his hand, leading the ram by a cord around its horns, and so he got his rights for the meal he had lost. End of chapter 36.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Misty in Tippecanoe, Indiana, October 11th, 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patton. Chapter 37, The Husband Who Was to Mind the House, by George Webb Dasent. Once upon a time there was a man so surly and cross he never thought his wife did anything right in the house. So one evening in haymaking time he came home, scolding and swearing, and showing his teeth and making a dust. "Dear love, don't be so angry, there's a good man," said his goody. "Tomorrow let's change our work. I'll go out with the mowers and mow, and you shall mind the house at home." Yes, the husband thought that would do very well. He was quite willing, he said. So early next morning his goody took a scythe over her neck and went out into the hayfield with the mowers and began to mow. But the man was to mind the house and do the work at home. First of all he wanted to churn the butter, But when he had churned a while, he got thirsty, and went down to the cellar to tap a barrel of ale. But just when he had knocked in the bung and was putting the tap into the cask, he heard overhead the pig come into the kitchen. Then off he ran up the cellar steps with the tap in his hand as fast as he could to look after the pig, lest it should upset the churn. But when he got up and saw that the pig had already knocked the churn over, and stood there rooting and grunting amid the cream which was running all over the floor, he got so wild with rage that he quite forgot his ale barrel and ran at the pig as hard as he could. He caught it, too, just as it ran out of doors, and gave it such a kick that Piggy lay for dead on the spot. Then all at once he remembered he had the tap in his hand, but when he got down to the cellar every drop of ale had run out of the cask. Then he went into the dairy and found enough cream left to fill the churn again, and so he began to churn, for butter they must have for dinner. When he had churned a bit, he remembered that their milking cow was still shut up in the brye, and hadn't had a bit to eat or a drop to drink all the morning, though the sun was high. Then all at once he thought 'twas too far to take her down to the meadow, so he'd just get her up on the housetop. For the house, you must know, was thatched with sods, and a fine crop of grass was growing there. Now their house lay close up against a steep down, and he thought if he laid a plank across to the thatch at the back he'd easily get the cow up. But he still couldn't leave the churn, for there was his little babe crawling about the floor, and if I leave it, he thought, the child is sure to upset it. So he took the churn on his back and went out with it, but then he thought he'd better first water the cow before he turned her out on the thatch. So he took up a bucket to draw water out of the well, but as he stooped down at the well's brink, all the cream ran out of the churn over his shoulders, and so down into the well. Now it was near dinner time, and he hadn't even got the butter yet, so he thought he'd best boil the porridge, and filled the pot with water and hung it over the fire. When he had done that, he thought the cow might perhaps fall off the thatch and break her legs or her neck, so he got up on the house to tie her up. One end of the rope he made fast to the cow's neck, and the other he slipped down the chimney and tied round his own thigh, and he had to make haste, for the water now began to boil in the pot, and he had still to grind the oatmeal. So he began to grind away, but while he was hard at it, down fell the cow off the housetop after all. And as she fell, she dragged the man up the chimney by the rope. There he stuck fast, and as for the cow, she hung halfway down the wall, swinging between heaven and earth, for she could neither get down nor up. And now the goody had waited 7 lengths and 7 breadths for her husband to come and call them home to dinner, but never a call they had. At last she thought she'd waited long enough, and went home. But when she got there and saw the cow hanging in such an ugly place, she ran up and cut the rope in two with her scythe. But as she did this, down came her husband out of the chimney. And so when his old dame came into the kitchen, there she found him standing on his head in the porridge pot. End of chapter 37. Recorded by Misty in Tippecanoe, Indiana.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics Volume 1 by William Patten. Chapter 38. How One Went Out to Woo by Sir George Webb Dasent. Once upon a time, there was a lad who went out to woo him a wife. Among other places, he came to a farmhouse where the household were little better than beggars, but when the wooer came in, they wanted to make out that they were well-to-do, as you may guess. Now the husband had got a new arm to his coat. "Pray take a seat," he said to the wooer, "but there's a shocking dust in the house." So he went about rubbing and wiping all the benches and tables with his new arm, but he kept the other all the while behind his back. The wife, she had got one new shoe, and she went stamping and sliding with it up against the stools and chairs, saying, "How untidy it is here! Everything is out of place." Then they called out to their daughter to come down and put things to rights. But the daughter, she had got a new cap, so she put her head in at the door, and kept nodding and nodding, first to this side and then to that. "Well, for my part," she said, "I can be everywhere at once." Aye, aye. That was a well-to-do household the wooer had come to. End of chapter 38.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Stephen Carafit in Edmonton, Alberta, October 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten, Chapter 39. Why the Bear is Stumpy-tailed, by Sir George Webb Dasent. One day the bear met the fox, who came slinking along with a string of fish he had stolen. "Whence did you get these from?" asked the bear. "Oh, my Lord Bruin, I've been out fishing and caught them," said the fox. So the bear had a mind to learn to fish too, and bade the fox tell him how he was to set about it. "Oh, it's an easy craft for you," answered the fox, "and soon learned. You've only got to go upon the ice, and cut a hole, and stick your tail down into it, and so you must go on, holding it there as long as you can. You're not to mind if your tail smarts a little. That's when the fish bite. The longer you hold it there, the more fish you'll get. And then, all at once, out with it, with a cross pull sideways, and with a strong pull, too." Yes, the bear did as the fox had said, and held his tail a long, long time down in the hole, till it was fast frozen in. Then he pulled it out with a cross pull, and it snapped short off. That's why Bruin goes about with a stumpy tail this very day. End of chapter 39.
The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 40. Boots, Who Made the Princess Say, "That's a Story," by Sir George Webb Dasent. Once upon a time there was a king who had a daughter, and she was such a dreadful storyteller that the like of her was not to be found far or near. So the king gave out that if anyone could tell such a string of lies as would get her to say, "That's a story," he would have her to wife, and half the kingdom besides. Well, many came, as you may fancy, to try their luck, for every one would have been very glad to have the princess, to say nothing of the kingdom. But they all cut a sorry figure, for the princess was so given to story-telling that all their lies went in at one ear and out of the other. Among the rest came 3 brothers to try their luck, and the 2 elder went first, but they fared no better than those who had gone before them. Last of all, the 3rd, Boots, set off and found the princess in the farmyard. "Good morning," he said, "and thank you for nothing." "Good morning," said she, "and the same to you." Then she went on, "You haven't such a fine farmyard as ours, I'll be bound, for when 2 shepherds stand, one at each end of it, and blow their ram's horns, the one can't hear the other." "Haven't we, though?" answered Boots. "Ours is far bigger, for when a calf starts to cross a field, it is a full-grown cow when it reaches the other end." "I dare say," said the princess. "Well, but you haven't such a big ox after all as ours yonder, for when 2 men sit, one on each horn, they can't touch each other with a 20-foot rule." "Stuff!" said Boots. "Is that all? Why, we have an ox who is so big that when 2 men sit, one on each horn, and each blows his great mountain trumpet, they can't hear one another." "I dare say," said the princess, "but you haven't so much milk as we, I'll be bound, for we milk our cows into great pails, and carry them indoors, and empty them into great tubs, so we make great, great cheeses." "Oh, you do you?" said Boots. "Well, we milk ours into great tubs, and then we put them in carts and drive them indoors, and then we turn them out into great brewing vats, and so we make cheeses as big as a great house. We had, too, a dun mare to tread the cheese well together when it was making, but once she tumbled down into the cheese, and we lost her. And after we had eaten at this cheese 7 years, we came upon a great dun mare, alive and kicking. Well, once after I was going to drive this mare to the mill, and her backbone snapped in 2. But I wasn't put out, not I, for I took a spruce sapling and put it into her for a backbone, and she had no other backbone at all while we had her. But the sapling grew into such a tall tree that I climbed right up to the sky by it, and when I got there I saw a lady sitting and spinning the foam of the sea into pig's bristle ropes, but just then the spruce fir broke short off, and I couldn't get down again. So the lady let me down by one of the ropes, and down I slipped, straight into a fox's hole. And who should sit there but my mother and your father, cobbling shoes, and just as I stepped in, my mother gave your father such a box on the ear that it made his whiskers curl. "That's a story," said the princess. "My father never did any such thing in all his born days." So Boots got the princess to wife, and half the kingdom besides. End of chapter.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox and the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, March 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patten. Chapter 41. The Witch in the Stone Boat. Retold by Andrew Lang. There was once a king and queen, and they had a son called Sigurd, who was very strong and active and good-looking. When the king came to be bowed down with the weight of years, he spoke to his son, and said that now it was time for him to look out for a fitting match for himself, for he did not know how long he might last now, and he would like to see him married before he died. Sigurd was not averse to this, and asked his father where he thought it best to look for a wife. The king answered that in a certain country there was a king who had a beautiful daughter, and he thought it would be most desirable if Sigurd could get her. So the two parted, and Sigurd prepared for the journey and went to where his father had directed him. He came to the king and asked his daughter's hand, which was readily granted him, but only on the condition that he should remain there as long as he could, for the king himself was not strong, and not very able to govern his kingdom. Sigurd accepted this condition, but added that he would have to get leave to go home again to his own country when he heard news of his father's death. After that, Sigurd married the princess and helped his father-in-law to govern the kingdom. He and the princess loved each other dearly, and after a year a son came to them, who was 2 years old when word came to Sigurd that his father was dead. Sigurd now prepared to return home with his wife and child, and went on board ship to go by sea. They had sailed for several days when the breeze suddenly fell, and there came a dead calm at a time when they needed only 1 day's voyage to reach home. Sigurd and his queen were one day on deck when most of the others on the ship had fallen asleep. There they sat and talked for a while, and had their little son along with them. After a time Sigurd became so heavy with sleep that he could no longer keep awake, so he went below and lay down, leaving the queen alone on the deck playing with her son. A good while after Sigurd had gone below, the queen saw something black on the sea, which seemed to be coming nearer. As it approached, she could make out that it was a boat, and could see the figure of someone sitting in it and rowing it. At last the boat came alongside the ship, and now the queen saw that it was a stone boat, out of which there came on board the ship a fearfully ugly witch. The queen was more frightened than words can describe, and could neither speak a word nor move from the place so as to awaken the king or the sailors. The witch came right up to the queen, took the child from her and laid it on the deck. Then she took the queen and stripped her of all her fine clothes, which she proceeded to put on herself, and looked then like a human being. Last of all she took the queen, put her into the boat, and said, "This spell I lay upon you, that you slacken not your course until you come to my brother in the underworld." The queen sat stunned and motionless, but the boat at once shot away from the ship with her, and before long she was out of sight. When the boat could no longer be seen, the child began to cry, and though the witch tried to quiet it, she could not manage it, So, with the child on her arm, she went below to where the king was sleeping, and awakened him, scolding him for leaving them alone on the deck while he and all the crew were asleep. It was great carelessness of him, she said, to leave no one to watch the ship with her. Sigurd was greatly surprised to hear his queen scold him so much, for she had never said an angry word to him before, but he thought it was quite excusable in this case, and tried to quiet the child along with her, but it was no use. Then he went and awakened the sailors, and bade them hoist the sails, for a breeze had sprung up and was blowing straight toward the harbor. They soon reached the land which Sigurd was to rule over, and found all the people sorrowful for the old king's death, but they became glad when they got Sigurd back to the court and made him king over them. The king's son, however, hardly ever stopped crying from the time he had been taken from his mother on the deck of the ship, although he had always been such a good child before, so that at last the king had to get a nurse for him, one of the maids of the court. As soon as the child got into her charge, he stopped crying and behaved as well as before. After the sea voyage, it seemed to the king that the queen had altered very much in many ways, and not for the better. He thought her much more haughty and stubborn and difficult to deal with than she used to be. Before long, others began to notice this as well as the king. In the court there were two young fellows, one of 18 years old, the other of 19, who were very fond of playing chess, and often sat long inside playing at it. Their room was next the queen's, and often during the day they heard the queen talking. One day they paid more attention than usual when they heard her talk, and put their ears close to a crack in the wall between the rooms, and heard the queen say quite plainly, "When I yawn a little, then I am a nice little maiden. When I yawn halfway, then I am half a troll. And when I yawn fully, then I am a troll altogether." As she said this, she yawned tremendously, and in a moment had put on the appearance of a fearfully ugly troll. Then there came up through the floor of the room a three-headed giant with a trough full of meat, who saluted her as his sister and set down the trough before her. She began to eat out of it, and never stopped till she had finished it. The young fellows saw all this going on, but did not hear the two of them say anything to each other. They were astonished, though, at how greedily the queen devoured the meat, and how much she ate of it, and were no longer surprised that she took so little when she sat at table with the king. As soon as she had finished it, the giant disappeared with the trough by the same way as he had come, and the queen returned to her human shape. Now we must go back to the king's son after he had been put in charge of the nurse. One evening, after she had lit a candle and was holding the child, several planks sprang up in the floor of the room, and out at the opening came a beautiful woman dressed in white, with an iron belt round her waist, to which was fastened an iron chain that went down into the ground. The woman came up to the nurse, took the child from her, and pressed it to her breast. Then she gave it back to the nurse and returned by the same way as she had come, and the floor closed over her again. Although the woman had not spoken a single word to her, the nurse was very much frightened, but told no one about it. Next evening the same thing happened again, just as before, but as the woman was going away, she said in a sad tone, "Two are gone, and one only is left," and then disappeared as before. The nurse was still more frightened when she heard the woman say this, and thought that perhaps some danger was hanging over the child, though she had no ill opinion of the unknown woman, who, indeed, had behaved toward the child as if it were her own. The most mysterious thing was the woman saying, "And only one is left," but the nurse guessed that this must mean that only one day was left, since she had come for 2 days already. At last the nurse made up her mind to go to the king. She told him the whole story, and asked him to be present in person the next day about the time when the woman usually came. The king promised to do so, and came to the nurse's room a little before the time, and sat down on a chair with his drawn sword in his hand. Soon after, the planks in the floor sprang up as before, and the woman came up, dressed in white with the iron belt and chain. The king saw at once that it was his own queen, and immediately hewed asunder the iron chain that was fastened to the belt. This was followed by such noises and crashings down in the earth that all the king's palace shook, so that no one expected anything else than to see every bit of it shaken to pieces. At last the noises and shaking stopped, and they began to come to themselves again. The king and queen embraced each other, and she told him the whole story, how the witch came to the ship when they were all asleep and sent her off in the boat. After she had gone so far that she could not see the ship, she sailed on through darkness until she landed beside a three-headed giant. The giant wished her to marry him, but she refused, whereupon he shut her up by herself and told her she would never get free till she consented. After a time she began to plan how to get her freedom, and at last told him that she would consent if he would allow her to visit her son on earth 3 days on end. This he agreed to, but put on her this iron belt and chain, the other end of which he fastened round his own waist, and the great noises that were heard when the king cut the chain must have been caused by the giant's falling down the underground passage when the chain gave way so suddenly. The giant's dwelling, indeed, was right under the palace, and the terrible shakings must have been caused by him in his death throes. The king now understood how the queen he had had for some time past had been so ill-tempered. He at once had a sack drawn over her head and made her be stoned to death, and after that torn in pieces by untamed horses. The 2 young fellows also told now what they had heard and seen in the queen's room, for before this they had been afraid to say anything about it on account of the queen's power. The real queen was now restored to all her dignity and was beloved by all. The nurse was married to a nobleman, and the king and queen gave her splendid presents. End of chapter 41.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Deborah Clark, Winnipeg, Canada. April 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. The Snuff Box, by Paul Sibilo. As often happens in this world, there was once a young man who spent all his time in traveling. One day, as he was walking along, he picked up a snuff box. He opened it, and the snuff box said to him in the Spanish language, "What do you want?" He was very much frightened, but luckily, instead of throwing the box away, he only shut it tight and put it in his pocket. Then he went on, away, 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 and as he went he said to himself, "If it says to me again, 'What do you want?' I shall know better what to say this time." So he took out the snuff-box and opened it, and again it asked, "What do you want?" "My hat full of gold," answered the youth, and immediately it was full. Our young man was enchanted. Henceforth he should never be in need of anything. So on he travelled, away, 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 through thick forests, till at last he came to a beautiful castle. In the castle there lived a king. The young man walked round and round the castle, not caring who saw him, till the king noticed him and asked what he was doing there. "I was just looking at your castle. You would like to have one like it, wouldn't you?" The young man did not reply, but when it grew dark he took out his snuff-box and opened the lid. "What do you want?" "Build me a castle with laths of gold and tiles of diamond, and the furniture all of silver and gold." He had scarcely finished speaking when there stood in front of him, exactly opposite the king's palace, a castle built precisely as he had ordered. When the king awoke he was struck dumb at the sight of the magnificent house shining in the rays of the sun. The servants could not do their work for stopping to stare at it. Then the king dressed himself and went to see the young man, and he told him plainly that he was a very powerful prince, and that he hoped that they might all live together in one house or the other, and that the king would give him his daughter to wife. So it all turned out just as the king wished. The young man married the princess, and they lived happily in the palace of gold. But the king's wife was jealous both of the young man and of her own daughter. The princess had told her mother about the snuff-box, which gave them everything they wanted, and the queen bribed a servant to steal the snuff-box. They noticed carefully where it was put away every night, and one evening, when the whole world was asleep, the woman stole it and brought it to her old mistress. Oh, how happy the queen was! She opened the lid, and the snuff-box said to her, "What do you want?" And she answered at once, "I want you to take me and my husband and my servants and this beautiful house and set us down on the other side of the Red Sea. But my daughter and her husband are to stay behind." When the young couple woke up, they found themselves back in the old castle, without their snuff-box. They hunted for it high and low, but quite vainly. The young man felt that no time was to be lost, and he mounted his horse and filled his pockets with as much gold as he could carry. And he went away, away, away. But he sought the snuff-box in vain, all up and down the neighbouring countries, and very soon he came to the end of all his money. But still he went on as fast as the strength of his horse would let him, begging his way. Someone told him that he ought to consult the moon, for the moon travelled far and might be able to tell him something. So he went away, 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 and ended, somehow or other, by reaching the land of the moon. There he found a little old woman who said to him, "What are you doing here? My son eats all living things he sees, and if you are wise, you will go away without coming any farther." But the young man told her all his sad tale, and how he possessed a wonderful snuff-box, and how it had been stolen from him, and how he had nothing left now that he was parted from his wife and was in need of everything. And he said that perhaps her son, who had travelled so far, might have seen a palace with laths of gold and tiles of diamond, and furnished all in silver and gold. As he spoke these last words, the moon came in and said he smelled mortal flesh and blood. But his mother told him that it was an unhappy man who had lost everything, and had come all this way to consult him, and bade the young man not to be afraid, but to come forward and show himself. So he went boldly up to the moon, and asked if by any accident he had seen a palace with the laths of gold, and the tiles of diamond, and all the furniture of silver and gold. Once this house belonged to him, but now it was stolen. And the moon said no, but the sun travelled farther than he did, and that the young man had better go and ask him. So the young man departed, and went away, 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 as well as his horse would take him, begging his living as he rode along, and somehow or other at last he got to the land of the sun. There he found a little old woman who asked him, "What are you doing here? Go away. Have you not heard that my son feeds upon Christians?" But he said no, and that he would not go, for he was so miserable that it was all one to him whether he died or not, that he had lost everything, and especially a splendid palace like none other in the whole world, for it had laths of gold and tiles of diamond, and all the furniture was of silver and gold, and that he had sought it far and long, and in all the earth there was no man more unhappy. So the old woman's heart melted, and she agreed to hide him. When the son arrived, he declared that he smelled Christian flesh, and he meant to have it for his dinner. But his mother told him such a pitiful story of the miserable wretch who had lost everything and had come from far to ask his help, that he at last promised to see him. So the young man came out of his hiding place and begged the son to tell him if in the course of his travels he had not seen somewhere a palace that had not its like in the whole world, for its laths were of gold, and its tiles of diamond, and all the furniture in silver and gold. And the son said no, but that perhaps the wind had seen it, for he entered everywhere and saw things that no one else ever saw, and if anyone knew where it was certainly the wind. Then the poor young man again set forth as well as his horse could take him, begging his living as he went, and somehow or other he ended by reaching the home of the wind. He found there a little old woman, busily occupied in filling great barrels with water. She asked him what had put it into his head to come there, for her son ate everything he saw, and that he would shortly arrive quite mad, and the young man had better look out. But he answered that he was so unhappy that he had ceased to mind anything, even being eaten. And then he told her that he had been robbed of a palace that had not its equal in all the world, and of all that was in it, and that he even left his wife and was wandering over the world until he found it, and that it was the sun who had sent him to consult the wind. So she hid him under the staircase, and soon they heard the south wind arrive, shaking the house to its foundations. Thirsty as he was, he did not wait to drink, but told his mother that he smelled the blood of a Christian man, and that she had better bring him out at once and make him ready to be eaten. But she bade her son to eat and drink what was before him, and said that the poor young man was much to be pitied, and that the sun had granted him his life in order that he might consult the wind. Then she brought out the young man, who explained how he was seeking for his palace, and that no man had been able to tell him where it was, so he had come to the wind. And he added that he had been shamefully robbed, and that the laths were of gold, and the tiles of diamond, and all the furniture in silver and gold, and he inquired if the wind had not seen such a palace during his wanderings. And the wind said yes, and that all that day he had been blowing backward and forward over it without being able to move one single tile. "Oh, do tell me where it is," cried the young man. "It is a long way off," replied the wind, "on the other side of the Red Sea." But our traveller was not discouraged. He had already journeyed too far. So he set forth at once, and somehow or other he managed to reach that distant land. And he inquired if anyone wanted a gardener. He was told that the head gardener at the castle had just left, and perhaps he might have a chance of getting the place. The young man lost no time, but walked up to the castle and asked if they were in want of a gardener, and how happy he was when they agreed to take him. Now he passed most of his day in gossiping with the servants about the wealth of their masters and the wonderful things in the house. He had made friends with one of the maids, who told him the history of the snuff-box, and he coaxed her to let him see it. One evening she managed to get hold of it, and the young man watched carefully where she hid it away in a secret place in the bedchamber of her mistress. The following night, when everyone was fast asleep, he crept in and took the snuff-box. Think of his joy when he opened the lid. When it asked him, as of yore, "What do you want?" he replied, "What do I want? What do I want? Why, I want to go with my palace to the old place, and for the king and the queen and all their servants to be drowned in the Red Sea." He had hardly finished speaking when he found himself back again with his wife, while all the other inhabitants of the palace were lying at the bottom of the Red Sea. End of chapter 42.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, April 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 43, The Golden Blackbird, by Paul Sébillot. Once upon a time there was a great lord who had 3 sons. He fell very ill, sent for doctors of every kind, even bone-setters, but they none of them could find out what was the matter with him or even give him any relief. At last there came a foreign doctor who declared that the golden blackbird alone could cure the sick man. So the old lord dispatched his eldest son to look for the wonderful bird, and promised him great riches if he managed to find it and bring it back. The young man began his journey and soon arrived at a place where 4 roads met. He did not know which to choose, and tossed his cap in the air, determining that the direction of its fall should decide him. After traveling for 2 or 3 days, he grew tired of walking without knowing where or for how long, and he stopped at an inn which was filled with merrymakers, and ordered something to eat and drink. "My faith," said he, "it is sheer folly to waste more time hunting for this bird. My father is old, and if he dies I shall inherit his goods." The old man, after waiting patiently for some time, sent his second son to seek the golden blackbird. The youth took the same direction as his brother, and when he came to the crossroads he too tossed up which road he should take. The cap fell in the same place as before, and he walked on till he came to the spot where his brother had halted. The latter, who was leaning out of the window of the inn, called to him to stay where he was and amuse himself. "You are right," replied the youth. "Who knows if I should ever find the golden blackbird, even if I sought the whole world through for it? At worst, if the old man dies, we shall have his property." He entered the inn, and the 2 brothers made merry and feasted, till very soon their money was all spent. They even owed something to their landlord, who kept them as hostages till they could pay their debts. The youngest son set forth in his turn, and he arrived at the place where his brothers were still prisoners. They called to him to stop, and did all they could to prevent his going further. "No," he replied, "my father trusted me, and I will go all over the world till I find the golden blackbird." "Bah!" said his brothers, "you will never succeed any better than we did. Let him die if he wants to. We will divide the property." As he went his way he met a little hare, who stopped to look at him and asked, "Where are you going, my friend?" "I don't quite know," answered he. "My father is ill, and he cannot be cured unless I bring him back the golden blackbird. It is a long time since I set out, but no one can tell me where to find it." "Ah," said the hare, "you have a long way to go yet. You will have to walk at least 700 miles before you get to it." "And how am I to travel such a distance?" "Mount on my back," said the little hare, "and I will conduct you." The young man obeyed. At each bound the little hare went 7 miles, and it was not long before they reached a castle that was as large and beautiful as a castle could be. "The golden blackbird is in a little cabin near by," said the little hare, "and you will easily find it. It lives in a little cage, with another cage beside it made all of gold. But whatever you do, be sure not to put it in the beautiful cage, or everybody in the castle will know that you have stolen it." The youth found the golden blackbird standing on a wooden perch, but as stiff and rigid as if he were dead, and beside was the beautiful cage, the cage of gold. "Perhaps he would revive if I were to put him in that lovely cage," thought the youth. The moment the golden blackbird had touched the bars of the splendid cage, he awoke and began to whistle, so that all the servants of the castle ran to see what was the matter, saying that he was a thief and must be put in prison. "No," he answered, "I am not a thief. If I have taken the golden blackbird, it is only that it may cure my father, who is ill, and I have traveled more than 700 miles in order to find it." "Well," they replied, "we will let you go, and will even give you the golden blackbird, if you are able to bring us the porcelain maiden." The youth departed, weeping, and met the little hare, who was munching wild thyme. "What are you crying for, my friend?" asked the hare. "It is because," he answered, "the castle people will not allow me to carry off the golden blackbird without giving them the porcelain maiden in exchange." "You have not followed my advice," said the little hare, "and you have put the golden blackbird into the fine cage." "Alas, yes." "Don't despair. The porcelain maiden is a young girl, beautiful as Venus, who dwells 200 miles from here. Jump on my back, and I will take you there." The little hare, who took 7 miles in a stride, was there in no time at all, and he stopped on the borders of a lake. "The porcelain maiden," said the hare to the youth, "will come here to bathe with her friends. Keep yourself out of sight behind the thicket, while I just eat a mouthful of thyme to refresh me. When she is in the lake, be sure you hide her clothes, which are of dazzling whiteness, and do not give them back to her unless she consents to follow you." The little hare left him, and almost immediately the porcelain maiden arrived with her friends. She undressed herself and got into the water. Then the young man glided up noiselessly and laid hold of her clothes, which he hid under a rock at some distance. When the porcelain maiden was tired of playing in the water, she came out to dress herself, but though she hunted for her clothes high and low, she could find them nowhere. Her friends helped her in the search, but seeing at last that it was of no use, they left her alone on the bank, weeping bitterly. "Why do you cry?" asked the young man, approaching her. "Alas," answered she, "while I was bathing, someone stole my clothes, and my friends have abandoned me." "I will find your clothes, if you will only come with me." And the porcelain maiden agreed to follow him, and after having given up her clothes, the young man bought a small horse for her, which went like the wind. The little hare brought them both back to seek for the golden blackbird, and when they drew near the castle where it lived, the little hare said to the young man, "Now do be a little sharper than you were before, and you will manage to carry off both the golden blackbird and the porcelain maiden. Take the golden cage in one hand and leave the bird in the old cage where he is, and bring that away too." The little hare then vanished. The youth did as he was bid, and the castle servants never noticed that he was carrying off the golden blackbird. When he reached the inn where his brothers were detained, he delivered them by paying their debt. They set out all together, but as the 2 elder brothers were jealous of the success of the youngest, they took the opportunity as they were passing by the shores of a lake to throw themselves upon him, seize the golden blackbird, and fling him in the water. Then they continued their journey, taking with them the porcelain maiden, in the firm belief that their brother was drowned. But happily he had snatched in falling at a tuft of rushes, and called loudly for help. The little hare came running to him and said, "Take hold of my leg and pull yourself out of the water." When he was safe on shore, the little hare said to him, "Now this is what you have to do. Dress yourself like a Breton seeking a place as a stable boy, and go and offer your services to your father. Once there, you will easily be able to make him understand the truth." The young man did as the little hare bade him, and he went to his father's castle and inquired if they were not in want of a stable boy. "Yes," replied his father, "very much indeed, but it is not an easy place. There is a little horse in the stable which will not let anyone go near it, and it has already kicked to death several people who have tried to groom it." "I will undertake to groom it," said the youth. "I never saw the horse I was afraid of yet." The little horse allowed itself to be rubbed down without a toss of its head and without a kick. "Good gracious!" exclaimed the master. "How is it that he lets you touch him, when no one else can go near him?" "Perhaps he knows me," answered the stable boy. 2 or 3 days later the master said to him, "The porcelain maiden is here, but though she is as lovely as the dawn, she is so wicked that she scratches everyone that approaches her. Try if she will accept your services." When the youth entered the room where she was, the golden blackbird broke forth into a joyful song, and the porcelain maiden sang too and jumped for joy. "Good gracious!" cried the master. "The porcelain maiden and the golden blackbird know you too?" "Yes," replied the youth, "and the porcelain maiden can tell you the whole truth if she only will." Then she told all that had happened, and how she had consented to follow the young man who had captured the golden blackbird. "Yes," added the youth, "I delivered my brothers who were kept prisoners at an inn, and as a reward they threw me into a lake. So I disguised myself and came here in order to prove the truth to you." So the old lord embraced his son, and promised that he should inherit all his possessions, and he put to death the 2 elder ones, who had deceived him and had tried to slay their own brother. The young man married the porcelain maiden, and had a splendid wedding feast. End of chapter 43.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 44, The Half-Chick, retold by Andrew Lang. Recorded by Patrick McNeil, Bakersfield, California. www.jacpat.com. Once upon a time, there was a handsome black Spanish hen who had a large brood of chickens. They were all fine, plump little birds, except the youngest, who was quite unlike his brothers and sisters. Indeed, he was such a strange, queer-looking creature that when he first clipped his shell, his mother could scarcely believe her eyes. He was so different from the 12 other fluffy, downy, soft little chicks who nestled under her wings. This one looked just as if he had been cut in two. He had only one leg, and one wing, and one eye, and he had half a head and half a beak. His mother shook her head sadly as she looked at him and said, "My youngest born is only a half-chick. He can never grow up a tall, handsome cock like his brothers. They will go out into the world and rule over poultry yards of their own, but this poor little fellow will always have to stay at home with his mother." And she called him Medio Pollito, which is Spanish for half-chick. Now, though Medio Pollito was such an odd, helpless-looking little thing, His mother soon found that he was not at all willing to remain under her wing and protection. Indeed, in character he was as unlike his brothers and sisters as he was in appearance. They were good, obedient chickens, and when the old hen chicked after them, they chirped and ran back to her side. But Medio Pollito had a roving spirit in spite of his one leg, and when his mother called him to return to the coop, he pretended that he could not hear, because he had only one ear. When she took the whole family out for a walk in the fields, Medio Pollito would hop away by himself and hide among the corn. Many an anxious minute his brothers and sisters had looking for him, while his mother ran to and fro, cackling in fear and dismay. As he grew older, he became more self-willed and disobedient, and his manner to his mother was often very rude, and his temper to the other chickens very disagreeable. One day he had been out for a longer expedition than usual in the fields. On his return, he strutted up to his mother with the peculiar little hop and kick which was his way of walking, and cocking his one eye at her in a very bold way, he said, "Mother, I am tired of this life in a dull farmyard, with nothing but a dreary maize field to look at. I'm off to Madrid to see the king." "To Madrid, Medio Pollito?" exclaimed his mother. "Why, you silly chick, it would be a long journey for a grown-up cock, and a poor little thing like you would be tired out before you had gone half the distance. No, no, stay at home with your mother, and some day, when you are bigger, we will go on a little journey together." But Medio Pollito had made up his mind, and he would not listen to his mother's advice, nor to the prayers and entreaties of his brothers and sisters. "What is the use of all our crowding each other in this poky little place?" he said. "When I have a fine courtyard of my own at the king's palace, I shall perhaps ask some of you to come and pay me a short visit." And scarcely waiting to say goodbye to his family, away he stumped down the high road that led to Madrid. "Be sure that you are kind and civil to everyone you meet," called his mother, running after him. But he was in such a hurry to be off that he did not wait to answer her or even to look back. A little later in the day, as he was taking a short-cut through a field, he passed a stream. Now the stream was all choked up and overgrown with weeds and water plants, so that its waters could not flow freely. "Oh, Medio Pollito," it cried, as the half-chick hopped along its banks, "do come and help me by clearing away these weeds." "Help you indeed!" exclaimed Medio Pollito, tossing his head and shaking the few feathers in his tail. "Do you think I have nothing better to do but to waste my time on such trifles? Help yourself, and don't trouble busy travelers. I am off to Madrid to see the king." And hoppity-kick, away stumped Medio Pollito. A little later, he came to a fire that had been left by some gypsies in a wood. It was burning very low, and would soon be out. "Oh, Medio Pollito," cried the fire, in a weak, wavering voice, as the half-chick approached. "In a few minutes I shall go quite out unless you put some sticks and dry leaves upon me. Do help me, or I shall die." "Help you indeed," answered Medio Pollito. "I have other things to do. Gather sticks for yourself, and don't trouble me. I am off to Madrid to see the king." And hoppity-kick, away stumped Medio Pollito. The next morning, as he was getting near Madrid, he passed a large chestnut tree, in whose branches the wind was caught and entangled. "Oh, Medio Pollito," called the wind, "do hop up here and help me to get free of these branches. I cannot come away, and it is so uncomfortable." "It is your own fault for going there," answered Medio Pollito. "I can't waste all my morning stopping here to help you. Just shake yourself off, and don't hinder me, for I am off to Madrid to see the king." And hoppity-kick, away stumped Medio Pollito in great glee, for the towers and roofs of Madrid were now in sight. When he entered the town, he saw before him a great, splendid house, with soldiers standing before the gates. This, he knew, must be the king's palace, and he determined to hop up to the front gate and wait there until the king came out. But as he was hopping past one of the back windows, the king's cook saw him. "Here is the very thing I want," he exclaimed, "for the king has just sent a message to say that he must have chicken broth for his dinner." Opening the window, he stretched out his arm, caught Medio Pollito, and popped him into the broth pot that was standing near the fire. Oh, how wet and clammy the water felt as it went over Medio Pollito's head, making his feathers cling to him. "Water, water," he cried in his despair. "Do have pity upon me, and do not wet me like this." "Ah, Medio Pollito," replied the water, "you would not help me when I was a little stream away on the fields. Now you must be punished." Then the fire began to burn and scald Medio Pollito, and he danced and hopped from one side of the pot to the other, trying to get away from the heat and crying out in pain, "Fire! Fire! Do not scorch me like this! You can't think how it hurts!" "Ah, Medio Pollito," answered the fire, "you would not help me when I was dying away in the wood. You are being punished." At last, just when the pain was so great that Medio Pollito thought he must die, the cook lifted up the lid of the pot to see if the broth was ready for the king's dinner. "Look here," he cried in horror. "This chicken is quite useless. It is burned to a cinder. I can't send it up to the royal table." And opening the window, he threw Medio Pollito out into the street. But the wind caught him up and whirled him through the air so quickly that Medio Pollito could scarcely breathe, and his heart beat against his side till he thought it would break. "Oh, wind," at last he gasped out, "if you hurry me along like this, you will kill me. Do let me rest a moment, or—" But he was so breathless that he could not finish his sentence. "Ah, Medio Pollito," replied the wind, "when I was caught in the branches of the chestnut tree, you would not help me. Now you are punished." And he swirled Medio Pollito over the roofs of the houses till they reached the highest church in town, and there he left him fastened to the top of the steeple. And there stands Medio Pollito to this day. And if you go to Madrid and walk through the streets till you come to the highest church, you will see Medio Pollito perched on his one leg on the steeple, with his one wing drooping at his side and gazing sadly out of his one eye over the town. End of The Half-Chick.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Deborah Clark, Winnipeg, Canada. April 2006. The Junior Classics by William Patton. Chapter 45. The Three Brothers by Herman R. Klette. There was once upon a time a witch who, in the shape of a hawk, used every night to break the windows of a certain village church. In the same village there lived three brothers, who were all determined to kill the mischievous hawk. But in vain did the two eldest mount guard in the church with their guns. As soon as the bird appeared high above their heads, sleep overpowered them, and they only awoke to hear the windows crashing in. When the younger brother took his turn of guarding the windows, and to prevent his being overcome by sleep, he placed a lot of thorns under his chin, so that if he felt drowsy and nodded his head, they would prick him and keep him awake. The moon was already risen, and it was as light as day when suddenly he heard a fearful noise, and at the same time a terrible desire to sleep overpowered him. His eyelids closed and his head sank to his shoulders. But the thorns ran into him and were so painful he awoke at once. He saw the hawk swooping down upon the church, and in a moment he had seized his gun and shot at the bird. The hawk fell heavily under a big stone, severely wounded in its right wing. The youth ran to look at it and saw that a huge abyss had opened below the stone. He went at once to fetch his brothers, and with their help dragged a lot of pine wood and ropes to the spot. They fastened some of the burning pine wood to the end of the rope and let it slowly down to the bottom of the abyss. At first it was quite dark, and the flaming torch only lit up dirty grey stone walls. But the youngest brother determined to explore the abyss, and letting himself down by the rope, he soon reached the bottom. Here he found a lovely meadow full of green trees and exquisite flowers. In the middle of the meadow stood a huge stone castle, with an iron gate leading to it, which was wide open. Everything in the castle seemed to be made of copper, and the only inhabitant he could discover was a lovely girl, who was combing her golden hair, and he noticed that whenever one of her hairs fell out on the ground, it rang out like pure metal. The youth looked at her more closely and saw that her skin was smooth and fair, her blue eyes bright and sparkling, and her hair was as golden as the sun. He fell in love with her on the spot, and kneeling at her feet he implored her to become his wife. The lovely girl accepted his proposal gladly, but at the same time she warned him that she could never come up to the world above till her mother, the old witch, was dead. And she went on to tell him that the only way in which the old creature could be killed was with the sword that hung up in the castle, but the sword was so heavy that no one could lift it. Then the youth went into a room in the castle where everything was of silver, and here he found another beautiful girl, the sister of his bride. She was combing her silver hair, and every hair that fell on the ground rang out like pure metal. The second girl handed him the sword, but though he tried with all his strength, he could not lift it. At last a third sister came to him and gave him a drop of something to drink, which, she said, would give him the needful strength. He drank one drop, but still he could not lift the sword. Then he drank a second, and the sword began to move. But only after he had drunk a third drop was he able to swing the sword over his head. Then he hid himself in the castle and awaited the old witch's return. At last, as it was beginning to grow dark, she appeared. She swooped down upon a big apple tree, and after shaking some golden apples from it, she pounced down upon the earth. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she became transformed from a hawk into a woman. This was the moment the youth was waiting for, and he swung his mighty sword in the air with all his strength, and the witch's head fell off, and her blood spurted upon the walls. Without fear of any further danger, he packed up all the treasures of the castle into great chests, and gave his brothers a signal to pull them up out of the abyss. First the treasures were attached to the rope, then the 3 lovely girls, and now everything was up above, and only he himself remained below. But as he was a little suspicious of his brothers, he fastened a heavy stone to the rope and let them pull it up. At first they heaved with a will, but when the stone was halfway up, they let it drop suddenly, and it fell to the bottom, broken into 100 pieces. "So that's what would have happened to my bones had I trusted myself to them," said the youth sadly, and he cried bitterly, not because of the treasures, but because of the lovely girl with her swan-like neck and golden hair. For a long time he wandered sadly all through the beautiful underworld, and one day he met a magician who asked him the cause of his tears. The youth told him all that had befallen him, and the magician said, "Do not grieve, young man. If you will guard the children who are hidden in the apple tree, I will bring you at once up to the earth. Another magician who lives in this land always eats my children up. It is in vain that I have hidden them under the earth and locked them into the castle. Now I have hidden them in the apple tree. Hide yourself there too, and at midnight you will see my enemy." The youth climbed up the tree and picked some of the beautiful golden apples, which he ate for his supper. At midnight the wind began to rise, and a rustling sound was heard at the foot of the tree. The youth looked down and beheld a long, thick serpent beginning to crawl up the tree. It wound itself round the stem, and gradually got higher and higher. It stretched its huge head, in which the eyes glittered fiercely among the branches, searching for the nest in which the little children lay. They trembled with terror when they saw the hideous creature, and hid themselves beneath the leaves. Then the youth swung his mighty sword in the air, and with one blow cut off the serpent's head. He cut up the rest of the body into little bits, and strewed them to the 4 winds. The father of the rescued children was so delighted over the death of his enemy that he told the youth to get on his back, and thus he carried him up to the world above. With what joy did he hurry now to his brother's house! He burst into a room where they were all assembled, but no one knew who he was. Only his bride, who was serving as cook to her.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Andrew LeBrun, Boston, Massachusetts. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 46, The Glass Mountain, by Hermann Klettke. Once upon a time, there was a glass mountain, at the top of which stood a castle made of pure gold, and in front of the castle there grew an apple tree, on which there were golden apples. Anyone who picked an apple gained admittance into the golden castle, and there, in a silver room, sat an enchanted princess of surpassing fairness and beauty. She was as rich, too, as she was beautiful, for the cellars of the castle were full of precious stones, and great chests of the finest gold stood round the walls of all the rooms. Many knights had come from afar to try their luck, but it was in vain they attempted to climb the mountain. In spite of having their horses shod with sharp nails, no one managed to get more than halfway up, and then they all fell back right down to the bottom of the steep, slippery hill. Sometimes they broke an arm, sometimes a leg, and many a brave man had broken his neck even. The beautiful princess sat at her window and watched the bold knights trying to reach her on their splendid horses. The sight of her always gave men fresh courage, and they flocked from the 4 quarters of the globe to attempt the work of rescuing her, but all in vain, and for 7 years the princess had sat now and waited for someone to scale the glass mountain. A heap of corpses, of both riders and horses, lay round the mountain, and many dying men lay groaning there, unable to go any further with their wounded limbs. The whole neighborhood had the appearance of a vast churchyard. In 3 more days the 7 years would be at an end, when a knight in golden armor, and mounted on a spirited steed, was seen making his way toward the fatal hill. Sticking his spurs into his horse, he made a rush at the mountain, and got up halfway. Then he calmly turned his horse's head, and came down again without a slip or stumble. The following day he started in the same way. The horse trod on the glass as if it had been level earth, and sparks of fire flew from its hoofs. All the other knights gazed in astonishment, for he had almost gained the summit, and in another moment he would have reached the apple tree. But of a sudden a huge eagle rose up and spread its mighty wings, hitting as it did so the knight's horse in the eye. The beast shied, opened its wide nostrils, and tossed its mane. Then, rearing high up in the air, its hind feet slipped, and it fell with its rider down the steep mountainside. Nothing was left of either of them except their bones, which rattled in the battered golden armor like dry peas in a pod. And now there was only 1 more day before the close of the 7 years. Then there arrived on the scene a mere schoolboy, a merry, happy-hearted youth, but at the same time strong and well-grown. He saw how many knights had broken their necks in vain, but, undaunted, he approached the steep mountain on foot, and began the ascent. For long he had heard his parents speak of the beautiful princess who sat in the golden castle at the top of the glass mountain. He listened to all he heard, and determined that he too would try his luck. But first he went to the forest and caught a lynx, and cutting off the creature's sharp claws, he fastened them onto his own hands and feet. Armed with these weapons, he boldly started up the glass mountain. The sun was nearly going down, and the youth had not got more than halfway up. He could hardly draw breath, he was so worn out, and his mouth was parched by thirst. A huge black cloud passed over his head, but in vain did he beg and beseech her to let a drop of water fall on him. He opened his mouth, but the black cloud sailed past, and not as much as a drop of dew moistened his dry lips. His feet were torn and bleeding, and he could only hold on now with his hands. Evening closed in, and he strained his eyes to see if he could behold the top of the mountain. Then he gazed beneath him, and what a sight met his eyes! A yawning abyss, with certain terrible death at the bottom, reeking with half-decayed bodies of horses and riders. And this had been the end of all the other brave men who, like himself, had attempted the ascent. It was almost pitch dark now, and only the stars lit up the glass mountain. The poor boy still clung on, as if glued to the glass by his blood-stained hands. He made no struggle to get higher, for all his strength had left him, and, seeing no hope, he calmly awaited death. Then, all of a sudden, he fell into a deep sleep, and, forgetful of his dangerous position, he slumbered sweetly. But all the same, although he slept, he had stuck his sharp claws so firmly into the glass that he was quite safe not to fall. Now the golden apple tree was guarded by the eagle which had overthrown the golden knight and his horse. Every night it flew round the glass mountain, keeping a careful lookout, and no sooner had the moon emerged from the clouds than the bird rose up from the apple tree, and circling round in the air, caught sight of the sleeping youth. Greedy for carrion, and sure that this must be a fresh corpse, the bird swooped down upon the boy. But he was awake now, and perceiving the eagle, he determined by its help to save himself. The eagle dug its sharp claws into the tender flesh of the youth, but he bore the pain without a sound, and seized the bird's 2 feet with his hands. The creature, in terror, lifted him high up into the air, and began to circle round the tower of the castle. The youth held on bravely. He saw the glittering palace, which by the pale rays of the moon looked like a dim lamp, and he saw the high windows, and round one of them a balcony, in which the beautiful princess sat lost in sad thoughts. Then the boy saw that he was close to the apple tree, and drawing a small knife from his belt, he cut off both the eagle's feet. The bird rose up in the air in its agony, and vanished into the clouds, and the youth fell onto the broad branches of the apple tree. Then he drew out the claws of the eagle's feet that had remained in his flesh, and put the peel of one of the golden apples on the wound, and in one moment it was healed and well again. He pulled several of the beautiful apples and put them in his pocket. Then he entered the castle. The door was guarded by a great dragon, but as soon as he threw an apple at it, the beast vanished. At the same moment a gate opened, and the youth perceived a courtyard full of flowers and beautiful trees, and on a balcony sat the lovely enchanted princess with her retinue. As soon as she saw the youth, she ran toward him and greeted him as her husband and master. She gave him all her treasures, and the youth became a rich and mighty ruler. But he never returned to the earth, for only the mighty eagle, who had been the guardian of the princess and of the castle, could have carried on its wings the enormous treasure down to the world. But as the eagle had lost its feet, it died, and its body was found in a wood on the glass mountain. One day, when the youth was strolling about the palace garden with the princess, his wife, he looked down over the edge of the glass mountain, and saw, to his astonishment, a great number of people gathered there. He blew his silver whistle, and the swallow, who acted as messenger in the golden castle, flew past. "Fly down and ask what the matter is," he said to the little bird, who sped off like lightning, and soon returned, saying, "The blood of the eagle has restored all the people below to life. All those who have perished on this mountain are awakening up today, as it were from a sleep, and are mounting their horses, and the whole population are gazing on this unheard-of wonder with joy and amazement." End of Chapter 46. The Glass Mountain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Luoma, greenkri.com. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patton. Chapter 47. Huntsman the Unlucky by John T. Nake. Once upon a time there lived a huntsman. He would go every day in search of game, but it often happened that he killed nothing, and so was obliged to return home with his bag empty. On that account he was nicknamed Huntsman the Unlucky. At last he was reduced by his ill fortune to such extremities that he had not a piece of bread nor a kopeck left. The wretched man wandered about the forest, cold and hungry. he had eaten nothing for 3 days, and was nearly dying of starvation. He lay down on the grass, determined to put an end to his existence. Happily, better thoughts came into his mind. He crossed himself and threw away the gun. Suddenly, he heard a rustling noise near him. It seemed to issue from some thick grass close at hand. The hunter got up and approached the spot. He then observed that the grass partly hid a gloomy abyss, from the bottom of which there rose a stone, and on it lay a small jar. As he looked and listened, the hunter heard a small voice crying, "Dear kind traveler, release me." The voice seemed to proceed from the little jar. The courageous hunter, walking carefully from one stone to another, approached the spot where the jar lay, took it up gently, and heard a voice crying from within like a chirping of a grasshopper. "Release me, and I will be of service to you." "Who are you, my little friend?" asked Huntsman the Unlucky. "I have no name and cannot be seen by human eyes," answered a soft voice. "If you want me, call Murza. A wicked magician put me in this jar, sealed it with the seal of King Solomon, and then threw me into this fearful place, where I have lain for 70 years. "Very good," said Huntsman the Unlucky. "I will give you your liberty, and then we shall see how you will keep your word." He broke the seal and opened the little jar. There was nothing in it. "Hello, where are you, my friend?" cried the hunter. "By your side," a voice answered. The hunter looked about him, but could see no one. "Murza!" "Ready. I await your orders. I am your servant for the next 3 days, and will do whatever you desire. You have only to say, 'Go there, I know not where, bring something, I know not what.'" "Very well," said the hunter. "You will doubtless know best what is wanted. Go there, I know not where, bring something, I know not what." As soon as the hunter had uttered these words, there appeared before him a table covered with dishes, each filled with the most delicious viands, as if they had come direct from a banquet of the Tsar. The hunter sat down at the table and ate and drank till he was satisfied. He then rose and crossed himself, and, bowing on all sides, exclaimed, "Thank you, thank you." Instantly the table and everything else with it disappeared, and the hunter continued his journey. After walking some distance, he sat down by the roadside to rest. It so happened that while the hunter was resting himself, there passed through the forest a gypsy thief, leading a horse which he wanted to sell. "I wish I had the money to buy the horse with," thought the hunter. "What a pity my pockets are empty. However, I will ask my invisible friend, Murza." "Ready." "Go there, I know not where, bring something, I know not what." In less than a minute, the hunter heard the money chinking in his pocket. Gold poured into them, he knew not how nor whence. "Thanks, you have kept your word," said the hunter. He then began to bargain with the gypsy for the horse. Having agreed upon the price, he paid the man in gold, who, staring at the hunter with his mouth wide open, wondered where Huntsman the Unlucky had got so much money from. Parting from the hunter, the gypsy thief ran with all his speed to the farther end of the forest and whistled. There was no answer. "They are asleep," thought the gypsy, and entered a cavern where some robbers, lying on the skins of animals, were resting themselves. "Hello, comrades, are you asleep?" cried the gypsy. "Get up quick, or you will lose a fine bird. He is alone in the forest, and his pockets are full of gold. Make haste." The robbers sprang up, mounted their horses, and galloped after the hunter. The hunter heard the clatter, and seeing himself suddenly surrounded by robbers, cried out, "Murza!" "Ready," answered a voice near him. "Go there, I know not where, bring something, I know not what." There was a rustling noise heard in the forest, and then something from behind the trees fell upon the robbers. They were knocked from their horses and scattered on all sides, yet no hand was seen to touch them. The robbers, thrown upon the ground, could not raise themselves, and the hunter, thankful and rejoicing at his deliverance, rode on, and soon found his way out of the dark forest, and came upon a town. Near this town there were pitched tents full of soldiers. Huntsman the Unlucky was told that an enormous army of Tartars had come under the command of their Khan, who, angry at being refused the hand of the beautiful Princess Milovzora, the daughter of the Tsar, had declared war against him. The hunter had seen the Princess Milovzora when she was out hunting in the forest. She used to ride a beautiful horse and carry a golden lance in her hand. A magnificent quiver of arrows hung from her shoulder. When her veil was lifted up, she appeared like the spring sunlight, to give light to the eyes and warmth to the heart. The hunter reflected for a little while, and then cried, "Murza!" In an instant he found himself dressed in splendid attire. His jacket was embroidered with gold. He wore a beautiful mantle on his shoulders, and ostrich feathers hung gracefully down from the top of his helmet, fastened by a brooch of a ruby surrounded by pearls. The hunter went into the castle, presented himself before the Tsar, and offered to drive away the forces of the enemy on condition that the Tsar gave him the beautiful Princess Milovzora for his wife. The Tsar was greatly surprised, but did not like to refuse such an offer at once. He first asked the hunter his name, his birth, and his possessions. "I am called Huntsman the Unlucky, master of Murza the Invisible." The Tsar thought the young stranger was mad. The courtiers, however, who had seen him before, assured the Tsar that the stranger exactly resembled Huntsman the Unlucky, whom they knew, but how he had got that splendid dress they could not tell. Then the Tsar demanded, "Do you hear what they say? If you are telling lies, you will lose your head. Let us see, then, how you will overcome the enemy with the forces of your invisible Murza." "Be of good hope, Tsar," answered the hunter. "As soon as I say the word, everything will be completed." "Good," said the Tsar. "If you have spoken the truth, you shall have my daughter for your wife. If not, your head will be forfeit." The hunter said to himself, "I shall either become a prince, or I am a lost man." He then whispered, "Murza, go there, I know not where. Do this, I know not what." A few minutes passed, and there was nothing to be heard or seen. Huntsman the Unlucky turned pale. The Tsar, enraged, ordered him to be seized and put in irons, when suddenly the firing of guns was heard in the distance. The Tsar and his courtiers ran out on the steps leading to the castle, and saw bodies of men approaching from both right and left, their standards waving gracefully in the air. The soldiers were splendidly equipped. The Tsar could hardly believe his eyes, for he himself had no troops so fine as these. "This is no delusion," cried Huntsman the Unlucky. "These are the forces of my invisible friend." "Let them drive away the enemy then, if they can," said the Tsar. The hunter waved his handkerchief. The army wheeled into position. Music burst forth in a martial strain, and then a great cloud of dust arose. When the dust had cleared away, the army was gone. The Tsar invited Huntsman the Unlucky to dinner, and asked him numerous questions about Murza the Invisible. At the second course, the news came that the enemy was flying in every direction, completely routed. The terrified Tartars had left all their tents and baggage behind them. The Tsar thanked the hunter for his assistance, and informed his daughter that he had found a husband for her. Princess Milovzora blushed upon receiving this intelligence, then turned pale, and began to shed tears. The hunter whispered something to Murza, and the princess's tears changed into precious stones as they fell. The courtiers hastened to pick them up. They were pearls and diamonds. The princess smiled at this, and, overcome with pleasure, gave her hand to Huntsman the Unlucky, unlucky no longer. Then began the feast. But here the story must end. End of chapter 47. Huntsman the Unlucky. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kristen Lemoyne. greenkri.com. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 48. The Story of Little Simpleton, by John T. Nacke. Once there lived a peasant and his wife who had 3 daughters. The 2 elder daughters were cunning and selfish. The youngest was simple and open-hearted, and on that account came to be called, first by her sisters, and afterward by her father and mother, Little Simpleton. Little Simpleton was pushed about, had to fetch everything that was wanted, and was always kept at work. But she was ever ready to do what she was told, and never uttered a word of complaint. She would water the garden, prepare pine splinters, milk the cows, and feed the ducks. She had to wait upon everybody. In a word, she was the drudge of the family. One day, as the peasant was going with the hay to market, he asked his daughters what they would like him to buy for them. "Buy me some kumak," red wool stuff from Bucharest, for a sarafan, a long dress worn by the Russian peasant women, father, answered the eldest daughter. "And me some nankeen," said the second. The youngest daughter alone did not ask for a present. The peasant was moved with compassion for the girl. Although a simpleton, she was still his daughter. Turning to her, he asked, "Well, Little Simpleton, what shall I buy for you?" Little Simpleton smiled and replied, "Buy me, dearest father, a little silver plate and a little apple." "What do you want them for?" asked her sisters. "I will make the little apple roll round the plate, and will say some words to it which an old woman taught me because I gave her a cake." The peasant promised to buy his daughters what they asked of him, and then started for market. He sold his hay and bought the presents, some nankeen for one of his daughters, for another some kumak, and for Little Simpleton a little silver plate and a little apple. Then he returned home and gave these things to his daughters. The girls were delighted. The 2 elder ones made themselves sarafans and laughed at Little Simpleton, wondering what she would do with the silver plate and the apple. Little Simpleton did not eat the apple, but sat down in a corner and cried, "Roll, roll, little apple on the silver plate, and show me towns and fields, forests and seas, lofty mountains and beautiful skies." And the apple began to roll on the plate, and there appeared on it town after town, ships sailing on the seas, and people in the fields, mountains and beautiful skies, suns and stars. All these things looked so beautiful, and were so wonderful, that it would be impossible to tell of them in a story or describe them with the pen. At first, the elder sisters looked at the little plate with delight. Soon, however, their hearts were filled with envy, and they began to try to get it from their younger sister. But the girl would not part with it on any account. Then the wicked girls said, "Dearest sister, let us go into the forest to gather blackberries." Little Simpleton got up, gave the plate and apple to her father, and went with them into the forest. They walked about and gathered blackberries. All at once they saw a spade lying upon the ground. The wicked sisters killed Little Simpleton with it, and buried her under a birch tree. They returned home late and told their father, "The Simpleton is lost. She ran away from us in the forest. We searched, but could not find her anywhere. The wolves must have eaten her." The peasant regretted the loss of his daughter bitterly, for although so simple, she was still his child. The wicked sisters also shed tears. Her father put the little silver plate and the little apple into a box and locked them up. Next morning a shepherd was tending his sheep near the place, playing on his pipe, and searching in the forest for one of his flock that was missing. He observed the little grave under the birch tree. It was covered by the most lovely flowers, and out of the middle of the grave there grew a reed. The shepherd cut off the reed and made a pipe of it. As soon as the pipe was prepared, oh, wonderful! It began to play of itself and say, "Play, O pipe, play, and comfort my poor parents and sisters. I was killed for the sake of my little silver plate and my little apple." When the people heard of this, they ran out of their huts, and all came round the shepherd, and began to ask him who was killed. "Good people," answered the shepherd, "I don't know who it is. While searching for one of my sheep in the forest, I came upon a grave covered with flowers. Above them all stood a reed. I cut off the reed and made this pipe of it. It plays of itself, and you have heard what it says." The father of Little Simpleton happened to be present. He took the pipe into his own hand, and it began to play. "Play, O pipe, play, comfort my poor father and mother. I was killed for the sake of my little silver plate and my little apple." The peasant asked the shepherd to take him to the place where he had cut the reed. They all went into the forest and saw the grave, and were astonished at the sight of the lovely flowers which grew there. They opened the grave, and there discovered the body of a girl, which the poor man recognized as that of his youngest daughter. There she lay, murdered, but by whom no one could tell. The people asked one another who it was that had killed the poor girl. Suddenly the pipe began to play. "Oh, my dearest father, my sisters brought me to this forest, and here killed me, for the sake of my little plate and my little apple. You will not bring me to life until you fetch some of the water from the Tsar's well." Then the wicked sisters confessed it all. They were seized and cast into a dark prison to await the pleasure of the Tsar. The peasant set out for the capital. As soon as he arrived at the city, he went to the palace, saw the Tsar, told his story, and begged permission to take some water from the well. The Tsar said, "You may take some water of life from my well, and as soon as you have restored your daughter to life, bring her here with her little plate and the little apple. Bring your other 2 daughters also." The peasant bowed to the ground and returned home with a bottle full of the water of life. He hastened to the grave in the forest, lifted up the body of his daughter, and as soon as he had sprinkled it with the water, the girl came to life again, and threw herself into his arms. All who were present were moved to tears. Then the peasant started again for the capital, and arriving there went at once to the Tsar's palace. The Tsar came out and saw the peasant with his 3 daughters, 2 of them with their arms bound. The third, as beautiful as the spring flowers, stood near, the tears like diamonds falling down her cheeks. The Tsar was very angry with the 2 wicked sisters. Then he asked the youngest for her little plate and apple. The girl took the box from her father's hands and said, "Sire, what would you like to see? Your towns or your armies, the ships at sea or the beautiful stars in the sky?" Then she made the little apple roll round the plate, and there appeared on it many towns, one after another, with bodies of soldiers near them, with their standards and artillery. Then the soldiers made ready for the fight, and the officers stood in their places. The firing commenced. The smoke arose and hid it all from view. The little apple began again to roll on the plate, and there appeared the sea covered with ships, their flags streaming in the wind. The guns began to fire, the smoke arose, and again all disappeared from their sight. The apple again began to roll on the plate, and there appeared on it the beautiful sky with suns and stars. The Tsar was astonished. The girl fell down on her knees before him and cried, "Oh, sire, take my little plate and my little apple, and forgive my sisters." The Tsar was moved by her tears and entreaties, and forgave the wicked sisters. The delighted girl sprang up and began to embrace and kiss them. The Tsar smiled, took her by the hand, and said, "I honor the goodness of your heart, and admire your beauty. Would you like to become my wife?" "Sire," answered the beautiful girl, "I obey your royal command, but allow me first to ask my parents' permission." The delighted peasant at once gave his consent. They sent for the mother, and she, too, gladly bestowed her blessing. "One favor more," said the beautiful girl to the Tsar. "Permit my parents and sisters to remain with me." On hearing this, the sisters fell down on their knees before her and cried, "We are not worthy of so much favor." "Dearest sisters," said the beautiful girl, "all is forgotten and forgiven. They who remember the past with malice deserve to lose their sight." She then tried to lift them up from the ground, but they, shedding bitter tears, would not rise. Then the Tsar, looking at them with a frown, bade them get up. He allowed them, however, to stay in the palace. A magnificent entertainment then began. The palace was splendidly lighted up, and looked like the sun among the clouds. The Tsar and Czarina rode out in an open chariot, and showed themselves to the people, who cried joyfully, "Long live Tsar and Czarina! May they shine upon us like the glorious sun for years and years to come." End of chapter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Luoma, greenkri.com. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 49, The Golden Fish, by Lillian M. Gask. Upon a certain island in the middle of the sea dwelt an old man and his wife. They were so poor that they often went short of bread, for the fish he caught were their only means of livelihood. One day, when the man had been fishing for many hours without success, he hooked a small gold fish, whose eyes were bright as diamonds. "Let me go, kind man. I should not make a mouthful either for yourself or your wife, and my own mate waits for me down in the waters." The old man was so moved by his pleadings that he took him off the hook and threw him back into the sea. Before he swam off to rejoin his mate, the gold fish promised that in return for his kindness he would come to the fisherman's help if ever he wanted him. Laughing merrily at this, for he did not believe that a fish could help him except by providing him with food, the old man went home and told his wife. "What?" she cried. "You actually let him go when you had caught him? It was just like your stupidity. You have not a scrap of bread in the house, and now, I suppose, we must starve." Her reproaches continued for so long that though he scarcely believed what the fish had said, the poor old man thought that at least it would do no harm to put him to the test. He therefore hastened back to the shore and stood at the very edge of the waves. "Golden fish, golden fish," he called. "Come to me, I pray, with your tail in the water and your head lifted up toward me." As the last word was uttered, the gold fish popped up his head. "You see, I have kept my promise," he said. "What can I do for you, my good friend?" "There is not a scrap of bread in the house," quavered the old man, "and my wife is very angry with me for letting you go." "Don't trouble about that," said the gold fish in an offhand manner. "You will find bread and to spare when you go home." And the old man hurried away to see if his little friend had spoken truly. Surely enough, he found that the pan was full of fine white loaves. "I did not do so badly for you after all, good wife," he said, as they ate their supper. But his wife was anything but satisfied. The more she had, the more she wanted, and she lay awake planning what they should demand from the goldfish next. "Wake up, you lazy man," she cried to her husband early next morning. "Go down to the sea and tell your fish that I must have a new wash-tub." The old man did as his wife bade him, and the moment he called the goldfish reappeared. He seemed quite willing to grant the new request, and on his return home the old man found a beautiful new wash-tub in the small yard at the back of their cabin. "Why didn't you ask for a new cabin too?" his wife said angrily. "If you had a grain of sense, you would have done this without being told. Go back at once and say that we must have one." The old man was rather ashamed to trouble his friend again so soon, but the goldfish was as obliging as ever. "Very well," he said, "a new cabin you shall have." And the old man found one so spick and span that he hardly dare cross the floor for fear of soiling it. It would have pleased him greatly had his wife been contented, but she, good woman, did nothing but grumble still. "Tell your goldfish," she said next day, "that I want to be a duchess, with many servants at my beck and call, and a splendid carriage to drive in." Once more her wish was granted, but now her husband's plight was hard indeed. She would not let him share her palace, but offered him off to the stables, where he was forced to keep company with her grooms. In a few days, however, he grew reconciled to his lot, for here he could live in peace, while he learned that she was leading those around her a terrible life. It was not long before she sent for him again. "Summon the goldfish," she commanded haughtily, "and tell him I wish to be queen of the waters, and to rule over all the fish." The poor man felt sorry for the fish if they had to be under her rule, for prosperity had quite spoiled her. However, he dared not disobey, and once more summoned his powerful friend. "Make your wife queen of the waters?" exclaimed the goldfish. "That is the last thing I should do. She is unfit to reign, for she cannot rule herself or her desires. I shall make her once more a poor old woman. Adieu, you will see me no more." The old man returned sorrowfully with this unpleasant message, to find the palace transformed into a humble cabin, and his wife in a skirt of threadbare stuff in place of the rich brocade which she had worn of late. She was sad and humble, and much more easy to live with than she had been before. Her husband, therefore, had occasion many times to think gratefully of the goldfish, and sometimes when drawing up his net the glint of the sun upon the scales of his captives would give him a moment's hope, which alas was as often disappointed, that once again he was to see his benefactor. End of chapter 49. The Golden Fish.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, March 2006. The Junior Classics Volume 1 by William Patton. Chapter 50. The Wonderful Hare by W.S. Karajich. There once lived a man who was very poor and who had many children, so many that he was unable to support them. As he could not endure the idea of their perishing of hunger, he was often tempted to destroy them. His wife alone prevented him. One night, as he lay asleep, there appeared to him a lovely child in a vision. The child said, "O man, I see your soul is in danger in the thought of killing your helpless children. But I know you are poor, and am come here to help you. You will find under your pillow in the morning a looking-glass, a red handkerchief, and an embroidered scarf. Take these 3 things, but show them to no one, and go into the forest. In that forest you will find a rivulet. Walk by the side of this rivulet until you come to its source. There you will see a girl as bright as the sun, with long hair streaming down her shoulders. Take care that she does you no harm. Say not a word to her, for if you utter a single syllable, she will change you into a fish or some other creature and will eat you. Should she ask you to comb her hair, obey her. As you comb it, you will find one hair as red as blood. Pull it out and run away with it. Be swift, for she will follow you. Then throw on the ground first the embroidered scarf, then the red handkerchief, and last of all the looking-glass. They will delay her pursuit of you. Sell the hair to some rich man, but see that you do not allow yourself to be cheated, for it is of boundless worth. Its produce will make you rich, and thus you will be able to feed your children. Next morning, when the poor man awoke, he found under his pillow exactly the things the child had told him of in his dream. He went immediately into the forest, and when he had discovered the rivulet, he walked by the side of it, on and on, until he had reached its source. There he saw a girl sitting on the bank, threading a needle with the rays of the sun. She was embroidering a net made of the hair of heroes, spread on a frame before her. He approached and bowed to her. The girl got up and demanded, "Where did you come from, strange knight?" The man remained silent. Again she asked him, "Who are you, and why do you come here?" and many other questions, but he remained silent as a stone, indicating with his hands only that he was dumb and in need of help. She told him to sit at her feet, and when he had gladly done so, she inclined her head toward him that he might comb her hair. He began to arrange her hair as if to comb it, but as soon as he had found the red one, he separated it from the rest, plucked it out, leaped up, and ran from her with his utmost speed. The girl sprang after him and was soon at his heels. The man, turning round as he ran, and seeing that his pursuer would soon overtake him, threw the embroidered scarf on the ground as he had been told. When the girl saw it, she stopped and began to examine it, turning it over on both sides and admiring the embroidery. Meanwhile the man gained a considerable distance in advance. The girl tied the scarf round her bosom and recommenced the pursuit. When the man saw that she was again about to overtake him, he threw down the red handkerchief. At the sight of it, the girl again stopped, examined, and wondered at it. The peasant, in the meantime, was again enabled to increase the distance between them. When the girl perceived this, she became furious, and throwing away both scarf and handkerchief, began to run with increased speed after him. She was just upon the point of catching the poor peasant, when he threw the looking-glass at her feet. At the sight of the looking-glass, the like of which she had never seen before, the girl checked herself, picked it up, and looked in it. Seeing her own face, she fancied there was another girl looking at her. While she was thus occupied, the man ran so far that she could not possibly overtake him. When the girl saw that further pursuit was useless, she turned back, and the peasant, joyful and unhurt, reached his home. Once within doors, he showed the hair to his wife and children, and told them all that had happened to him, but his wife only laughed at the story. The peasant, however, took no heed of her ridicule, but went to a neighboring town to sell the hair. He was soon surrounded by a crowd of people, and some merchants began to bid for his prize. One merchant offered him 1 gold piece, another 2 for the single hair, and so on until the price rose to 100 gold pieces. Meanwhile the king, hearing of the wonderful red hair, ordered the peasant to be called in, and offered him 1,000 gold pieces for it. The man joyfully sold it for that sum. What wonderful kind of hair was this, after all? The king split it carefully open from end to end, and in it was found the story of many marvelous secrets of nature, and of things that had happened since the creation of the world. Thus the peasant became rich, and henceforth lived happily with his wife and children. The child he had seen in his dream was an angel sent down from heaven to succor him, and to reveal to mankind the knowledge of many wonderful things which had hitherto remained unexplained. End of chapter 50.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Deborah Clark, Winnipeg, Canada. April 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 51. The Language of Animals, by W.S. Karadzic. A certain man had a shepherd who had served him faithfully and honestly for many years. One day, as the shepherd was tending his sheep, he heard a hissing noise in the forest, and wondered what it could be. He went, therefore, into the wood in the direction of the sound to learn what it was. There he saw that the dry grass and leaves had caught fire, and in the middle of a burning circle a snake was hissing. The shepherd stopped to see what the snake would do, for the fire was burning all around it, and the flames approached it nearer and nearer every moment. Then the snake cried from amid the fire, "O shepherd, for heaven's sake, save me from this fire." The shepherd stretched out his crook over the flames to the snake, and the snake passed along it to his hand, and from his hand it crawled to his neck, where it twisted itself round. When the shepherd perceived this, he was greatly alarmed, and said to the snake, "What have I done in an evil hour? Have I saved you to my own destruction?" The snake answered him, "Fear not, but carry me to my father's house. My father is the king of snakes." The shepherd, however, began to beg the snake to excuse him, saying that he could not leave the sheep. But the snake answered, "Be not troubled about the sheep. No harm shall happen to them. Only go as fast as you can." The shepherd then walked through the forest with the snake until he came to a gate, which was entirely made of snakes knotted together. There the snake on the shepherd's neck gave a whistle, and all the other snakes untwisted themselves. Then the snake said to the shepherd, "When we come to my father's palace, he will give you whatever you ask for, silver, gold, and precious stones. Do you, however, take nothing of these, but beg to know the language of the brutes and other creatures. He will refuse you this for a long time, but at last he will grant your request." Meanwhile they came to the palace, to the father, who, shedding many tears, cried, "For heaven's sake, my dearest daughter, where have you been?" And she told him in due order how she had been surrounded by the forest fire, and how the shepherd had rescued her. Then the king of the snakes turned to the shepherd and said to him, "What would you have me give you for the deliverance of my daughter?" The shepherd answered, "Only let me understand the language of animals. I want nothing else." Then the king said, "That is not good for you, for if I were to bestow upon you the gift of knowledge of the tongue of animals, and you were to tell anyone of it, you would instantly die. Ask, therefore, for something else. Whatever you desire to possess, I will give you." To which the shepherd replied, "If you wish to give me anything, then grant me the knowledge of the language of brute creatures. But if you do not care to give me that, farewell, and God protect you. I want nothing else." And the shepherd turned to leave the place. Then the king called him back, saying, "Stay, come here to me. Since you will have it at all hazards, open your mouth." The shepherd opened his mouth, and the king of snakes breathed into it and said, "Do you now breathe into my mouth?" The shepherd breathed into his mouth, and the snake king breathed again into that of the shepherd. After they had breathed each 3 times into the other's mouth, the king said, "Now you understand the language of animals, and of all created things. Go in peace, and God be with you. But for the life of you, tell no one of this. If you do, you will die on the instant." The shepherd returned home through the forest. As he walked, he heard and understood all that the birds said, and the grass, and all the other things that are upon the earth. When he came to his sheep and found them all together and quite safe, he laid himself down to rest. Scarcely had he lain down when there flew 2 ravens towards him, who took their perch upon a tree and began to talk together in their own language. What if that shepherd only knew that underneath the place where the black lamb lies there is a cellar full of silver and gold? When the shepherd heard this, he went to his master and told him of it. The master took a cart with him, and they dug down to a door leading to the cave, and removed the treasure to his house. But the master was an honest man, and gave all the treasure to the shepherd, saying, "My son, all this treasure is yours, for heaven has given it to you. Buy yourself a house with it, marry, and live happily in it." The shepherd took the treasure, built himself a house, and, having married, lived a happy life. Soon he became known as the richest man, not only in his village, but so rich that there was not his equal in the whole neighborhood. He had his own shepherd, cowkeeper, hostler, and swineherd, plenty of goods and chattels, and great riches. One day, just before Christmas, he said to his wife, "Get some wine and some brandy and all things necessary. Tomorrow we will go to the farmyard and take the good things to the shepherds, that they may also enjoy themselves." The wife followed his directions and prepared all he had told her. When they arrived on the following day at the farmhouse, the master said to the shepherds in the evening, "Come here, all of you. Eat, drink, and be merry. I will watch over the flocks for you tonight." And he went in very deed, and remained with the flocks. About midnight the wolves began to howl and the dogs to bark, and the wolves said in their language, "May we come in and do what mischief we like, then you too shall have your share." And the dogs answered in their language, "Come in, and we will eat our fill with you." But among the dogs there was an old one, who had but 2 teeth in his head, and he said to the wolves, "That will not do. So long as I have my 2 teeth in my head, you shall do no harm to my master nor his." The master heard it all, and understood what was said. On the following morning he ordered all the dogs to be killed, saved only the old one. The hinds said, "Heaven forbid, sir, that would be a great pity." But the master answered, "Do what I have told you." Then he prepared to return home with his wife, and they both mounted their horses, and as they rode on, the husband got a little ahead, while the wife fell behind. At last the husband's horse neighed, and called to the mare, "Come on, make haste, why do you lag behind?" And the mare answered him, "Ah, yes, it is very easy for you. You have only one to carry, the master, while I have to carry 2, the mistress and her baby." The husband turned round and laughed, and his wife, seeing this, urged the mare forward, overtook her husband, and asked him what he had been laughing at. "Nothing, I do not know, just something that came into my mind," answered the husband. But the wife was not satisfied with this answer, and she pressed him again and again to tell her why he had laughed. But he excused himself and said, "Let me alone, wife. What is the matter with you? I do not know myself why I laughed." But the more he denied her, the more she insisted upon his telling her what he had been laughing at. At last the husband said to her, "Know then that if I tell you the reason, I shall instantly die." The woman, however, did not care for that, but urged him to tell her notwithstanding. Meanwhile they had reached home. The husband ordered a coffin to be made immediately, and when it was ready he had it placed before the house, and said to his wife, "See now, I lay me down in this coffin, and then tell you why I laughed, but as soon as I have told you, I shall die." The husband lay down in the coffin, and looked around him for the last time, and there came the old dog from the farmyard, and sat down at his head and whined. The husband, seeing this, said to his wife, "Bring a piece of bread and give it to this dog." The wife brought out a piece of bread and threw it down to the dog, but the dog would not even look at it. Then the housecock ran up and began to pick at the bread, and the dog said to it, "You miserable, greedy thing, you! You can eat, and yet you see that the master is going to die?" The cock answered the dog, "And let him die, since he is such a fool. I have 100 wives, and I call them all together whenever I find a grain of corn, and as soon as they have all come round me, I swallow it myself. And if any one of them got angry, I should be at her directly with my beak. The master has only 1 wife, and he cannot even manage her." When the husband heard this, he quickly sprang out of the coffin, took up a stick, and called his wife into the room. "Come, wife," he said, "I will tell you what you so much want to hear." Then, as he beat her with the stick, he cried, "This is it, wife, this is it." In this way he quieted his wife, and she never asked him again what he had been laughing at. End of chapter 51. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Deborah Clark, Winnipeg, Canada, April 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten, Chapter 52. The Emperor Trojan's Goat's Ears, by W. S. Karayich. There once lived an emperor whose name was Trojan. This emperor had goat's ears, and he used to call in barber after barber to shave him. But whoever went in never came out again, for while the barber was shaving him, the emperor would ask what he observed uncommon in him, and when the barber would answer that he observed his goat's ears, the emperor would immediately cut him into pieces. At last it came to the turn of a certain barber to go, who feigned illness and sent his apprentice instead. When the apprentice appeared before the emperor, he was asked why his master did not come, and he answered, "Because he is ill." Then the emperor sat down and allowed the youth to shave him. As he shaved him, the apprentice noticed the emperor's goat's ears, but when Trojan asked him what he had observed, he answered, "I have observed nothing." Then the emperor gave him 12 ducats and said to him, "From this time forth you shall always come and shave me." When the apprentice came home, his master asked him how he got on at the emperor's, and the youth answered, "All well. The emperor has told me I am to shave him in future." Then he showed the 12 ducats he had received, but as to the emperor's goat's ears, of that he said nothing. From this time forth the apprentice went regularly to Trojan to shave him, and for each shaving he received 12 ducats, but he told no one that the emperor had goat's ears. At last it began to worry and torment him that he dare tell no one his secret, and he became sick and began to pine away. His master, who could not fail to observe this, asked him what ailed him, and after much pressing, the apprentice confessed that he had something on his heart which he dared not confide to anyone, and he added, "If I could only tell it to somebody, I should feel better at once." Then said the master, "Tell it to me, and I will faithfully keep it from everybody else. Or, if you fear to trust me with it, then go to the confessor and confide it to him. But if you will not do even that, then go into the fields outside the town. There dig a hole, thrust your head into it, and tell the earth 3 times what you know. Then throw the mould in again and fill up the hole." The apprentice chose the last course, went into the field outside the city, dug a hole, into which he thrust his head, and called out 3 times, "The Emperor Trojan has goat's ears." Then he filled up the hole again, and with his mind quite relieved, went home. When some time had passed, there sprang an elder tree out of this very hole, and 3 slender stems grew up, beautiful and straight as tapers. Some shepherds found the elder, cut off one of the stems, and made a pipe of it. But as soon as they began to blow into the new pipe, out burst the words, "The Emperor Trojan has goat's ears." The news of this strange occurrence spread immediately through the whole city, and at last the Emperor Trojan himself heard the children blowing on a pipe. "The Emperor Trojan has goat's ears." He sent instantly for the barber's apprentice and shouted to him, "Hey, what is this you have been telling the people about me?" The poor youth began at once to explain that he had indeed noticed the emperor's ears, but had never told a soul of it. The emperor tore his saber out of its sheath to hew the apprentice down, at which the youth was so frightened that he told the whole story in its order, how he had confessed himself to the earth, how an elder tree had sprang up on the very spot, and how, when a pipe was made of one of its stems, the tale was sounded in every direction. Then the emperor took the apprentice with him in a carriage to the place, to convince himself of the truth of the story. And when they arrived there, they found there was only a single stem left. The Emperor Trojan ordered a pipe to be made out of this stem, that he might hear how it sounded. As soon as the pipe was ready, and one of them blew into it, out poured the words, "The Emperor Trojan has goat's ears." Then the emperor was convinced that nothing on this earth could be hidden, spared the barber apprentice's life, and henceforth allowed any barber, without exception, to come and shave him. End of chapter 52. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Deborah Clark, Winnipeg, Canada. April 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 53. The Maiden Who is Wiser than the King, by W.S. Karajich. There once lived a poor man in a miserable hovel, who had no one with him save only a daughter. But she was very wise, and went about everywhere seeking alms, and taught her father also to speak in a becoming manner when he begged. It happened once that the poor man came to the king and asked for a gift. The king demanded whence he came, and who had taught him to speak so well. The man said whence he came, and that it was his daughter who had taught him. "And who taught your daughter?" asked the king. The poor man answered, "God and our great poverty." Then the king gave him 30 eggs, saying, "Take these eggs to your daughter, and tell her to hatch chickens out of them, and I will reward her handsomely. But if she cannot hatch them, it will go ill with you." The poor man went crying back to his hovel, and related to his daughter what had passed. The maiden saw at once that the eggs had been boiled, but she told her father to go to rest, and assured him that she would see that all went well. The father followed her advice and went to sleep. The maiden took a pot, filled it with water and beans, and set it on the fire. On the following morning, the beans being quite boiled, she told her father to take a plough and oxen, and to plough along the road where the king would pass. "And," she added, "when you see the king, take the beans, sow them, and cry, 'Hi, go on, oxen mine! Heaven be with me, and make my boiled beans take root and grow.' And when the king asks you how it is possible for boiled beans to grow, answer him that it is quite as possible for boiled eggs to yield chickens." The poor man hearkened to his daughter, went away, and began to plough. When he saw the king coming, he began to cry, "Hi, go on, oxen mine! God help me, and make my boiled beans take root and grow." The king, hearing these words, stopped on the road and said to the poor man, "Here, fellow, how is it possible for boiled beans to grow?" And the poor man answered him, "Heaven prosper you, king, just as possible as for boiled eggs to yield chickens." The king guessed at once that it was the poor man's daughter who had taught him this answer. He ordered his servants to seize him and bring him into his presence. Then he gave him a bundle of flax, and said to him, "Take this flax, and make out of it ropes and sails and all that is wanted on shipboard. If you do not, you shall lose your head." The poor man took the bundle in great fear, and went crying home to his daughter, to whom he related all that had passed. But the maiden set him again to rest with the promise that all should go well. On the following day she took a small piece of wood, awoke her father, and said to him, "Take this wood and carry it to the king. Let him cut a spinning wheel, a spindle, and a loom out of it, and I will do all that he demands of me." The poor man again followed the directions of his daughter. He went to the king and delivered the maiden's message. The king was astonished at hearing this, and began to think what he should do next. At last he took a small cup and said as he gave it to the father, "Take this cup to your daughter, and let her empty the sea with it, so that it shall become like a dry field." The poor man obeyed with tears in his eyes, and took the cup to his daughter with the king's message. But the maiden told him he need only leave the matter till the morning, when she would see to it. In the morning she called her father, and gave him a pound of tow to take to the king, and bade him say, "Let the king stop up all the springs and river mouths of the earth with this tow, and then I will dry up the sea for him." And the poor man went, and told this to the king. Now the king saw that this maiden was wiser than he was himself, and he ordered her to be brought before him. And when the father and the daughter stood in his presence and bowed before him, he said to the daughter, "Tell me, girl, what is it that man hears the farthest?" And the maiden said, "Great king, that which man hears the farthest is the thunder and a lie." Upon this the king took hold of his beard, and turning to his counsellors demanded of them, "Tell me what my beard is worth." And when one valued it at so much, and another at so much more, the maiden told them outright that they could not guess it. "The king's beard," she said, "is of as much worth as 3 rainy days in summer-time." The king was astonished, and exclaimed, "The maiden has made the best answer." Then he asked her if she would be his wife, nor would he desist from pressing his suit until she agreed to it. The maiden bent before him and said, "Glorious king, let it be as you will, but I beg of you to write on a piece of paper with your own hand that should you ever be angry with me, and should drive me forth from your place, I shall be at liberty to take what I love dearest away with me." And the king agreed and wrote out the paper. After some time had passed away, it came, in fact, to pass that the king became one day so angry with his wife that he said to her, "I will have you no longer for my wife. Leave my palace and go where you will." "Illustrious king," answered the queen, "I will obey you. Permit me, however, to stay here over the night. Then in the morning I will go forth." The king granted her prayer, and the queen, before supper, mixed some brandy and some sweet herbs in the king's wine, and pressed him to partake of it, saying, "Drink, O king, and be merry. Tomorrow we part, and believe me, I shall then be happier than when I married you." The king drank too much, and when he was fast asleep, the queen had him laid in a wagon ready prepared, and drove with him into a rocky cavern. And when the king awoke in the cavern and saw where he was, he cried out, "Who has brought me here?" "I have brought you here," answered the queen. The king demanded of her, "Why have you done this? Have I not told you that you are no longer my wife?" Then she said, as she drew forth a sheet of paper, "It is true what you say, but see what you yourself had laid down on this sheet, that when I should leave you, I might take with me from your palace that which I loved best." When the king heard this, he kissed her and went back with her to the palace. End of chapter 53.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Robin Cotter, Toronto, Ontario, October 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 54, The Three Sons, by Lady Gregory. "I'll tell you a story," says the old man who was bringing fish from the sea, "and after that I'll be going on to Ballinrobe, to one that has a shop there, and that was reared by my grandmother. It is likely he'll give me a tasty suit of clothes. Working all my life I am, working with the flail in the barn, working with the spade at the potato tilling and the potato digging, breaking stones on the road. And 4 years ago the wife died, and it's lonesome to be housekeeping alone. There was a king long ago in Ireland, and he had 3 sons, and one of them was something silly. There came a sickness on the king, and he called his 3 sons, and he said to them that he had knowledge the only thing would cure him was the apples from Burnet's orchard, and he bade them to go look for them, for that orchard was in some far-away place, and no one could tell where it was. The 3 sons went then, and they caught their horses, and put on their bridles, and they set out, and went on till they came to 3 crossroads. There they stopped, and they settled among themselves that each one of them would take one of the roads and go searching for the apples, and they would meet at the same place at the end of a year and a day. The youngest son, that was a bit silly, took the crossest of the roads, and he went on till he came to a cottage by the roadside. He went in, and there was a withered old man in the house, and he said, "There is a great welcome before the King of Ireland's son." The son was astonished at that, because he thought no one could know him. He was well received there, and in the course of the evening he asked the old man did he know where was Burnet's garden. "I am 100 years old," said the man, "and I never heard of such a place. But I have a brother," he said, "that is 100 years older than I am, and it may be he would know," he said. So in the morning he gave a canoe to the king's son, and it went on of itself without him turning or guiding it, till it brought him to the old man's brother, and he got a welcome there and a good treatment. And in the course of the night he asked that old man did he know where was Burnet's orchard. "I do not," said he. "Though I am 200 years old, I never heard of it. But go on," he said, "to a brother I have that has 100 years more than myself." So in the morning he went into the canoe, and it went on of itself till it came to where the third old man was, that was older again than the other two, and the king's son asked, did he know where was Burnet's garden. "I do not," he said, "although I am 300 years old, but I will tell you how you will know it," he said. "Go on till you come to shore, where you will see a swan gander standing by the water, and he is the one that can tell you and can bring you to it," he said, "and ask him to bring you to that garden in the name of the Almighty God." So the king's son went on in the canoe till he came where the swan gander was standing on the shore. "Can you tell me," says he, "where can I get the apples that are in Burnet's orchard? And can you bring me there?" he said. "Indeed," said the swan gander, "I am in no way obliged to your leader, or to whoever it was who sent you to me and gave you that teaching. And those apples are well minded," he said, "by wolves, and the only time they sleep is for 3 hours once in every 7 years, and it chances they are asleep for those 3 hours at this time, and so I will bring you there," he said. With that he stretched out his wings, and he bade the king's son to get on his back. And it was long before he could start flying with the weight that was on him, but at last he flew away, and he brought the king's son to Burnet's garden, and there was a high wall around it, but he flew over the wall and put him down in the garden. The king's son filled his bag with the apples, and when he had done that, he went looking around, and came to a large cottage in the garden, and he went in, and there was no one in the house but a beautiful young girl, and she was asleep. So he went away, but he brought with him the gold rings and the gold garters that he saw there in the window. He got up again on the back of the swan gander, but it was hard for it to rise with the weight of the bag of apples. But it did rise at last, and it brought him to where the old man was that was 300 years old. The king's son gave one of the apples to the old man, and no sooner did he eat it than his age left him, and he was like a boy of 15 years. He went on then to the 2 other old men, and gave an apple to both of them, and no sooner did they eat it than they were like young boys again. Then the king's son went back to the crossroads, for it was the end of the year and a day, and he was the first to come there, and he fell asleep. The 2 brothers came and saw him there, and they stole the bag of apples from under his head, and put in the place of it a bag of apples that were no use at all. Then they went on to their father's house, and they gave him the apples they had stolen, and he was cured on the moment. But they told him that what the youngest son was bringing to him was poison apples, that would bring him to his death. The king was very angry when he heard that, and he went to his butler and said, "Go out to the wood where my son is, and shoot him, and bring his heart here with you on the top of a gun, and throw it to the dogs at the door, for I will never have him, or anything belonging to him, brought into the house," he said. So the butler got the gun, and went out to the wood, and when he saw the young man, he was going to shoot him. "Why would you do that?" said he. So the butler told him all the father ordered him, and the young man said, "Do not shoot me, but save me, and this is what you will do. Go into the wood until you meet with a woodcock, and shoot it, and take the heart out of it, for that is most like the heart of a man. Bring the woodcock's heart to my father's house," he said, "and throw it to the dogs at the door." So the butler did that, and spared him, and took the woodcock's heart and threw it to the dogs at the door. It was a good while after that a beautiful young lady came to the king's doorway in a coach and 4, and stopped at the door. "Send out my husband to me here," she said. So the eldest son came out to her. "Was it you who came to the garden for the apples?" says she. "It was," says he. "What things did you take notice of in the cottage where I was?" says she. So he began telling of this thing and that thing that never was in it at all. And when she heard that, she gave him a clout that knocked his head as solid as any stone in the wall. Then the second son came out, and she asked him the same question, and he told the same lies, and she gave him another clout that left his head as solid as any stone in the wall. When the king heard all that, he knew they had deceived him, and that it was the youngest son who got the apples for his cure, and he began to cry after him, and to lament that he was not living to come back again. "Would you like to know that he is living yet?" says the butler. "I would sooner hear it than any word ever I heard," says the king. "Well, he is living yet, and is in the wood," says the butler. When the young lady heard that, she bade the butler bring her to where he was, and they went together to the wood, and there they found him, where he had been living on the fruits of trees through the most of the year. When the young lady saw him, she said, "Was it you came to the house where I was in the garden?" "It was," says he. "What things did you take notice of in it?" "Here they are," says he. And he put his hand in his pocket, and brought out the gold rings and the golden garters, and the other signs he had brought away. So she knew that he was the right one, and she married him, and they lived happily ever after. And there was great rejoicing in the King of Ireland's house. End of chapter 54.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirk Thomas, Atlanta, Georgia, November 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 55, Hok Lee and the Dwarfs, retold by Andrew Lang. There once lived in a small town in China a man named Hok Lee. He was a steady, industrious man who not only worked hard at his trade, but did all his own housework as well, for he had no wife to do it for him. "What an excellent, industrious man is this Hok Lee," said his neighbors. "How hard he works! He never leaves his house to amuse himself, or to take a holiday as others do." But Hok Lee was by no means the virtuous person his neighbors thought him. True, he worked hard enough by day, but at night, when all respectable folk were fast asleep, he used to steal out and join a dangerous band of robbers, who broke into rich people's houses and carried off all they could lay hands on. This state of things went on for some time, and though a thief was caught now and then and punished, no suspicion ever fell on Hok Lee. He was such a very respectable, hard-working man. Hok Lee had already amassed a good store of money as his share of the proceeds of these robberies, when it happened one morning on going to market that a neighbor said to him, "Why, Hok Lee, what is the matter with your face? One side of it is all swelled up." True enough, Hok Lee's right cheek was twice the size of his left, and it soon began to feel very uncomfortable. "I will bind up my face," said Hok Lee. "Doubtless the warmth will cure the swelling." But no such thing. Next day it was worse, and day by day it grew bigger and bigger, till it was nearly as large as his head and became very painful. Hok Lee was at his wits' end what to do. Not only was his cheek unsightly and painful, but his neighbors began to jeer and make fun of him, which hurt his feelings very much indeed. One day, as luck would have it, a traveling doctor came to town. He sold not only all kinds of medicine, but also dealt in many strange charms against witches and evil spirits. Hok Lee determined to consult him and asked him into his house. After the doctor had examined him carefully, he spoke thus. "This, Hok Lee, is no ordinary swelled face. I strongly suspect you have been doing some wrong deed, which has called down the anger of the spirits on you. None of my drugs will avail to cure you, but if you are willing to pay me handsomely, I can tell you how you may be cured." Then Hok Lee and the doctor began to bargain together, and it was a long time before they could come to terms. However, the doctor got the better of it in the end, for he was determined not to part with his secret under a certain price, and Hok Lee had no mind to carry his huge cheek about with him to the end of his days. So he was obliged to part with the greater portion of his ill-gotten gains. When the doctor had pocketed the money, he told Hok Lee to go on the first night of the full moon to a certain wood, and there to watch by a particular tree. After a time he would see the dwarfs and little sprites who live underground come out to dance. When they saw him, they would be sure to make him dance too. "And mind you dance your very best," added the doctor. "If you dance well and please them, they will grant you a petition, and you can then beg to be cured. But if you dance badly, they will most likely do you some mischief out of spite." With that, he took leave and departed. Happily, the first night of the full moon was near, and at the proper time Hok Lee set out for the wood. With a little trouble he found the tree the doctor had described, and feeling nervous, he climbed up into it. He had hardly settled himself on a branch when he saw the little dwarfs assembling in the moonlight. They came from all sides, till at length there appeared to be hundreds of them. They seemed in high glee, and danced and skipped and capered about, while Hok Lee grew so eager watching them that he crept farther and farther along his branch, till at length it gave a loud crack. All the dwarfs stood still, and Hok Lee felt as if his heart stood still also. Then one of the dwarfs called out, "Some one is up in that tree. Come down at once, whoever you are, or we must come and fetch you." In great terror, Hok Lee proceeded to come down, but he was so nervous that he tripped near the ground and came rolling down in the most absurd manner. When he had picked himself up, he came forward with a low bow, and the dwarf who had first spoken, and who appeared to be the leader, said, "Now then, who art thou, and what brings thee here?" So Hok Lee told him the sad story of his swelled cheek, and how he had been advised to come to the forest and beg the dwarfs to cure him. "It is well," replied the dwarf. "We will see about that. First, however, thou must dance before us. Should thy dancing please us, perhaps we may be able to do something. But shouldest thou dance badly, we shall assuredly punish thee. So now take warning, and dance away." With that, he and all the other dwarfs sat down in a large ring, leaving Hok Lee to dance alone in the middle. He felt half frightened to death, and besides was a good deal shaken by his fall from the tree, and did not feel at all inclined to dance. But the dwarfs were not to be trifled with. "Begin!" cried their leader. And "Begin!" shouted the rest in chorus. So in despair Hok Lee began. First he hopped on one foot and then on the other, but he was so stiff and so nervous that he made but a poor attempt, and after a time sank down on the ground and vowed he could dance no more. The dwarfs were very angry. They crowded round Hok Lee and abused him. "Thou to come here to be cured indeed!" they cried. "Thou hast brought one big cheek with thee, but thou shalt take away two." And with that they ran off and disappeared, leaving Hok Lee to find his way home as best he might. He hobbled away, weary and depressed, and not a little anxious on account of the dwarf's threat. Nor were his fears unfounded, for when he rose the next morning, his left cheek was swelled up as big as his right, and he could hardly see out of his eyes. Hok Lee felt in despair, and his neighbors jeered at him more than ever. The doctor, too, had disappeared, so there was nothing for it but to try the dwarfs once more. He waited a month till the first night of the full moon came round again, and then he trudged back to the forest and sat down under the tree from which he had fallen. He had not long to wait. Ere long the dwarfs came trooping out till all were assembled. "I don't feel quite easy," said one. "I feel as if some horrid human being were near us." When Hok Lee heard this, he came forward and bent down to the ground before the dwarfs, who came crowding round and laughed heartily at his comical appearance with his two big cheeks. "What dost thou want?" they asked, and Hok Lee proceeded to tell them of his fresh misfortunes, and begged so hard to be allowed one more trial at dancing that the dwarfs consented, for there is nothing they love so much as being amused. Now Hok Lee knew how much depended on his dancing well, so he plucked up a good spirit and began, first quite slowly and faster by degrees, and he danced so well and gracefully and made such new and wonderful steps that the dwarfs were quite delighted with him. They clapped their tiny hands and shouted, "Well done, Hok Lee, well done! Go on, dance more, for we are pleased." And Hok Lee danced on, till he really could dance no more and was obliged to stop. Then the leader of the dwarfs said, "We are well pleased, Hok Lee, and as a recompense for thy dancing, thy face shall be cured. Farewell." With these words he and the other dwarfs vanished, and Hok Lee, putting his hands to his face, found to his great joy that his cheeks were reduced to their natural size. The way home seemed short and easy to him, and he went to bed happy and resolved never to go out robbing again. Next day the whole town was full of the news of Hok's sudden cure. His neighbors questioned him, but could get nothing from him except the fact that he had discovered a wonderful cure for all kinds of diseases. After a time, a rich neighbor, who had been ill for some years, came and offered to give Hok Lee a large sum of money if he would tell him how he might get cured. Hok Lee consented on condition that he swore to keep the secret. He did so, and Hok Lee told him of the dwarfs and their dances. The neighbor went off, carefully obeyed Hok Lee's directions, and was duly cured by the dwarfs. Then another and another came to Hok Lee to beg his secret, and from each he extracted a vow of secrecy and a large sum of money. This went on for some years, so that at length Hok Lee became a very wealthy man and ended his days in peace and prosperity. End of chapter 55. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Burnell, October 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patton, Chapter 56, A Dreadful Bore, by Adele M. Field. A poor old woman, who lived with her one little granddaughter in a wood, was out gathering sticks for fuel, and found a green stalk of sugar cane which she added to her bundle. She presently met an elf in the form of a wild boar, that asked her for the cane. She declined giving it to him, saying that at her age to stoop and to rise again was to earn what she picked up, and she was going to take the cane home and let her little granddaughter suck its sap. The boar, angry at her refusal, said that during the coming night he would come and eat her granddaughter instead of the cane, and went off into the wood. When the old woman reached her cabin she sat down by the door and wailed, for she knew that she had no means of defending herself against the boar. While she sat crying, a vendor of needles came along and asked her what was the matter. She told him, but all that he could do for her was to give her a box of needles. The old woman stuck the needles thickly over the lower half of the door on its outer side, and then went on crying. Just then a man came along with a basket of crabs, heard her lamentations, and stopped to inquire what was the matter. She told him, but he said he knew no help for her, but he would do the best he could for her by giving her half his crabs. The woman put the crabs in her water jar behind her door, and again sat down and cried. A farmer, who was coming along from the fields, leading his ox, also asked the cause of her distress and heard her story. He said he was sorry he could not think of any way of preventing the evil she expected, but that he would leave his ox to stay all night with her, as it might be a sort of company for her in her loneliness. She led the ox into her cabin, tied it to the head of her bedstead, gave it some straw, and then sat down to cry again. A courier returning on horseback from a neighboring town was the next to pass her door, and he dismounted to inquire what troubled her. Having heard her tale, he said he would leave his horse to stay with her and make the ox more contented. So she tied the horse to the foot of the bed, and thinking how surely evil was coming upon her, she burst out crying anew. A boy just then came along with a snapping turtle that he had caught, and stopped to ask what had happened to her. On learning the cause of her weeping, he said it was no use to contend against sprites, but that he would give her his snapping turtle as a proof of his sympathy. She took the turtle, tied it in front of her bedstead, and continued to cry. Some men who were carrying millstones then came along, inquired into her trouble, and expressed their compassion by giving her a millstone, which they rolled into her backyard. While they were doing this, a man went by carrying hoes and a pickaxe, and he stopped and asked her why she was crying so hard. She told him her grief, and he said he would gladly help her if he could, but he was only a well digger, and could do nothing for her except to dig a well. She pointed out a place in the backyard, and he went to work and quickly dug a well. On his departure, the old woman cried again, until a paper seller came and inquired what was the matter. When she told him, he gave her a large sheet of white paper as a token of pity, and she laid it smoothly over the mouth of the well. Nightfall came. The old woman shut and barred her door, put her granddaughter snugly on the wall side of the bed, and then lay down beside her to await the foe. At midnight, the boar came and threw himself against the door to break it in. The needles wounded him sorely, so that when he had gained an entrance he was heated and thirsty, and went to the water jar to drink. When he thrust in his snout, the crabs attacked him, clung to his bristles, and pinched his ears, till he rolled over and over to free himself. Then in a rage he approached the front of the bed, but the snapping turtle nipped his tail, and made him retreat under the feet of the horse, who kicked him over to the ox, and the ox tossed him back to the horse. Thus beset, he was glad to escape to the backyard, to take a rest and to consider the situation. Seeing a clean paper spread on the ground, he went to lie upon it, and fell into the well. The old woman, hearing the fall, rushed out and rolled the millstone down on him and crushed him. End of A Dreadful Boar, Chapter 56.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. recorded by Gabriel Cottam, March 5th, 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 57, The Five Queer Brothers, by Adele M. Field. An old woman had 5 grown-up sons that looked just alike. The eldest could gulp up the ocean at a mouthful. The second was hard enough to nick steel. The third had extensible legs. The fourth was unaffected by fire. The fifth lived without breathing. They all concealed their peculiar traits, and their neighbors did not know they were queer. The eldest supported the family by fishing, going alone to the sea and bringing back loads of spoil. The neighbors often besought him to teach their sons how to fish, and he at last let all their boys go with him one day to learn his art. On reaching the shore, he sucked the sea into his mouth and sent the boys to the dry bottom to collect the fish. When he was tired of holding the water, he beckoned to the boys to return, but they were playing among strange objects and paid no heed to him. When he could contain the sea no longer, he had to let it flow back into its former basin, and all the boys were drowned. As he went homeward, he passed the doom of the parents, who inquired how many fish their sons had caught, and how long they would be in coming back. He told them the facts, but they could not excuse him. They dragged him before the magistrate to account for the loss of their children. He defended himself by saying he had not invited the boys to go with him, and had consented to their going only when the parents had repeatedly urged him. That after the boys were on the ocean bed, he had done his utmost to induce them to come ashore, that he had held the water as long as he could, and had then put it in the sea basin solely because nothing else would contain it. Notwithstanding this defense, the judges decided that since he took the boys away and did not bring them back, he was guilty of murder, and sentenced him to be beheaded. He entreated leave to pay, before his execution, one visit to his aged mother, and this was granted. He went alone, and told his brothers of his doom, and the second brother returned in his stead to the judge, thanked him for having given him permission to perform a duty required by filial piety, and said he was then ready to die. He knelt with bowed head, and the headsman brought the knife down across the back of his neck, but the knife was nicked, and the neck was left unharmed. A second knife and a third of finer steel were brought and tried by headsmen who were accustomed to sever heads clean off at one stroke. Having spoiled their best blades without so much as scratching his neck, they took him back to prison and informed the judge that the sentence could not be executed. The judge accordingly decreed that he should be dropped into the sea, which covered his victims. When the old woman's son heard this decision, he said that he took leave of his mother, supposing that his head was to be cut off, and that if he was to be drowned, he must go to her and make known his fate, and get her blessing anew. Permission being given, he went and told his brothers what had happened. The third brother took the place of the second, and presented himself before the judge as the criminal that was to be sunk in the sea. He was carried far from shore and thrown overboard, but he stretched his legs till his feet touched the bottom, and he stood with his head in the air. They hauled him aboard and took him farther from land, but still his extensible legs supported him above the waters. Then they sailed to mid-ocean and cast him into its greatest depths, but his legs still lengthened so that he was not drowned. They brought him back to the judge, reported what had been done, and said that some other method of destroying him must be followed. On hearing this, the judge condemned him to death by being boiled in oil. While the cauldron was being heated, he begged and obtained permission to go and tell his mother of the way he had survived from the attempt to drown him, and of the manner in which he was soon to be taken off. His brothers having heard the latest judgment, the fourth one went to bear the penalty of the law and was lowered into the kettle of boiling oil. In this he disported himself as if in a tepid bath, and he even asked his executioners to stir up the fire a little to increase the warmth. Finding that he could not be fried, he was remanded to prison. At this, the populace, the bereaved parents, and the magistrate joined in an effort to invent a sure method of putting him to death. Water, fire, and sword all having failed, they finally fixed upon smothering him in a vast cream cake. The whole country round made contributions of flour for the pastry, of sugar for the filling, and of bricks for a huge oven. And it was made and baked on a plain outside the city walls. Meanwhile, the prisoner was allowed to go and bid his mother farewell, and the fifth brother secretly became his substitute. When the cake was done, a multitude of people with oxen, horses, and ropes dragged it to the execution ground, and within it the culprit was interred. As he was able to exist without air, he rested peacefully till the next midnight, and then safely crawled forth, returned to his home, and dwelt there happily for many years with his remarkable brothers. End of chapter 57.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kirk Thomas, Atlanta, Georgia, November 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 58, The Accomplished and Lucky Tea Kettle, by A.B. Mitford. A long time ago, at a temple called Morinji, there was an old tea kettle. One day, when the priest of the temple was about to hang it over the hearth to boil the water for his tea, to his amazement, the kettle all of a sudden put forth the head and tail of a badger. What a wonderful kettle, to come out all over fur! The priest, thunderstruck, called in the novices or assistants of the temple to see the sight, and while they were stupidly staring, one suggesting one thing and another, the kettle, jumping up into the air, began flying about the room. More astonished than ever, the priest and his pupils tried to pursue it, but no thief or cat was ever half so sharp as the wonderful badger kettle. At last, however, they managed to knock it down and secure it, and, holding it in with their united efforts, they forced it into a box, intending to carry it off and throw it away in some distant place, so that they might no more be plagued with the goblin. For this day their troubles were over, but, as luck would have it, the tinker who was in the habit of working for the temple called in, and the priest suddenly bethought him that it was a pity to throw the kettle away for nothing, and that he might as well get a trifle for it, no matter how small. So he brought out the kettle, which had resumed its former shape and had got rid of its head and tail, and showed it to the tinker. When the tinker saw the kettle, he offered 20 copper coins for it, and the priest was only too glad to close the bargain and be rid of his troublesome piece of furniture. And the tinker trudged off home with his pack and his new purchase. That night, as he lay asleep, he heard a strange noise near his pillow. So he peeped out from under the bedclothes, and there he saw the kettle that he had bought in the temple covered with fur and walking about on 4 legs. The tinker started up in fright to see what it could all mean, when all of a sudden the kettle resumed its former shape. This happened over and over again, until at last the tinker showed the tea kettle to a friend of his, who said, "This is certainly an accomplished and lucky tea kettle. You should take it about as a show, with songs and accompaniments of musical instruments, and make it dance and walk on the tightrope." The tinker, thinking this good advice, made arrangements with a showman, and set up an exhibition. The noise of the kettle's performances soon spread abroad, until even the princes of the land sent to order the tinker to come to them, and he grew rich beyond all expectations. Even the princesses, too, and the great ladies of the court, took great delight in the dancing kettle, so that no sooner had it shown its tricks in one place than it was time for them to keep some other engagement. At last the tinker grew so rich that he took the kettle back to the temple, where it was laid up as a precious treasure and worshipped as a saint. End of chapter 58. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 59, The Adventures of Little Peachling, by A.B. Mitford. Many hundred years ago, there lived an honest old woodcutter and his wife. One fine morning the old man went off to the hills with his billhook to gather a faggot of sticks, while his wife went down to the river to wash the dirty clothes. When she came to the river, she saw a peach floating down the stream, so she picked it up and carried it homeward with her, thinking to give it to her husband to eat when he should come in. The old man soon came down from the hills, and the good wife set the peach before him, when, just as she was inviting him to eat it, the fruit split in two, and a little baby was born into the world. So the old couple took the babe and brought it up as their own, and because it had been born in a peach, they called it Momotaro, or Little Peachling. By degrees Little Peachling grew up to be strong and brave, and at last one day he said to his old foster parents, "I am going to the Ogre's Island to carry off the riches they have stored up there. Pray then make me some millet dumplings for my journey." So the old folks ground the millet and made the dumplings for him, and Little Peachling, after taking an affectionate leave of them, cheerfully set out on his travels. As he was journeying on, he fell in with an ape, who gibbered at him and said, "Kia, kia, kia! Where are you off to, Little Peachling?" "I am going to the Ogre's Island to carry off their treasure," answered Little Peachling. "What are you carrying at your girdle?" "I'm carrying the very best millet dumplings in all Japan." "If you'll give me one, I'll go with you," said the ape. So Little Peachling gave one of his dumplings to the ape, who received it and followed him. When he had gone a little farther, he heard a pheasant calling, "Ken, ken, ken! Where are you off to, Master Peachling?" Little Peachling answered as before, and the pheasant, having begged and obtained a millet dumpling, entered his service and followed him. A little while after this they met a dog, who cried, "Bow, wow, wow! Whither away, Master Peachling?" "I'm going off to the Ogre's Island to carry off their treasure." "If you will give me one of those nice millet dumplings of yours, I will go with you," said the dog. "With all my heart," said Little Peachling. So he went on his way, with the ape, the pheasant, and the dog following after him. When they got to the Ogre's Island, the pheasant flew over the castle gate, and the ape clambered over the castle wall, while Little Peachling, leading the dog, forced in the gate and got into the castle. Then they did battle with the ogres, and put them to flight, and took their king prisoner. So all the ogres did homage to Little Peachling, and brought out the treasures which they had laid up. There were caps and coats that made their wearers invisible, jewels which governed the ebb and flow of the tide, coral, musk, emeralds, amber, and tortoise shells, besides gold and silver. All these were laid before Little Peachling by the conquered ogres. So Little Peachling went home laden with riches, and maintained his foster parents in peace and plenty for the remainder of their lives. End of chapter 59.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, March 2006. The Junior Classics Volume 1 by William Patton. Chapter 60. The Two Lizards by Annie Kerr. In the old days there lived two lizards, Webubu and Nagari. Webubu was plain of speech, and moreover was unable to cry aloud. But Nagari, by stretching his long neck, could produce a sweet low sound, somewhat after the manner of a whistle. Nagari longed for companions, so he stretched his neck and cried, "Ooh!" Then many women, hearing the sweet sound, flocked to where Nagari sat and listened to his music. This pleased Nagari, and he continued to sound his long note. "Ooh!" he sang, and the women sat so still one might have thought them dead or weeping. Webubu, on the contrary, had no one to cheer him in his loneliness. "What can I do," he said, "to draw women to me as Nagari has done? I have not a sweet voice as he has. What can I do?" As he was speaking, a thought grew up in his heart, and he began to act. He cut a slim piece of hollow bamboo and pierced small holes in it. Thus was the first flute, or durayo, born. Webubu then built himself a platform high in a corkwood tree, which we call troba on the beach, and seating himself there he began to play his flute. The women sat patiently around Nagari while he sounded his one note, "Ooh!" But on a sudden, upon the still air broke the sweet voice of Webubu's flute. High and sweet were the notes which Webubu sent forth from his flute. Said the listening women. "Ooh!" sang Nagari. "Ah, tss!" cried the women. "Deafen us not with thy ooh when we would hear this strange music." Nagari was much troubled at this saying, and marveled greatly. Then one woman made bold to rise up, and saying, "I shall return," she went to seek the sweet music. Now this woman lied, for she never returned. After a time another woman arose and said, "Stay here, my friends, I shall return." Then she went in like manner to look for the music, and she also lied, for she returned not. And so with each woman, until Nagari was left sitting alone as he had been at the beginning. Now Webubu was still playing his flute on the platform he had built in the corkwood tree when the women came in sight. He was alarmed for the safety of his frail platform when he saw these many people advancing, and he cried, "Come not up into the tree! Remain below, I beseech you, O women!" But the women were consumed with eagerness to be close to the music that had taken their hearts, and they climbed, all of them, until they were upon the platform of Webubu. Then straightway what he had feared came to pass, and Webubu and his flute and the multitude of women fell crashing through the branches of the corkwood tree to the ground beneath. And from that hour until now all corkwood trees lean toward the earth, as I will show thee if thou wilt go with me to the beach where they grow. End of chapter 60.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Deborah Clark, Winnipeg, Canada, March 2003. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 61, De King and de Peafowl, by Mary Pamela Mill Horn. One day, once upon a time, the king had a party of ladies and gentlemen, and out of the party the band was to come and play. But the fiddler was took sick, so they could not dance. So the king said, "I'm going to send over to my friends and ask them to come and sing." So he sent, and the gentleman say he was very glad, and his family was dog, peafowl, and tiger. And so he sent Mrs. Duck first, and they say, "Can you sing?" let me hear your voice. They put her in a rocking chair upon the platform, and the duck say, Ha, ha! And then he say, That will not do, send for dog. And they took her and put her in a coop, and all the ducks come round and ask to have her let out and say, Ha, ha, ha! Then they send for dog, and told him that if he find a salt beef bone in the road, he must not pick it up, 'cause it make him rough in his throat. So the dog did not pick it up, but pass it. And after when he go, his voice did not suit either. They told dog to sing, and he said, How, how, how? And the king say, Don't want a man to ask me how, he will not do. They saw a fowl coming, Can you sing? And the fowl say, Ka, ka, ka. And they said, That will not do, and drive the fowl away. The cock came in after, and the cock said, Cockerickoo. And they say, The king don't want to know when the daylight, sir. The king come in and said, All these people cannot sing, they will not do. They send tiger, and they say, You must not pick up the big salt beef bone in the road. And the tiger did pick it up. And tiger could not sing, and said, Grum, grum, grum. That voice was done all, that voice will not do. Then they sent off for Peafowl, but Peafowl would not go. They went back to dinner. All the people went back to dinner. And when they were at dinner in a large house, the Peafowl come and sing. Michael and Ivory, 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 why you, why you, why you, why you, why you, why I've going to die. Then the gentleman jump up and say, Hello, what that? The king say again, me pretty bird. And then the peafowl sang, Michael and Ivory, Michael and Ivory, Michael and Ivory, why you, why you, why you, why you, why I've going to die. What that? What that? What that? They say. And then the bird then setting on the tree sing, Michael and Ivory, etc. The king says, Sing again, you pretty little bird. Your dress shall be tipped with blue, and you shall have a beautiful field of corn as a present. And the bird sang again better. When he heard that, Michael and Ivory, Michael and Ivory, Michael and Ivory, Michael and Ivory, why you, why you, why you, why you, why you, why I've going to die. The king jump up and called the buggy and jump in and take the peafowl in, and all the horses was richly decked and all the company very fine. They drive the peafowl home, and that why the peafowl have such a beautiful dress. End of chapter 61.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Kim Butler, Boulder, Colorado, November 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 62, Hansel and Gretel, by William and Jacob Grimm. Once upon a time, there dwelt near a large wood a poor woodcutter with his wife and 2 children by his former marriage, a little boy called Hansel, and a girl named Gretel. He had little enough to break or bite, and once, when there was a great famine in the land, he could not procure even his daily bread. And as he lay thinking in his bed, one evening, rolling about for trouble, he sighed, and said to his wife, What will become of us? How can we feed our children when we have no more than we can eat ourselves? Know then, my husband, answered she, we will lead them away quite early in the morning into the thickest part of the wood, and there make them a fire, and give them each a little piece of bread. Then we will go to our work and leave them alone. so they will not find the way home again, and we shall be freed from them. No, wife, replied he, that I can never do. How can you bring your heart to leave my children all alone in the wood? For the wild beasts will soon come and tear them to pieces. Oh, you simpleton, said she, then we must all four die of hunger. You had better plane the coffins for us. But she left him no peace till he consented, saying, Ah, but I shall regret the poor children. The two children, however, had not gone to sleep for very hunger, and so they overheard what the stepmother said to their father. Gretel wept bitterly, and said to Hansel, What will become of us? Be quiet, Gretel, said he. Do not cry. I will soon help you. And as soon as their parents had fallen asleep, he got up, put on his coat, and, unbarring the back door, slipped out. The moon shone brightly, and the white pebbles which lay before the door seemed like silver pieces, they glittered so brightly. Hansel stooped down, and put as many into his pocket as it would hold. Then going back, he said to Gretel, Be comforted, dear sister, and sleep in peace. God will not forsake us. And so saying, he went to bed again. The next morning, before the sun arose, the wife went and awoke the two children. Get up, you lazy things! We are going into the forest to chop wood. Then she gave them each a piece of bread, saying, There is something for your dinner. Do not eat it before the time, for you will get nothing else. Gretel took the bread in her apron, for Hansel's pocket was full of pebbles, and so they all set out upon their way. When they had gone a little distance, Hansel stood still, and peeped back at the house, and this he repeated several times, till his father said, Hansel, what are you peeping at, and why do you lag behind? Take care, and remember your legs. Ah, father, said Hansel, I am looking at my white cat sitting upon the roof of the house, and trying to say good-bye. You simpleton, said the wife, that is not a cat. It is only the sun shining on the white chimney. But in reality Hansel was not looking at a cat, but every time he stopped, he dropped a pebble out of his pocket upon the path. When they came to the middle of the wood, the father told the children to collect wood, and he would make them a fire, so that they should not be cold. So Hansel and Gretel gathered together quite a little mountain of twigs. Then they set fire to them, and as the flame burned up high, the wife said, Now, you children, lie down near the fire and rest yourself, while we go into the forest and chop wood. When we are ready, I will come and call you. Hansel and Gretel sat down by the fire, and when it was noon, each ate their piece of bread, and, because they could hear the blows of an axe, they thought their father was near. But it was not an axe, but a branch which he had bound to a withered tree, so as to be blown to and fro by the wind. They waited so long that at last their eyes closed from weariness, and they fell fast asleep. When they awoke it was quite dark, and Gretel began to cry. How shall we get out of the wood? But Hansel tried to comfort her by saying, Wait a little while till the moon rises, and then we will quickly find the way. The moon soon shone forth, and Hansel, taking his sister's hand, followed the pebbles, which glittered like new coined silver pieces, and showed them the path. All night long they walked on, and as day broke they came to their father's house. They knocked at the door, and when the wife opened it and saw Hansel and Gretel, she exclaimed, You wicked children! Why did you sleep so long in the wood? We thought you were never coming home again. But their father was very glad, for it had grieved his heart to leave them all alone. Not long afterward there was again great scarcity in every corner of the land, and one night the children overheard their mother saying to their father, Everything is again consumed. We have only half a loaf left, and then the song is ended. The children must be sent away. We will take them deeper into the wood, so that they may not find the way out again. It is the only means of escape for us. But her husband felt heavy at heart, and thought, It were better to share the last crust with the children. His wife, however, would listen to nothing that he said, and scolded and reproached him without end. He who says A must say B too, and he who consents the first time must also consent the second. The children, however, had heard the conversation as they lay awake, and as soon as the old people went to sleep, Hansel got up intending to pick up some pebbles as before, but the wife had locked the door, so he could not get out. Nevertheless, he comforted Gretel, saying, "Do not cry. Sleep in quiet. The good God will not forsake us." Early in the morning the stepmother came and pulled them out of bed, and gave them each a slice of bread, which was still smaller than the former piece. On the way Hansel broke in his pocket, and, stopping every now and then, dropped a crumb upon the path. "Hansel, why do you stop and look about?" said the father. "Keep in the path." "I am looking at my little dove," answered Hansel, nodding a good-bye to me. "Simpleton!" said the wife. "That is no dove, but only the sun shining on the chimney." So Hansel kept still, dropping crumbs as he went along. The mother led the children deep into the wood, where they had never been before, and there, making an immense fire, she said to them, "Sit down here and rest, and when you feel tired you can sleep for a little while. We are going into the forest to hew wood, and in the evening, when we are ready, we will come and fetch you." When noon came, Gretel shared her bread with Hansel, who had strewn his on the path. Then they went to sleep. But the evening arrived, and no one came to visit the poor children, and in the dark night they awoke, and Hansel comforted his sister by saying, "Only wait, Gretel, till the moon comes out. Then we shall see the crumbs of bread which I have dropped, and they will show us the way home." The moon shone, and they got up, but they could not see any crumbs, for the thousands of birds which had been flying about in the woods and fields had picked them all up. Hansel kept saying to Gretel, "We will soon find the way," but they did not, and they walked the whole night long, and the next day, but still they did not come out of the wood, and they got so hungry, for they had nothing to eat but the berries which they found upon the bushes. Soon they got so tired that they could not drag themselves along, so they lay down under a tree and went to sleep. It was now the third morning since they had left their father's house, and they still walked on, but they only got deeper and deeper into the wood, and Hansel saw that if help did not come very soon, they would die of hunger. As soon as it was noon, they saw a beautiful snow-white bird sitting upon a bough, which sang so sweetly that they stood still and listened to it. It soon left off, and, spreading its wings, flew off, and they followed it until it arrived at a cottage, upon the roof of which it perched. And when they went close up to it, they saw that the cottage was made of bread and cakes, and the window panes were of clear sugar. "We will go in there," said Hansel, "and have a glorious feast. I will eat a piece of the roof, and you can eat the window. Will they not be sweet?" So Hansel reached up and broke a piece off the roof, in order to see how it tasted, while Gretel stepped up to the window and began to bite it. Then a sweet voice called out in the room, "Tip-tap, tip-tap, who raps at my door?" And the children answered, the wind, the child of heaven." And they went on eating without interruption. Hansel thought the roof tasted very nice, and so he tore off a great piece, while Gretel broke a large round pane out of the window, and sat down quite contentedly. Just then the door opened, and a very old woman, walking upon crutches, came out. Hansel and Gretel were so frightened that they let fall what they had in their hands, but the old woman, nodding her head, said, "Ah, you dear children, what has brought you here? Come in and stop with me, and no harm shall befall you." And so saying, she took them both by the hand, and led them into her cottage. A good meal of milk and pancakes, with sugar, apples, and nuts, was spread out on the table, and in the back room were two nice little beds covered with white, where Hansel and Gretel laid themselves down, and thought themselves in heaven. The old woman had behaved very kindly to them, but in reality she was a wicked witch, who waylaid children, and built the bread house in order to entice them in. But as soon as they were in her power she killed them, cooked and ate them, and made a great festival of the day. Witches have red eyes, and cannot see very far, but they have a fine sense of smelling, like wild beasts, so that they know when children approach them. When Hansel and Gretel came near the witch's house, she laughed wickedly, saying, "Here come two who shall not escape me." And early in the morning, before they awoke, she went up to them, and saw how lovingly they lay sleeping, with their chubby red cheeks, and she mumbled to herself, "That will be a good bite." Then she took up Hansel with her rough hand, and shut him in the little cage with the lattice door. and although he screamed loudly, it was of no use. Gretel came next, and, shaking her till she awoke, she said, "Get up, you lazy thing, and fetch some water to cook something for your brother, who must remain in that stall and get fat. When he is fat enough, I shall eat him." Gretel began to cry, but it was all useless, for the old witch made her do as she wished. So a nice meal was cooked for Hansel, but Gretel got nothing else but a crab's claw. Every morning the old witch came to the cage and said, "Hansel, stretch your finger that I may feel whether you are getting fat." But Hansel used to stretch out a bone, and the old woman, having very bad sight, thought it was his finger, and wondered very much that it did not get fat. When 4 weeks had passed, and Hansel still kept quite lean, she lost all her patience and would not wait any longer. "Gretel," she called out in a passion, "get some water quickly. Be Hansel fat or lean, this morning I will kill and cook him." Oh, how the poor little sister grieved, as she was forced to fetch the water, and how fast the tears ran down her cheeks. "Dear good God, help us now!" she exclaimed. "Had we only been eaten by the wild beasts in the wood, then we should have died together." But the old witch called out, "Leave off that noise, it will not help you a bit." So early in the morning Gretel was forced to go out and fill the kettle and make a fire. "First we will bake, however," said the old woman. "I have already heated the oven and kneaded the dough." And so saying, she pushed poor Gretel up to the oven, out of which flames were burning fiercely. "Creep in," said the witch, "and see if it is hot enough. Then we will put in the bread." But she intended, when Gretel got up, to shut up the oven and let her bake, so that she might eat her as well as Hansel. Gretel perceived what her thoughts were, and said, "I do not know how to do it. How shall I get in?" "You stupid goose," said she, "the opening is big enough. See, I could even get in myself." And she got up and put her head into the oven. Then Gretel gave her a push, so that she fell right in, and then shutting the iron door, she bolted it. Oh, how horribly she howled! But Gretel ran away, and left the ungodly witch to burn to ashes. Now she ran to Hansel, and, opening his door, called out, "Hansel, we are saved! The old witch is dead!" So he sprang out like a bird out of his cage when the door is opened, and they were so glad that they fell upon each other's neck, and kissed each other over and over again. And now, as there was nothing to fear, they went into the witch's house, where in every corner were caskets full of pearls and precious stones. "These are better than pebbles," said Hansel, putting as many into his pocket as it would hold, while Gretel thought, "I will take some home too," and filled her apron full. "We must be off now," said Hansel, "and get out of this bewitched forest." But when they had walked for 2 hours, they came to a large piece of water. "We cannot get over," said Hansel. "I can see no bridge at all." "And there is no boat either," said Gretel. "But there swims a white duck. I will ask her to help us over." And she sang, "Little duck, good little duck, Gretel and Hansel, here we stand. There is neither stile nor bridge, take us on your back to land." So the duck came to them, and Hansel set himself on, and bade his sister sit behind him. "No," answered Gretel, "that will be too much for the duck. She shall take us over one at a time." This the good little bird did, and when both were happily arrived on the other side, and had gone a little way, they came to a well-known wood, which they knew better every step they went, and at last they perceived their father's house. Then they began to run, and, bursting into the house, they fell on their father's neck. He had not had one happy hour since he left the children in the forest, and his wife was dead. Gretel shook her apron, and the pearls and precious stones rolled out upon the floor, and Hansel threw down one handful after the other out of his pocket. Then all their sorrows were ended, and they lived together in great happiness. My tale is done. There runs a mouse. Whomever catches her may make a great, great cap out of her fur. End of chapter 62.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Deborah Clark, Winnipeg, Canada, April 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 63, Thumbling, by William and Jacob Grimm. Once upon a time there lived a poor peasant who used to sit every evening by the hearth poking the fire while his wife spun. One night he said, "How sad it is that we have no children. Everything is so quiet here, while in other houses it is so noisy and merry." "Ah," sighed the wife, "if we had but only one, and were he no bigger than my thumb, I should still be content, and love him with all my heart." A little while after, the wife fell ill, and after 7 months a child was born, who, although he was perfectly formed in all his limbs, was not actually bigger than one's thumb. So they said to one another that it had happened just as they wished, and they called the child Thumbling. Every day they gave him all the food he could eat. Still he did not grow a bit, but remained exactly the height he was when first born. He looked about him, however, very knowingly, and showed himself to be a bold and clever fellow, who prospered in everything he undertook. One morning the peasant was making ready to go into the forest to fell wood, and said, "Now I wish I had someone who could follow me with the cart." "Oh, father!" exclaimed Thumbling. "I will bring the cart. Don't you trouble yourself. It shall be there at the right time." The father laughed at this speech and said, "How shall that be? You are much too small to lead the horse by the bridle." "That matters not, father, if mother will harness the horse. I can sit in his ear and tell him which way to take." "Well, we will try for once," said the father. And so when the hour came, the mother harnessed the horse and placed Thumbling in its ear, and told him how to guide it. Then he set out quite like a man, and the cart went on the right road to the forest, and just as it turned a corner and Thumbling called out, "Steady, steady," 2 strange men met it, and one said to the other, "My goodness, what is this? Here comes a cart, and the driver keeps calling to the horse, but I can see no one." "That cannot be all right," said the other. "Let us follow and see where the cart stops." The cart went on safely deep into the forest and straight to the place where the wood was cut. As soon as Thumbling saw his father, he called to him, "Here, father, here I am, you see, with the cart. Just take me down." The peasant caught the bridle of the horse with his left hand, and with his right took his little son out of its ear, and he sat himself down merrily on a straw. When the 2 strangers saw the little fellow, they knew not what to say for astonishment, and one of them took his companion aside and said, "This little fellow might make our fortune if we could exhibit him in the towns. Let us buy him." They went up to the peasant and asked, "Will you sell your son? We will treat him well." "No," replied the man, "he is my heart's delight, and not to be bought for all the money in the world." But Thumbling, when he heard what was said, climbed up by his father's skirt, and set himself on his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Let me go now, and I will soon come back again." So his father gave him to the 2 men for a fine piece of gold, and they asked him where he would sit. "Oh," he replied, "put me on the rim of your hat, then I can walk around and survey the country. I will not fall off." They did as he wished, and when he had taken leave of his father, they set out. Just as it was getting dark, he asked to be lifted down, and after some demur, the man on whose hat he was took him off and placed him on the ground. In an instant Thumbling ran off and crept into a mouse-hole, where they could not see him. "Good evening, masters," said he. "You can go home without me." And with a quiet laugh he crept into his hole still further. The 2 men poked their sticks into the hole, but all in vain, for Thumbling only went down further, and when it had grown quite dark they were obliged to return home full of vexation and with empty pockets. As soon as Thumbling perceived that they were off, he crawled out of his hiding-place and said, "How dangerous it is to walk in this field in the dark. One might soon break one's head or legs." And so saying, he looked around, and by great good luck saw an empty snail-shell. "God be praised!" he exclaimed. "Here I can sleep securely," and in he went. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard 2 men coming by, one of whom said to the other, "How shall we manage to get at the parson's gold and silver?" "That I can tell you," interrupted Thumbling. "What was that?" exclaimed the thief, frightened. "I heard someone speak." They stood still and listened, and then Thumbling said, Take me with you, and I will help you. Where are you? Asked the thieves. Search on the ground and mark where my voice comes from. The thief looked about, and at last found him, and lifted him up in the air. What, will you help us, you little wight? They said. Do you not see I can creep between the iron bars into the chamber of the parson, and reach out to you whatever you require? Very well, we will see what you can do, said the thief. When they came to the house, Thumbling crept into the chamber and cried out with all his might, Will you have all that is here? The thieves were terrified, and said, Speak gently, or someone will awake. But Thumbling feigned not to understand, and exclaimed louder still, Will you have all that is here? This awoke the cook, who slept in the room, and, sitting up in her bed, she listened. The thieves, however, had run back a little way, quite frightened, but taking courage again, and thinking the little fellow wished to tease them, they came back and whispered to him to make haste and hand them out something. At this Thumbling cried out still more loudly, I will give you it all, only put your hands in. The listening maid heard this clearly, and springing out of bed, hurried out at the door. The thieves ran off as if they were pursued by wild huntsmen, but the maid, as she could see nothing, went back to strike a light. When she returned, Thumbling escaped without being seen into the barn, and the maid, after she had looked round and searched in every corner without finding anything, went to bed again, believing she had been dreaming with her eyes open. Meanwhile Thumbling had crept in amongst the hay and found a beautiful place to sleep, where he intended to rest till daybreak and then go home to his parents. Other things, however, was he to experience, for there is much tribulation and trouble going on in this world. The maid got up at dawn to feed the cow. Her first walk was to the barn, where she took an armful of hay, and just the bundle where poor Thumbling lay asleep. He slept so soundly, however, that he was not conscious, and only awoke when he was in the cow's mouth. Ah, goodness! Exclaimed he. However came I into this mill? But soon he saw where he really was. Then he took care not to come between the teeth, but presently slipped quite down the cow's throat. There are no windows in this room, he said to himself, and no sunshine, and I brought no light with me. Overhead his quarters seemed still worse, and more than all he felt his room growing narrower as the cow swallowed more hay. So he began to call out in terror as loudly as he could, Bring me no more food. I do not want any more food. Just then the maid was milking the cow, and when she heard the voice without seeing anything, and knew it was the same she had listened to in the night, she was so frightened that she slipped off her stool and overturned the milk. In great haste she ran to her master, saying, Oh, Mr. Parson, the cow has been speaking. You are crazy, he replied, but still he went himself into the stable to see what was the matter, and scarcely had he stepped in when Thumbling began to shout again, Bring me no more food! Bring me no more food! This terrified the parson himself, and he thought an evil spirit had entered into his cow, and so ordered her to be killed. As soon as that was done, and they were dividing the carcass, a fresh accident befell Thumbling. For a wolf, who was passing at the time, made a snatch at the cow, and tore away the part where he was stuck fast. However, he did not lose courage, but as soon as the wolf had swallowed him, he called out from inside, Oh, Mr. Wolf, I know of a capital meal for you. Where is it to be found? Asked the wolf. In the house, by the meadow. You must creep through the gutter, and there you will find cakes, and bacon, and sausages, as many as you can eat, replied Thumbling, describing exactly his father's house. The wolf did not wait to be told twice, but in the night crept in and ate away in the larder to his heart's content. When he had finished, he tried to escape by the way he entered, but the hole was not large enough. Thereupon Thumbling, who had reckoned on this, began to make a tremendous noise inside the poor wolf, screaming and shouting as loud as he could. Will you be quiet? Said the wolf. You will awake the people. Eh, what? Cried the little man. Since you have satisfied yourself, it is my turn now to make merry. And he set up a louder howling than before. At last his father and mother awoke, and came to the room and looked through the chinks of the door, and as soon as they perceived the ravages the wolf had committed, they ran and brought the man his axe and the woman the scythe. Stop you behind, said the man as they entered the room. If my blow does not kill him, you must cut him with your weapon and chop off his head if you can. When Thumbling heard his father's voice, he called out, Father dear, I am here in the wolf's body. Heaven be praised, said the man full of joy. Our dear child is found again. And he bade his wife take away the scythe, lest it should do any harm to his son. Then he raised his axe and gave the wolf such a blow on its head that it fell dead, and, taking a knife, he cut it open and released the little fellow, his son. "Ah," said his father, "what trouble we have had about you." "Yes, father," replied Thumbling, "I have been travelling a great deal about the world, heaven be praised. I breathe fresh air again." "Where have you been, my son?" he inquired. "Once I was in a mouse's hole, once inside a cow, and lastly inside that wolf. And now I will stop here with you," said Thumbling. "Yes," said the old people, "we will not sell you again for all the riches of the world." And they embraced and kissed him with great affection. Then they gave him plenty to eat and drink, and had new clothes made for him, for his old ones were worn out with travelling. End of chapter 63.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox and the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, April 2006. The Junior Classics Volume 1 by William Patten. Chapter 64. The Six Swans by William and Jacob Grimm. A king was once hunting in a large wood, and pursued his game so hotly that none of his courtiers could follow him. But when evening approached he stopped, and looking around him perceived that he had lost himself. He sought a path out of the forest, but could not find one, and presently he saw an old woman with a nodding head, who came up to him. "My good woman," said he to her, "can you not show me the way out of the forest?" "Oh yes, my lord king," she replied. "I can do that very well, but upon one condition, which, if you do not fulfill, you will never again get out of the wood, but will die of hunger." "What then is this condition?" asked the king. "I have a daughter," said the old woman, "who is as beautiful as anyone you can find in the whole world, and well deserves to be your bride. Now, if you will make her your queen, I will show you your way out of the wood." In the anxiety of his heart the king consented, and the old woman led him to her cottage, where the daughter was sitting by a fire. She received the king as if she had expected him, and he saw at once that she was very beautiful, but yet she did not quite please him, for he could not look at her without a secret shuddering. However, after all, he took the maiden up on his horse, and the old woman showed him the way, and the king arrived safely at his palace, where the wedding was to be celebrated. The king had been married once before, and had 7 children by his first wife, 6 boys and a girl, whom he loved above everything else in the world. He became afraid soon that the stepmother might not treat them very well, and might even do them some great injury. So he took them away to a lonely castle which stood in the midst of a forest. This castle was so hidden, and the way to it so difficult to discover, that he himself could not have found it if a wise woman had not given him a ball of cotton, which had the wonderful property, when he threw it before him, of unrolling itself and showing him the right path. The king went, however, so often to see his dear children, that the queen noticed his absence, became inquisitive, and wished to know what he went to fetch out of the forest. So she gave his servants a great quantity of money, and they disclosed to her the secret, and also told her of the ball of cotton which alone could show the way. She had now no peace until she discovered where this ball was concealed, and then she made some fine silken shirts, and, as she had learned of her mother, she sewed within each one a charm. One day soon after, when the king was gone out hunting, she took the little shirts and went into the forest, and the cotton showed her the path. The children, seeing someone coming in the distance, thought it was their dear father, and ran out toward her full of joy. Then she threw over each of them a shirt, which, as it touched their bodies, changed them into swans, which flew away over the forest. The queen then went home quite contented, and thought she was free of her stepchildren. But the little girl had not met her with her brothers, and the queen did not know of her. The following day the king went to visit his children, but he found only the maiden. "Where are your brothers?" asked he.
"Ah, dear father," she replied, "they are gone away and have left me alone."
And she told him how she had looked out of the window and seen them changed into swans, which had flown over the forest. And then she showed him the feathers which they had dropped in the courtyard, and which she had collected together. The King was much grieved, but he did not think that his wife could have done this wicked deed, and as he feared the girl might also be stolen away, he took her with him. She was, however, so much afraid of the stepmother that she begged him not to stop more than one night in the castle. The poor maiden thought to herself, "This is no longer my place. I will go and seek my brothers." And when night came she escaped and went quite deep into the wood. She walked all night long and a great part of the next day, until she could go no further from weariness. Just then she saw a rude hut, and walking in she found a room with 6 little beds. But she dared not get into one, but crept under, and, laying herself upon the hard earth, prepared to pass the night there. Just as the sun was setting, she heard a rustling, and saw 6 white swans come flying in at the window. They settled on the ground and began blowing one another until they had blown all their feathers off, and their swan's down stripped off like a shirt. Then the maiden knew them at once for her brothers, and gladly crept out from under the bed, and the brothers were not less glad to see their sister, but their joy was of short duration. "Here you must not stay," they said to her. "This is a robber's hiding place. If they should return and find you here, they will murder you."
"Can you not protect me, then?"
inquired the sister. "No," they replied, "for we can only lay aside our swan's feathers for a quarter of an hour each evening, and for that time we retain our human form, but afterward we resume our usual appearance." The sister then asked them with tears, "Can you not be restored again?" "Oh no," replied they, "the conditions are too difficult. For 6 long years you must neither speak nor laugh, and during that time you must sew together for us 6 little shirts of star-flowers, and should there fall a single word from your lips, then all your labor will be vain." Just as the brother finished speaking, the quarter of an hour elapsed, and they all flew out of the window again like swans. The little sister, however, made a solemn resolution to rescue her brothers or die in the attempt, and she left the cottage and, penetrating deep into the forest, passed the night amid the branches of a tree. The next morning she went out and collected the star-flowers to sew together. She had no one to converse with, and as for laughing, she had no spirits, so there up in the tree she sat, intent only upon her work. After she had passed some time there, it happened that the king of that country was hunting in the forest, and his huntsmen came beneath the tree on which the maiden sat. They called to her and asked, "Who art thou?" But she gave no answer. "Come down to us," continued they, "we will do thee no harm." She simply shook her head, and when they pressed her further with questions, she threw down to them her gold necklace, hoping therewith to satisfy them. They did not, however, leave her, and she threw down her girdle, but in vain, and even her rich dress did not make them desist. At last the hunter himself climbed the tree and brought down the maiden, and took her before the king. The king asked her, "Who art thou? What dost thou upon that tree?" But she did not answer, and then he asked her in all the languages that he knew, but she remained dumb to all as a fish. Since, however, she was so beautiful, the king's heart was touched, and he conceived for her a strong affection. Then he put around her his cloak, and placing her before him on his horse, took her to his castle. There he ordered rich clothing to be made for her, and although her beauty shone as the sunbeams, not a word escaped her. The king placed her by his side at table, and there her dignified mien and manners so won upon him that he said, "This maiden will I to marry, and no other in the world." And after some days he was united to her. Now the king had a wicked stepmother who was discontented with his marriage, and spoke evil of the young queen. "Who knows whence this wench comes?" said she. "She who cannot speak is not worthy of a king." A year after, when the Queen brought her firstborn son into the world, the old woman took him away. Then she went to the King and complained that the Queen was a murderess. The King, however, would not believe it, and suffered no one to do any injury to his wife, who sat composedly sewing at her shirts, and paying attention to nothing else. When a second child was born, the false stepmother used the same deceit, but the King again would not listen to her words, but said, "She is too pious and good to act so. Could she but speak and defend herself, her innocence would come to light." But when again the third time the old woman stole away the child, and then accused the Queen, who answered not a word to the accusation, the King was obliged to give her up to be tried, and she was condemned to suffer death by fire. When the time had elapsed, and the sentence was to be carried out, during which time she had neither spoken nor laughed, it was the very day when her dear brothers should be made free. The 6 shirts were also ready, all but the last, which yet wanted the left sleeve. As she was led to the scaffold, she placed the shirts upon her arm, and just as she had mounted it and the fire was about to be kindled, she looked round and saw 6 swans come flying through the air. Her heart leaped for joy as she perceived her deliverers approaching, and soon the swans, flying toward her, alighted so near that she was enabled to throw over them the shirts, and as soon as she had so done, their feathers fell off and the brothers stood up alive and well, but the youngest wanted his left arm, instead of which he had a swan's wing. They embraced and kissed each other, and the Queen, going to the King, who was thunderstruck, began to say, "Now I may speak, my dear husband, and prove to you that I am innocent and falsely accused." And then she told him how the wicked old woman had stolen away and hidden her 3 children. When she had concluded, the King was overcome with joy, and the wicked stepmother was led to the scaffold and bound to the stake and burned to ashes. The King and Queen forever after lived in peace and prosperity with their 6 brothers. End of chapter 64.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Susan Denny, Denton, Texas, October 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patton. Chapter number 65. Snow White and Rose Red by William and Jacob Grimm. There once was a poor widow who lived alone in her hut with her 2 children, who were called Snow White and Rose Red, because they were like the flowers which bloomed on 2 rose bushes which grew before the cottage. But they were 2 as pious, good, industrious, and amiable children as any that were in the world, only Snow White was more quiet and gentle than Rose Red. For Rose Red would run and jump about the meadows, seeking flowers and catching butterflies, while Snow White sat at home helping her mother to keep house, or reading to her if there were nothing else to do. The 2 children loved one another dearly, and always walked hand in hand when they went out together. And ever when they talked of it, they agreed that they would never separate from each other, and that whatever one had, the other should share. Often they ran deep into the forest and gathered wild berries, but no beast ever harmed them. For the hare would eat cauliflowers out of their hands, the fawn would graze at their side, the goats would frisk about them in play, and the birds remained perched on the boughs, singing as if nobody were near. No accident ever befell them, and if they stayed late in the forest and night came upon them, they used to lie down on the moss and sleep till morning. And because their mother knew they would do so, she felt no concern about them. One time, when they had thus passed the night in the forest, and the dawn of morning awoke them, they saw a beautiful child dressed in shining white sitting near their couch. She got up and looked at them kindly, but without saying anything went into the forest, and when the children looked round, they saw that where they had slept was close to the edge of a pit, into which they would have certainly fallen had they walked a couple of steps further in the dark. Their mother told them the figure they had seen was doubtless the good angel who watches over children. Snow White and Rose Red kept their mother's cottage so clean that it was a pleasure to enter it. Every morning in the summer-time Rose Red would first put the house in order and then gather a nosegay for her mother, in which she always placed a bud from each rose tree. Every winter's morning Snow White would light the fire and put the kettle on to boil, and although the kettle was made of copper, it yet shone like gold because it was scoured so well. In the evenings, when the flakes of snow were falling, the mother would say, "Go, Snow White, and bolt the door." And then they used to sit down on the hearth, and the mother would put on her spectacles and read out of a great book, while her children sat spinning. By their side, too, laid a little lamb, and on a perch behind them a little white dove reposed with her head under her wing. One evening, when they were thus sitting comfortably together, there came a knock at the door, as if somebody wished to come in. "Make haste, Rose Red," cried her mother. "Make haste and open the door. Perhaps there is some traveler outside who needs shelter." So Rose Red went and drew the bolt and opened the door, expecting to see some poor man outside, but instead a great fat bear poked his black head in. Rose Red shrieked out and ran back. The little lamb bleated, the dove fluttered on her perch, and Snow White hid herself behind her mother's bed. The bear, however, began to speak, and said, "Be not afraid. I will do you no harm, but I am half frozen, and wish to come in and warm myself." "Poor bear," cried the mother, "come in and lie down before the fire, but take care you do not burn your skin." And then she continued, "Come here, Rose Red and Snow White, the bear will not harm you. He means honorably." So they both came back, and by degrees the lamb too and the dove overcame their fears and welcomed the rough visitor. "You children," said the bear before he entered, "come and knock the snow off my coat." And they fetched their brooms and swept him clean. Then he stretched himself before the fire and grumbled out his satisfaction, and in a little while the children became familiar enough to play tricks with the unwieldy animal. They pulled his long shaggy skin, set their feet upon his back, and rolled him to and fro, and even ventured to beat him with a hazel stick, laughing when he grumbled. The bear bore all their tricks good-temperedly, and if they hit him too hard, he cried out, "Leave me my life, you children, Snow White and Rose Red, or you'll never wed." When bedtime came and the others were gone, the mother said to the bear, "You may sleep here on the hearth if you like, and then you will be safely protected from the cold and bad weather." As soon as day broke, the two children let the bear out again, and he trotted away over the snow, and ever afterward he came every evening at a certain hour. He would lie down on the hearth and allow the children to play with him as much as they liked, till by degrees they became so accustomed to him that the door was left unbolted till their black friend arrived. But as soon as spring returned and everything out of doors was green again, the bear one morning told Snow White that he must leave her, and could not return during the whole summer. "Where are you going then, dear bear?" asked Snow White. "I am obliged to go into the forest and guard my treasures from the evil dwarfs, for in winter, when the ground is hard, they are obliged to keep in their holes and cannot work through. But now, since the sun has thawed the earth and warmed it, the dwarfs pierce through and steal all they can find, and what has once passed into their hands and gets concealed by them in their caves is not easily brought to light." Snow White, however, was very sad at the departure of the bear, and opened the door so hesitatingly that when he pressed through it he left behind on the sneck a piece of his hairy coat. and through the hole which was made in his coat Snow White fancied she saw the glittering of gold. But she was not quite certain of it. The bear, however, ran hastily away and was soon hidden behind the trees. Some time afterward the mother sent the children into the wood to gather sticks, and while doing so they came to a tree which was lying across the path, on the trunk of which something kept bobbing up and down from the grass, and they could not imagine what it was. When they came nearer they saw a dwarf with an old wrinkled face and a snow-white beard a yard long. The end of this beard was fixed in a split of the tree, and the little man kept jumping about like a dog tied by a chain, for he did not know how to free himself. He glared at the maidens with his red, fiery eyes and exclaimed,
"Why do you stand there? Are you going to pass without offering me any assistance?"
"What have you done, little man?" asked Rose Red.
"You stupid gaping goose!" exclaimed he. "I wanted to have split the tree in order to get a little wood for my kitchen, for the little wood which we use is soon burned up with great faggots, not like what you rough, greedy people devour. I had driven the wedge in properly, and everything was going on well, when the smooth wood flew upward, and the tree closed so suddenly together that I could not draw my beautiful beard out, and here it sticks, and I cannot get away. There, don't laugh, you milk-faced things! Are you dumbfounded?"
The children took all the pains they could to pull the dwarf's beard out, but without success. "I will run and fetch some help," cried Rose Red at length.
"Cracked-brained sheep's head that you are!" snarled the dwarf. "What are you going to call other people for? You are too many now for me. Can you think of nothing else?"
"Don't be impatient," replied Snow White. "I have thought of something." And pulling her scissors out of her pocket, she cut off the end of the beard. As soon as the dwarf found himself at liberty, he snatched up his sack, which lay between the roots of the tree, filled with gold, and throwing it over his shoulder, marched off, grumbling and groaning and crying.
"Stupid people, to cut off a piece of my beautiful beard! Plague take you!"
And away he went without once looking at the children. Some time afterward Snow White and Rose Red went a-fishing, and as they neared the pond they saw something like a great locust hopping about on the bank as if going to jump into the water. They ran up and recognized the dwarf. "What are you after?" asked Rose Red. "You will fall into the water."
"I am not quite such a simpleton as that," replied the dwarf. "But do you not see this fish will pull me in?"
The little man had been sitting there angling, and unfortunately the wind had entangled his beard with the fishing line, and so, when a great fish bit at the bait, the strength of the weak little fellow was not able to draw it out, and the fish had the best of the struggle. The dwarf held on by the reeds and rushes which grew near, but to no purpose, for the fish pulled him where it liked, and he must soon have been drawn into the pond. Luckily, just then the two maidens arrived, and tried to release the beard of the dwarf from the fishing line, but both were too closely entangled for it to be done. So the maiden pulled out her scissors again and cut off another piece of the beard. When the dwarf saw this done, he was in a great rage and exclaimed,
"You donkey! That is the way to disfigure my face! Was it not enough to cut it once? But you must now take away the best part of my fine beard. I dare not show myself again now to my own people. I wish you had run the soles off your boots before you had come here."
So saying, he took up a bag of pearls which lay among the rushes, and without speaking another word, slipped off and disappeared behind a stone. Not many days after this adventure, it chanced that the mother sent the two maidens to the next town to buy thread, needles, and pins, laces, and ribbons. Their road passed over a common, on which here and there great pieces of rock were lying about. Just over their heads they saw a great bird flying round and round, and every now and then dropping lower and lower, till at last it flew down behind a rock. Immediately afterward they heard a piercing shriek, and running up they saw with affright that the eagle had caught their old acquaintance, the dwarf, and was trying to carry him off. The compassionate children thereupon laid hold of the little man and held him fast till the bird gave up the struggle and flew off. As soon then as the dwarf had recovered from his fright, he exclaimed in his squeaking voice,
"Could you not hold me more gently? You have seized my fine brown coat in such a manner that it is all torn and full of holes. Meddling and interfering rubbish that you are."
With these words he shouldered a bag filled with precious stones and slipped away to his cave among the rocks. The maidens were now accustomed to his ingratitude, and so they walked on to the town and transacted their business there. Coming home, they returned over the same common, and unawares walked up to a certain clean spot on which the dwarf had shaken out his bag of precious stones, thinking nobody was near. The sun was shining, and the bright stones glittered in its beams and displayed such a variety of colors that the two maidens stopped to admire them.
"What are you standing there gaping for?"
asked the dwarf, while his face grew as red as copper with rage. He was continuing to abuse the poor maidens when a loud roaring noise was heard, and presently a great black bear came rolling out of the forest. The dwarf jumped up terrified, but he could not gain his retreat before the bear overtook him. Thereupon he cried out,
"Spare me, my dear Lord Bear! I will give you all my treasures. See these beautiful precious stones which lie here. Only give me my life. For what have you to fear from a little weak fellow like me? You could not touch me with your big teeth. There are two wicked girls. Take them. They would make nice morsels, as fat as young quails. Eat them for heaven's sake."
The bear, however, without troubling himself to speak, gave the bad-hearted dwarf a single blow with his paw, and he never stirred after. The maidens were then going to run away, but the bear called after them, "Snow White and Rose Red, fear not, wait a bit, and I will accompany you." They recognized his voice and stopped, and when the bear came, his rough coat suddenly fell off, and he stood up a tall man dressed entirely in gold. "I am a king's son," he said, "and was condemned by the wicked dwarf, who stole all my treasures, to wander about in this forest in the form of a bear till his death released me. Now he has received his well-deserved punishment." Then they went home, and Snow White was married to the prince, and Rose Red to his brother, with whom they shared the immense treasure which the dwarf had collected. The old mother also lived for many years happily with her two children, and the rose trees which had stood before the cottage were planted now before the palace, and produced every year beautiful red and white roses. End of chapter 65. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patton. Chapter number 66, The Ugly Duckling by Hans Christian Andersen. It was so glorious out in the country. It was summer. The cornfields were yellow, the oats were green, the hay had been put up in stacks in the green meadows, and the stork went about on his long red legs and chattered Egyptian, for this was the language he had learned from his good mother. All around the fields and meadows were great forests, and in the midst of these forests lay deep lakes. Yes, it was right glorious out in the country. In the midst of the sunshine there lay an old farm, with deep canals about it, and from the wall down to the water grew great burdocks, so high that little children could stand upright under the loftiest of them. It was just as wild there as in the deepest wood, and here sat a duck upon her nest. She had to hatch her ducklings, but she was almost tired out before the little ones came, and then she so seldom had visitors. The other ducks liked better to swim about in the canals than to run up to sit down under a burdock and cackle with her. At last one egg-shell after another burst open. "Peep! Peep!" it cried, and in all the eggs there were little creatures that stuck out their heads. "Quack! Quack!" they said, and they all came quacking out as fast as they could, looking all round them under the green leaves, and the mother let them look as much as they chose, for green is good for the eye. "How wide the world is!" said all the young ones, for they certainly had much more room now than when they were in the eggs. "Do you think this is all the world?" said the mother. "That stretches far across the other side of the garden, quite into the parson's field, but I have never been there yet. I hope you are all together," and she stood up. "No, I have not all. The largest egg still lies there. How long is that to last? I am really tired of it." And she sat down again. "Well, how goes it?" asked an old duck who had come to pay her a visit. "It lasts a long time with that one egg," said the duck who sat there. "It will not burst. Now only look at the others. Are they not the prettiest little ducks one could possibly see? They are all like their father. The rogue, he never comes to see me."
"Let me see the egg which will not burst," said the old visitor. "You may be sure it is a turkey's egg. I was once cheated in that way, and had much anxiety and trouble with the young ones, for they are afraid of the water. Must I say it to you? I could not get them to venture in. I quacked and I clacked, but it was no use. Let me see the egg. Yes, that's a turkey's egg. Let it lie there, and teach the other children to swim."
"I think I will sit on it a little longer," said the duck. "I've sat so long now that I can sit a few days more."
"Just as you please,"
said the old duck, and she went away. At last the great egg burst. "Peep, peep!" said the little one, and crept forth. It was very large and very ugly. The duck looked at it. "It's a very large duckling," said she. "None of the others look like that. Can it really be a turkey chick? Well, we shall soon find out. It must go into the water, even if I have to thrust it in myself." The next day it was bright, beautiful weather. The sun shone on all the green trees. The mother duck went down to the canal with all her family. Splash! She jumped into the water. "Quack, quack!" she said, and one duckling after another plunged in. The water closed over their heads, but they came up in an instant and swam capitally. Their legs went of themselves, and they were all in the water. The ugly gray duckling swam with them. "No, it's not a turkey," said she. "Look how well it can use its legs, and how straight it holds itself. It is my own child. On the whole, it's quite pretty, if one looks at it rightly. Quack, quack! Come with me, and I'll lead you out into the great world and present you in the duck-yard. But keep close to me, so that no one may tread on you, and take care of the cats." And so they came into the duck-yard. There was a terrible riot going on in there, for two families were quarreling about an eel's head, and the cat got it after all. "See, that's how it goes in the world," said the mother duck, and she whetted her beak, for she too wanted the eel's head. "Only use your legs," she said. "See that you can bustle about and bow your heads before the old duck yonder. She's the grandest of all here. She's of Spanish blood, that's why she's so fat. And do you see she has a red rag round her leg? That's something particularly fine, and the greatest distinction a duck can enjoy. It signifies that one does not want to lose her, and that she's to be known by the animals and by men too. Shake yourselves, don't turn in your toes. A well-brought-up duck turns its toes quite out, just like father and mother. So. Now bend your necks and say quack." And they did so. But the other ducks round about looked at them and said quite boldly, "Look there! Now we're to have these hanging on, as if there were not enough of us already. And fie! How that duckling yonder looks! We won't stand that!" And one duck flew up at it and bit it in the neck. "Let it alone," said the mother. "It does no harm to anyone." "Yes, but it's too large and peculiar," said the duck who had bitten it, "and therefore it must be put down." "Those are pretty children that the mother has there," said the old duck with the rag round her leg. "They're all pretty but that one. That was rather unlucky. I wish she could bear it over again." "That cannot be done, my lady," replied the mother duck. "It is not pretty, but it has a really good disposition, and swims as well as any other. Yes, I may even say it, swims better. I think it will grow up pretty, and become smaller in time. It has lain too long in the egg, and therefore is not properly shaped." And then she pinched it in the neck and smoothed its feathers. "Moreover, it is a drake," she said, "and therefore it is not so much consequence. I think he will be very strong. He makes his way already." "The other ducklings are graceful enough," said the old duck. "Make yourself at home, and if you find an eel's head, you may bring it to me." And now they were at home. But the poor duckling which had crept last out of the egg and looked so ugly, was bitten and pushed and jeered, as much by the ducks as by the chickens. "It is too big," they all said. And the turkey cock, who had been born with spurs, and therefore thought himself an emperor, blew himself up like a ship in full sail, and bore straight down upon it. Then he gobbled and grew quite red in the face. The poor duckling did not know where it should stand or walk. It was quite melancholy, because it looked ugly, and was the butt of the whole duck-yard. So it went on the first day, and afterward it became worse and worse. The poor duckling was hunted about by every one. Even its brothers and sisters were quite angry with it, and said, "If the cat would only catch you, you ugly creature!" And the mother said, "If you were only far away." And the ducks hit it, and the chickens beat it, and the girl who had to feed the poultry kicked at it with her foot. Then it ran and flew over the fence, and the little birds in the bushes flew up in fear. "That is because I am so ugly," thought the duckling, and it shut its eyes, but flew on further, and so it came out into the great moor where the wild ducks lived. Here it lay the whole night long, and it was weary and downcast. Toward morning the wild chicks flew up and looked at their new companion. "What sort of a one are you?" they asked, and the duckling turned in every direction and bowed as well as it could. "You are remarkably ugly," said the wild ducks, "but that is nothing to us, so long as you do not marry into our family." Poor thing! It certainly did not think of marrying, and only hoped to obtain leave to lie among the reeds and drink some of the swamp water. Thus it lay 2 whole days. Then came thither 2 wild geese, or, properly speaking, 2 wild ganders. It was not long since each had crept out of an egg, and that's why they were so saucy. "Listen, comrade," said one of them, "you're so ugly that I like you. Will you go with us and become a bird of passage? Near here, in another moor, there are a few sweet, lovely geese, all unmarried, and all able to say 'rap.' You've a chance of making your fortune, ugly as you are." Piff! Paff! sounded through the air, and the 2 ganders fell down dead in the swamp, and the water became blood red. Piff! Paff! it sounded again, and the whole flock of wild geese rose up from the reeds. And then there was another report. A great hunt was going on. The sportsmen were lying in wait all round the moor, and some were even sitting up in the branches of the trees, which spread far over the reeds. The blue smoke rose up like clouds among the dark trees, and was wafted far away across the water, and the hunting dogs came splash, splash into the swamp, and the rushes and the reeds bent down on every side. That was a fright for the poor duckling. It turned its head and put it under its wing, But at that moment a frightful great dog stood close by the duckling. His tongue hung far out of his mouth, and his eyes gleamed horrible and ugly. He thrust out his nose close against the duckling, showed his sharp teeth, and splash, splash, on he went, without seizing it. "Oh, heaven be thanked!" sighed the duckling. "I am so ugly that even the dog does not like to bite me." And so it lay quite quiet, while the shots rattled through the reeds, and gun after gun was fired. At last, late in the day, all was still. But the poor duckling did not dare to rise up. It waited several hours before it looked round, and then hastened away out of the moor as fast as it could. It ran on over field and meadow. There was such a storm raging that it was difficult to get from one place to another. Toward evening the duck came to a little miserable peasant's hut. This hut was so dilapidated that it did not itself know on which side it should fall, and that's why it remained standing. The storm whistled round the duckling in such a way that the poor creature was obliged to sit down, to stand against it, and the wind blew worse and worse. Then the duckling noticed that one of the hinges of the door had given way, and the door hung so slanting that the duckling could slip through the crack into the room, and that is what it did. Here lived a woman with her cat and her hen, and the cat, whom she called Sonny, could arch his back and purr. He could even give out sparks, but for that one had to stroke his fur the wrong way. The hen had quite little short legs, and therefore she was called Chickabiddy Shortshanks. She laid good eggs, and the woman loved her as her own child. In the morning the strange duckling was at once noticed, and the cat began to purr, and the hen to cluck. "What's this?" said the woman, and looked all round, but she could not see well, and therefore she thought the duckling was a fat duck that had strayed. "This is a rare prize," she said. "Now I shall have duck's eggs. I hope it is not a drake. We must try that." And so the duckling was admitted on trial for 3 weeks, but no eggs came. And the cat was master of the house, and the hen was the lady, and always said, "we and the world," for she thought they were half the world, and by far the better half. The duckling thought one might have a different opinion, but the hen would not allow it. "Can you lay eggs?" she asked. "No." "Then will you hold your tongue?" And the cat said, "Can you curve your back and purr and give out sparks?" "No." "Then you will please have no opinion of your own when sensible folks are speaking." And the duckling sat in a corner and was melancholy. Then the fresh air and the sunshine streamed in, and it was seized with such a strange longing to swim on the water that it could not help telling the hen of it. "What are you thinking of?" cried the hen. "You have nothing to do. That's why you have these fancies. Lay eggs or purr, and they will pass over." "But it is so charming to swim on the water," said the duckling. "So refreshing to let it close over one's head, and to dive down to the bottom." "Yes, that must be a mighty pleasure, truly," quoth the hen. "I fancy you must have gone crazy. Ask the cat about it. He's the cleverest animal I know. Ask him if he likes to swim on the water or to dive down. I won't speak about myself. Ask our mistress, the old woman. No one in the world is cleverer than she. Do you think she has any desire to swim, and to let the water close above her head?" "You don't understand me," said the duckling. "We don't understand you? Then pray who is to understand you? You surely don't pretend to be cleverer than the cat and the woman. I won't say anything of myself. Don't be conceited, child, and thank your Maker for all the kindness you have received. Did you not get into a warm room, and have you not fallen into company from which you may learn something? But you are a chatterer, and it is not pleasant to associate with you. You may believe me, I speak for your good. I tell you disagreeable things, and by that one may always know one's true friends. Only take care that you learn to lay eggs, or to purr, and give out sparks." "I think I will go out into the wide world," said the duckling. "Yes, do go," replied the hen. And so the duckling went away. It swam on the water and dived, but it was slighted by every creature because of its ugliness. Now came the autumn. The leaves in the forest turned yellow and brown. The wind caught them so that they danced about, and up in the air it was very cold. The clouds hung low, heavy with hail and snowflakes, and on the fence stood the raven, crying "Croak, croak," for mere cold. Yes, it was enough to make one feel cold to think of this. The poor little duckling certainly had not a good time. One evening, the sun was just setting in his beauty. There came a whole flock of great handsome birds out of the bushes. They were dazzlingly white, with long, flexible necks. They were swans. They uttered a very peculiar cry, spread forth their glorious great wings, and flew away from that cold region to warmer lands, to fair open lakes. They mounted so high, and the ugly duckling felt quite strangely as it watched them. It turned round and round in the water like a wheel, stretched out its neck toward them, and uttered such a strange loud cry as frightened itself. Oh, it could not forget those beautiful happy birds, and so soon as it could see them no longer, it dived down to the very bottom, and when it came up again it was quite beside itself. It knew not the name of those birds, and knew not whither they were flying, but it loved them more than it had ever loved any one. It was not at all envious of them. How could it think of wishing to possess such loveliness as they had? It would have been glad if only the ducks would have endured its company, the poor ugly creature. And the winter grew cold, very cold. The duckling was forced to swim about in the water to prevent the surface from freezing entirely. But every night the hole in which it swam about became smaller and smaller. It froze so hard that the icy covering crackled again, and the duckling was obliged to use its legs continually to prevent the hole from freezing up. At last it became exhausted and lay quite still, and thus froze fast into the ice. Early in the morning a peasant came by, and when he saw what had happened, he took his wooden shoe, broke the iced crust to pieces, and carried the duckling home to his wife. Then it came to itself again. The children wanted to play with it, but the duckling thought they wanted to hurt it, and in its terror fluttered up into the milk pan, so that the milk spurted down into the room. The woman clasped her hands, at which the duckling flew down into the butter tub, and then into the meal barrel, and out again. How it looked then! The woman screamed, and struck at it with the fire tongs. The children tumbled over one another in their efforts to catch the duckling, and they laughed and they screamed. Well, it was that the door stood open, and the poor creature was able to slip out between the shrubs into the newly fallen snow. There it lay quite exhausted. But it would be too melancholy if I were to tell you all the misery and care which the duckling had to endure in the hard winter. It lay out on the moor among the reeds, when the sun began to shine again and the larks to sing. It was a beautiful spring. Then all at once the duckling could flap its wings. They beat the air more strongly than before, and bore it strongly away, and before it well knew how all this happened, it found itself in a great garden, where the elder trees smelled sweet, and bent their long green branches down to the canal that wound through the region. Oh, here it was so beautiful! Such a gladness of spring! And from the thicket came 3 glorious white swans. They rustled their wings and swam lightly on the water. The duckling knew the splendid creatures, and felt oppressed by a peculiar sadness. I will fly away to them, to the royal birds, and they will beat me because I, that am so ugly, dare to come near them. But it is all the same. Better to be killed by them than to be pursued by ducks, and beaten by fowls, and pushed about by the girl who takes care of the poultry yard, and to suffer hunger in winter. And it flew out into the water and swam toward the beautiful swans. These looked at it and came sailing down upon it with outspread wings. "Kill me," said the poor creature, and bent its head down upon the water, expecting nothing but death. But what was this that it saw in the clear water? It beheld its own image, and lo, it was no longer a clumsy dark gray bird, ugly and hateful to look at, but a swan. It matters nothing if one is born in a duck yard, if one has only lain in a swan's egg. It felt quite glad at all the need and misfortune it had suffered. Now it realized its happiness in all the splendor that surrounded it, and the great swans swam round it and stroked it with their beaks. Into the garden came little children who threw bread and corn into the water, and the youngest cried, "There is a new one!" And the other children shouted joyously, "Yes, a new one has arrived!" And they clapped their hands and danced about and ran to their father and mother, and bread and cake were thrown into the water, and they all said, "The new one is the most beautiful of all, so young and handsome." And the old swans bowed their heads before him. Then he felt quite ashamed and hid his head under his wings, for he did not know what to do. He was so happy, and yet not at all proud. He thought how he had been persecuted and despised, and now he heard them saying that he was the most beautiful of all birds. Even the elder tree bent its branches straight down into the water before him, and the sun shone warm and mild. Then his wings rustled, he lifted his slender neck, and cried rejoicingly from the depths of his heart, "I never dreamed of so much happiness when I was the ugly duckling." End of chapter 66.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gemma Blythe. The Junior Classics, Volume 1 by William Patten. Chapter 67, The Tinder Box by Hans Christian Andersen. There came a soldier marching along the high road, 1-2, 1-2. He had his knapsack on his back and a saber by his side, for he had been in the wars, and now he wanted to go home. And on the way he met with an old witch. She was very hideous, and her underlip hung down upon her breast. She said, "Good evening, soldier. What a fine sword you have, and what a big knapsack. You're a proper soldier. Now you shall have as much money as you like to have." "I thank you, you old witch," said the soldier. "Do you see that great tree?" quoth the witch, and she pointed to a tree which stood beside them. "It's quite hollow inside. You must climb to the top, and then you'll see a hole through which you can let yourself down and get deep into the tree. I'll tie a rope round your body so that I can pull you up again when you call me." "What am I to do down in the tree?" asked the soldier. "Get money," replied the witch. "Listen to me. When you come down to the earth under the tree, you will find yourself in a great hall. It is quite light, for above 300 lamps are burning there. Then you will see 3 doors. These you can open, for the keys are hanging there. If you go into the first chamber, you'll see a great chest in the middle of the floor. On this chest sits a dog, and he's got a pair of eyes as big as 2 teacups. But you need not care for that. I'll give you my blue-checked apron, and you can spread it out upon the floor. Then go up quickly and take the dog and set him on my apron. Then open the chest and take as many shillings as you like. They are of copper. If you prefer silver, you must go into the second chamber. But there sits a dog with a pair of eyes as big as mill wheels. But do not you care for that. Set him upon my apron and take some of the money. And if you want gold, you will have that too. In fact, as much as you can carry if you go into the third chamber. But the dog that sits on the money chest there has 2 eyes as big as round towers. He is a fierce dog, you may be sure, but you needn't be afraid for all that. Only set him on my apron, and he won't hurt you, and take out of the chest as much gold as you like." "That's not so bad," said the soldier. "But what am I to give you, you old witch? For you will not do it for nothing, I fancy." "No," replied the witch, "not a single shilling will I have. You shall only bring me an old tinder box which my grandmother forgot when she was down there last." "Then tie the rope round my body," cried the soldier. "Here it is," said the witch, "and here's my blue checked apron." Then the soldier climbed up into the tree, let himself slip down into the hole, and stood, as the witch had said, in the great hall where the 300 lamps were burning. Now he opened the first door. Ugh! There sat the dog, with eyes as big as teacups, staring at him. "You're a nice fellow," exclaimed the soldier, and he set him on the witch's apron, and took as many shillings as his pockets would hold, and then locked the chest, set the dog on it again, and went into the second chamber. Aha! There sat the dog with eyes as big as mill wheels. "You should not stare so hard at me," said the soldier. "You might strain your eyes." And he set the dog upon the witch's apron, and when he saw the silver money in the chest, he threw away all the copper money he had, and filled his pockets and his knapsack with silver only. Then he went into the third chamber. Oh, but that was horrid! The dog there really had eyes as big as towers, and they turned round and round in his head like wheels. "Good evening," said the soldier, and he touched his cap, for he had never seen such a dog as that before. When he had looked down at him a little more closely, he thought, "That will do," and lifted him down to the floor, and opened the chest. Mercy, what a quantity of gold was there! He could buy with it the whole town, and the sugar-suckling pigs of the cake woman, and all the tin soldiers, whips, and rocking horses in the whole world. Yes, that was a quantity of money. Now the soldier threw away all the silver coin with which he had filled his pockets and his knapsack, and took gold instead. Yes, all his pockets, his knapsack, his boots, and his cap were filled, so that he could scarcely walk. Now indeed he had plenty of money. He put the dog on the chest, shut the door, and then called up through the tree, "Now pull me up, you old witch." "Have you the tinder box?" asked the witch. "Plague on it!" exclaimed the soldier. "I had clean forgotten that." And he went and brought it. The witch drew him up, and he stood on the high road again, with pockets, boots, knapsack, and cap full of gold. "What are you going to do with the tinder box?" asked the soldier. "That's nothing to you," retorted the witch. "You've had your money. Just give me the tinder box." "Nonsense," said the soldier. "Tell me directly what you're going to do with it, or I'll draw my sword and cut off your head." "No," cried the witch. So the soldier cut off her head. There she lay, but he tied up all his money in her apron, took it on his back like a bundle, put the tinder box in his pocket, and went straight off toward the town. That was a splendid town, and he put up at the very best inn, and asked for the finest rooms, and ordered his favorite dishes, for now he was rich, as he had so much money. The servant who had to clean his boots certainly thought them a remarkably old pair for such a rich gentleman, but he had not bought any new ones yet. The next day he procured proper boots and handsome clothes. Now our soldier had become a fine gentleman, and the people told him of all the splendid things which were in the city, and about the king, and what a pretty princess the king's daughter was. "Where can one get to see her?" asked the soldier. "She is not to be seen at all," said they all together. "She lives in a great copper castle, with a great many walls and towers round about it. No one but the king may go in and out there, for it has been prophesied that she shall marry a common soldier, and the king can't bear that." "I should like to see her," thought the soldier, but he could not get leave to do so. Now he lived merrily, went to the theatre, drove in the king's garden, and gave much money to the poor, and this was very kind of him, for he knew from old times how hard it is when one has not a shilling. Now he was rich, had new clothes, and gained many friends, who all said he was a rare one, a true cavalier, and that pleased the soldier well. But as he spent money every day, and never carried any, he had at last only 2 shillings left, and he was obliged to turn out of the fine rooms in which he had dwelt, and had to live in a little garret under the roof, and clean his boots for himself, and mend them with a darning needle. None of his friends came to see him, for there were too many stairs to climb. It was quite dark one evening, and he could not even buy himself a candle, when it occurred to him that there was a candle end in the tinder box, which he had taken out of the hollow tree, into which the witch had helped him. He brought out the tinder box and the candle end, But as soon as he struck fire, and the sparks rose up from the flint, the door flew open, and the dog, who had eyes as big as a couple of teacups, and whom he had seen in the tree, stood before him, and said, "What are my lord's commands?" "What is this?" said the soldier. "That's a famous tinder box, if I can get everything with it that I want." "Bring me some money," said he to the dog, and whisk! The dog was gone, and whisk! He was back again with a great bag full of shillings in his mouth. Now the soldier knew what a capital tinder box this was. If he struck it once, the dog came who sat upon the chest of copper money. If he struck it twice, the dog came who had the silver, and if he struck it 3 times, then appeared the dog who had the gold. Now the soldier moved back into the fine rooms, and appeared again in handsome clothes, and all his friends knew him again, and cared very much for him indeed. Once he thought to himself, "It is a very strange thing that one cannot get to see the Princess. They all say she is very beautiful. But what is the use of that, if she has always to sit in the great copper castle with the many towers? Can I not get to see her at all? Where is my tinder box?" And so he struck a light, and whisk came the dog with eyes as big as teacups. "It is midnight, certainly," said the soldier, "but I should very much like to see the Princess, only for one little moment." And the dog was outside the door directly, and before the soldier thought it, came back with the Princess. She sat upon the dog's back and slept, and everyone could see she was a real princess, for she was so lovely. The soldier could not refrain from kissing her, for he was a thorough soldier. Then the dog ran back again with the Princess. But when morning came and the King and Queen were drinking tea, the Princess said she had had a strange dream the night before, about a dog and a soldier, that she had ridden upon the dog and the soldier had kissed her. "That would be a fine history," said the Queen. So one of the old court ladies had to watch the next night by the Princess's bed to see if this was really a dream, or what it might be. The soldier had a great longing to see the lovely Princess again, so the dog came in the night, took her away, and ran as fast as he could. But the old lady put on water boots and ran just as fast after him. When she saw that they both entered a great house, she thought, "Now I know where it is," and with a bit of chalk she drew a great cross on the door. Then she went home and lay down, and the dog came up with the Princess. But when he saw that there was a cross drawn on the door where the soldier lived, he took a piece of chalk too, and drew crosses on all the doors in the town. And that was cleverly done, for now the lady could not find the right door, because all the doors had crosses upon them. In the morning early came the King and Queen, the old court lady, and all the officers, to see where it was the Princess had been. "Here it is," said the King, when he saw the first door with a cross upon it. "No, my dear husband, it is there," said the Queen, who descried another door, which also showed a cross. "But there is one, and there is one," said all, for wherever they looked there were crosses on the doors. So they saw that it would avail them nothing if they searched on. But the Queen was an exceedingly clever woman, who could do more than ride in a coach. She took her great gold scissors, cut a piece of silk into pieces, and made a neat little bag. This bag she filled with fine wheat flour, and tied it on the Princess's back, and when that was done she cut a little hole in the bag, so that the flour would be scattered along all the way which the Princess should take. In the night the dog came again, took the Princess on his back, and ran with her to the soldier, who loved her very much, and would gladly have been a prince, so that he might have her for his wife. The dog did not notice at all how the flour ran out in a stream from the castle to the windows of the soldier's house, where he ran up the wall with the Princess. In the morning the King and Queen saw well enough where their daughter had been, and they took the soldier and put him in prison. There he sat. Oh, but it was dark and disagreeable there, and they said to him, "Tomorrow you shall be hanged." That was not amusing to hear, and he had left his tinder box at the inn. In the morning he could see through the iron grating of the little window how the people were hurrying out of the town to see him hanged. He heard the drums beat and saw the soldiers marching. All the people were running out, and among them was the shoemaker's boy with leather apron and slippers, and he galloped so fast that one of his slippers flew off and came right against the wall where the soldier sat looking through the iron grating. "Hello, you shoemaker's boy, you needn't be in such a hurry," cried the soldier to him. "It will not begin till I come, but if you will run to where I lived and bring me my tinder box, you shall have 4 shillings, but you must put your best leg foremost." The shoemaker's boy wanted to get the 4 shillings, so he went and brought the tinder box, and well, we shall hear now what happened. Outside the town a great gallows had been built, and round it stood the soldiers and many 100,000 people. The king and queen sat on a splendid throne opposite to the judges and the whole council. The soldiers already stood upon the ladder, but as they were about to put the rope round his neck, he said that before a poor criminal suffered his punishment, an innocent request was always granted to him. He wanted very much to smoke a pipe of tobacco, and it would be the last pipe he should smoke in the world. The king would not say no to this, so the soldier took his tinder box and struck fire. 1, 2, 3, and there suddenly stood all the dogs, the one with eyes as big as teacups, the one with eyes as big as mill wheels, and the one whose eyes were as big as round towers. "Help me now, so that I may not be hanged," said the soldier. And the dogs fell upon the judges and all the council, seized one by the leg and another by the nose, and tossed them many feet into the air, so that they fell down and were all broken to pieces. "I won't," cried the king, but the biggest dog took him and the queen and threw them after the others. Then the soldiers were afraid, and the people cried, "Little soldier, you shall be our king and marry the beautiful princess." So they put the soldier into the king's coach, and all the 3 dogs darted on in front and cried, "Hurrah!" And the boys whistled through their fingers, and the soldiers presented arms. The princess came out of the copper castle and became queen, and she liked that well enough. The wedding lasted a week, and the 3 dogs sat at the table too, and opened their eyes wider than ever at all they saw. End of chapter 67.
Section 68 of the Junior Classics, Volume 1, compiled by William Allen Neilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Constant Tin Soldier by Hans Christian Andersen. There were once 25 tin soldiers. They were all brothers, for they had all been born of one old tin spoon. They shouldered their muskets and looked straight before them. Their uniforms were red and blue, and very splendid. The first thing they had heard in the world, when the lid was taken off the box, had been the words, "Tin soldiers!" These words were tittered by a little boy clapping his hands. The soldiers had been given to him, for it was his birthday, and now he put them upon the table. Each soldier was exactly like the rest, but one of them had been cast last of all, and there had not been enough tin to finish him, but he stood as firmly upon his one leg as the others on their two, and it was just this soldier who became remarkable. On the table on which they had been placed stood many other playthings, but the toy that attracted most attention was a neat castle of cardboard. Through the little windows one could see straight into the hall. Before the castle some little trees were placed round a little looking-glass, which was to represent a clear lake. Waxen swans swam on this lake, and were mirrored in it. This was all very pretty, but the prettiest of all was a little lady, who stood at the open door of the castle. She was also cut out in paper, but she had a dress of the clearest gauze, and a little narrow blue ribbon over her shoulders that looked like a scarf, and in the middle of this ribbon was a shining tinsel rose, as big as her whole face. The little lady stretched out both her arms, for she was a dancer, and then she lifted one leg so high that the tin soldier could not see it at all, and thought that, like himself, she had but one leg. "That would be the wife for me," thought he, "but she is very grand. She lives in a castle, and I have only a box, and there are 25 of us in that. It is no place for her, but I must try to make acquaintance with her." And then he lay down at full length behind a snuff-box which was on the table. There he could easily watch the little dainty lady, who continued to stand on one leg without losing her balance. When the evening came, all the other tin soldiers were put into their box, and the people in the house went to bed. Now the toys began to play at visiting, and at war, and giving balls. The tin soldiers rattled in their box, for they wanted to join, but could not lift the lid. The Nutcracker threw somersaults, and the pencil amused itself on the table. There was so much noise that the canary woke up, and began to speak too, and even in verse. The only two who did not stir from their places were the tin soldier and the dancing lady. She stood straight up on the point of one of her toes, and stretched out both her arms, and he was just as enduring on his one leg, and he never turned his eyes away from her. Now the clock struck 12, and bounce! The lid flew off the snuff-box, but there was not snuff in it, but a little black goblin. You see, it was a trick. "Tin soldier," said the goblin, "don't stare at things that don't concern you." But the tin soldier pretended not to hear. "Just you wait till tomorrow," said the goblin. But when the morning came, and the children got up, the tin soldier was placed in the window, and whether it was the goblin or the draught that did it, all at once the window flew open, and the soldier fell head over heels out of the 3rd story. That was a terrible passage. He put his legs straight up, and struck with his helmet downward, and his bayonet between the paving stones. The servant maid and the little boy came down directly to look for him, but though they almost trod upon him, they could not see him. If the soldier had cried out, "Here I am," they would have found him, but he did not think it fitting to call out loudly, because he was in uniform. Now it began to rain. The drops soon fell thicker, and at last it came down in a complete stream. When the rain was past, 2 street boys came by. "Just look," said one of them, "there lies a tin soldier. He must come out and ride in the boat." And they made a boat out of a newspaper, and put the tin soldier in the middle of it, and so he sailed down the gutter, and the 2 boys ran beside him and clapped their hands. Goodness preserve us! How the waves rose in that gutter, and how fast the stream ran! But then it had been a heavy rain. The paper boat rocked up and down, and sometimes turned around so rapidly that the tin soldier trembled, but he remained firm, and never changed countenance, and looked straight before him, and shouldered his musket. All at once the boat went into a long drain, and it became as dark as if he had been in his box. "Where am I going now?" he thought. Yes, that's the goblin's fault. Ah, if the little lady only sat here with me in the boat, it might be twice as dark for what I should care." Suddenly there came a great water rat, which lived under the drain. "Have you a passport?" said the rat. "Give me your passport." But the tin soldier kept silence, and only held his musket tighter than ever. The boat went on, but the rat came after it. Hoo, how he gnashed his teeth, and called out to the bits of straw and wood, hold him! He hasn't paid toll. He hasn't showed his passport." But the stream became stronger and stronger. The tin soldier could see the bright daylight where the arch ended, but he heard a roaring noise, which might well frighten a bolder man. Only think, just where the tunnel ended the drain ran into a great canal, and for him that would have been as dangerous as for us to be carried down a great waterfall. Now he was already so near it that he could not stop. The boat was carried out, the poor tin soldier stiffening himself as much as he could, and no one could say that he moved an eyelid. The boat whirled round 3 or 4 times, and was full of water to the very edge. It must sink. The tin soldier stood up to his neck in water, and the boat sank deeper and deeper, and the paper was loosened more and more, and now the water closed over the soldier's head. Then he thought of the pretty little dancer, and how he should never see her again, and it sounded in the soldier's ears, "Farewell, farewell, thou warrior brave, die shalt thou this day." And now the paper parted, and the tin soldier fell out, but at that moment he was snapped up by a great fish. Oh, how dark it was in that fish's body! It was darker yet than in the drain tunnel, and then it was very narrow too. But the tin soldier remained unmoved, and lay at full length, shouldering his musket. The fish swam to and fro. He made the most wonderful movements, and then became quite still. At last something flashed through him like lightning. The daylight shone quite clear, and a voice said aloud, "The Tin Soldier!" The fish had been caught, carried to market, bought, and taken into the kitchen, where the cook cut him open with a large knife. She seized the soldier round the body with both her hands, and carried him into the room, where all were anxious to see the remarkable man who had travelled about in the inside of a fish. But the Tin Soldier was not at all proud. They placed him on the table, and there, no! What curious things may happen in the world! The Tin Soldier was in the very room in which he had been before. He saw the same children, and the same toys stood upon the table, and there was the pretty castle with the graceful little dancer. She was still balancing herself on one leg, and held the other extended in the air. She was faithful, too. That moved the Tin Soldier. He was very near weeping tin tears, but that would not have been proper. He looked at her, but they said nothing to each other. Then one of the little boys took the Tin Soldier and flung him into the stove. He gave no reason for doing this. It must have been the fault of the goblin in the snuff-box. The Tin Soldier stood there quite illuminated, and felt a heat that was terrible, but whether this heat proceeded from the real fire or from love he did not know. The colors had quite gone off from him, but whether they had happened on the journey or had been caused by grief, no one could say. He looked at the little lady, she looked at him, and he felt that he was melting, but he stood firm, shouldering his musket. Then suddenly the door flew open, and the draught of air caught the dancer, and she flew like a sylph just into the stove to the Tin Soldier, and flashed up in a flame, and then was gone. Then the Tin Soldier melted down into a lump, and when the servant maid took the ashes out the next day, she found him in the shape of a little tin heart. But of the dancer nothing remained but the tinsel rose, and that was burned as black as coal. End of section 68.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Joyce Scaglione. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 69, The Fir Tree, by Hans Christian Andersen. Out in the woods stood a nice little fir tree. The place he had was a very good one. The sun shone on him. As to fresh air, there was enough of that, and round him grew many large-sized comrades, pines as well as firs. But the little fir wanted so very much to be a grown-up tree. He did not think of the warm sun and of the fresh air. He did not care for the little cottage children that ran about and prattled when they were in the wood looking for wild strawberries. The children often came with a whole pitcher full of berries, or a long row of them threaded on a straw, and sat down near the young tree and said, "Oh, how pretty he is! What a nice little fir!" But this was what the tree could not bear to hear. At the end of a year he had shot up a good deal, and after another year he was another long bit taller, for with fir trees one can always tell by the shoots how many years old they are. "Oh, were I but such a high tree as the others are," sighed he, "then I should be able to spread out my branches, and with the tops to look into the wide world. Then would the birds build nests among my branches, and when there was a breeze I could bend with as much stateliness as the others." Neither the sunbeams, nor the birds, nor the red clouds which morning and evening sailed above him gave the little tree any pleasure. In winter, when the snow lay glittering on the ground, a hare would often come leaping along and jump right over the little tree. Oh, that made him so angry! But 2 winters were past, and in the third the tree was so large that the hare was obliged to go round it. "To grow and grow, to get older and be tall," thought the tree. "That, after all, is the most delightful thing in the world." In autumn the woodcutters always came and felled some of the largest trees. This happened every year, and the young fir tree, that had now grown to a very comely size, trembled at the sight, for the magnificent great trees fell to the earth with noise and cracking. The branches were lopped off, and the trees looked long and bare. They were hardly to be recognized. And then they were laid in carts, and the horses dragged them out of the wood. Where did they go to? What became of them? In spring, when the swallows and the storks came, the tree asked them, "Don't you know where they have been taken? Have you not met them anywhere?" The swallows did not know anything about it, but the stork looked musing, nodded his head, and said, "Yes, I think I know. I met many ships as I was flying hither from Egypt. On the ships were magnificent masts, and I venture to assert that it was they that smelled so of fur. I may congratulate you, for they lifted themselves on high most majestically. Oh, were I but old enough to fly across the sea! But how does the sea look in reality? What is it like?" "That would take a long time to explain," said the stork, and with these words off he went. "Rejoice in thy growth," said the sunbeams. "Rejoice in thy vigorous growth, and in the fresh life that groweth within thee." And the wind kissed the tree, and the dew wept tears over him, but the fir understood it not. When Christmas came, quite young trees were cut down, trees which often were not even as large or of the same age as this fir tree, who could never rest, but always wanted to be off. These young trees, and they were always the finest looking, retained their branches. They were laid on carts, and the horses drew them out of the wood. "Where are they going to?" asked the fir. "They are not taller than I. There was one, indeed, that was considerably shorter. And why do they retain all their branches? Whither are they taken?" We know," chirped the sparrows. "We have peeped in at the windows in the town below. We know whither they are taken. The greatest splendor and the greatest magnificence one can imagine await them. We peeped through the windows, and saw them planted in the middle of the warm room, and ornamented with the most splendid things, with gilded apples, with gingerbread, with toys, and many hundred lights." "And then?" asked the fir tree, trembling in every bough. "And then? What happens then?" "We did not see anything more. It was incomparably beautiful." "I would fain know if I am destined for so glorious a career," cried the tree, rejoicing. "That is still better than to cross the sea. What a longing do I suffer! Were Christmas but come! I am now tall, and my branches spread like the others that were carried off last year. Oh, were I but already on the cart! Were I in the warm room with all the splendor and magnificence! Yes, then something better, something still grander will surely follow, or wherefore should they thus ornament me? Something better, something still grander, must follow. But what? Oh, how I long, how I suffer! I do not know myself what is the matter with me. "Rejoice in our presence," said the air and the sunlight. "Rejoice in thy own fresh youth." But the tree did not rejoice at all. He grew, and was green both winter and summer. People that saw him said, "What a fine tree!" And toward Christmas he was one of the first that was cut down. The axe struck deep into the very pith. The tree fell to the earth with a sigh. He felt a pang. It was like a swoon. He could not think of happiness, for he was sorrowful at being separated from his home, from the place where he had sprung up. He knew well that he should never see his dear old comrades, the little bushes and flowers around him, any more. Perhaps not even the birds. The departure was not at all agreeable. The tree only came to himself when he was unloaded in a courtyard with the other trees, and heard a man say, "That one is splendid. We don't want the others." Then 2 servants came in rich livery and carried the fir tree into a large and splendid drawing room. Portraits were hanging on the walls, and near the white porcelain stove stood 2 large Chinese vases with lions on the covers. There, too, were large easy chairs, silken sofas, large tables full of picture books, and full of toys worth hundreds and hundreds of crowns. At least the children said so. And the fir tree was stuck upright in a cask that was filled with sand. But no one could see that it was a cask, for green cloth was hung all around it, and it stood on a large, gaily colored carpet. Oh, how the tree quivered! What was to happen? The servants, as well as the young ladies, decorated it. On one branch there hung little nets cut out of colored paper, and each net was filled with sugar plums. And among the other boughs gilded apples and walnuts were suspended, looking as though they had grown there, and little blue and white tapers were placed among the leaves. Dolls that looked for all the world like men, the tree had never beheld such before, were seen among the foliage, and at the very top a large star of gold tinsel was fixed. It was really splendid, beyond description splendid. "This evening," said they all, "how it will shine this evening!" Oh, thought the tree, if the evening were but come, if the tapers were but lighted, and then I wonder what will happen. Perhaps the other trees from the forest will come to look at me. Perhaps the sparrows will beat against the window panes. I wonder if I shall take root here, and winter and summer stand covered with ornaments. He knew very much about the matter, but he was so impatient that for sheer longing he got a pain in his back, and this with trees is the same thing as a headache with us. The candles were now lighted. What brightness! What splendor! The tree trembled so in every bough that one of the tapers set fire to the foliage. It blazed up splendidly. "Help! Help!" cried the young ladies, and they quickly put out the fire. Now the tree did not even dare tremble. What a state he was in! He was so uneasy lest he should lose something of his splendor that he was quite bewildered amid the glare and the brightness, when suddenly both folding doors opened, and a troop of children rushed in as if they would upset the tree. The older persons followed quietly. The little ones stood quite still. But it was only for a moment. Then they shouted so that the whole place re-echoed with their rejoicing. They danced round the tree, and one present after the other was pulled off. "What are they about?" thought the tree. "What is to happen now?" And the lights burned down to the very branches, and as they burned down they were put out one after the other, and then the children had permission to plunder the tree. So they fell upon it with such violence that all its branches cracked. If it had not been fixed firmly into the cask, it would certainly have tumbled down. The children danced about with their beautiful playthings. No one looked at the tree except the old nurse, who peeped between the branches, but it was only to see if there was a fig or an apple left that had been forgotten. "A story! A story!" cried the children, drawing a little fat man toward the tree. He seated himself under it and said, "Now we are in the shade, and the tree can listen too. But I shall tell only one story. Now, which will you have? That about Ivedy Avedy, or about Klumpy Dumpy, who tumbled downstairs, and yet, after all, came to the throne and married the princess?" "Ivedy Avedy!" cried some. "Klumpy Dumpy!" cried the others. There was such a bawling and screaming. The fir tree alone was silent, and he thought to himself, "Am I not to bawl with the rest? Am I to do nothing whatever?" For he was one of the company, and had done what he had to do. And the man told about Klumpy Dumpy that tumbled down, who notwithstanding came to the throne, and at last married the princess. And the children clapped their hands and cried out, "Oh, go on, do go on!" They waited to hear about Ivedy Avedy too, but the little man only told them about Klumpy Dumpy. The fir tree stood quite still and absorbed in thought. The birds in the wood had never related the like of this. Klumpy Dumpy fell downstairs, and yet he married the princess. Yes, yes, that's the way of the world, thought the fir tree, and believed it all, because the man who told the story was so good-looking. Well, well, who knows? Perhaps I may fall downstairs too, and get a princess as wife. And he looked forward with joy to the morrow, when he hoped to be decked out again with lights, playthings, fruits, and tinsel. I won't tremble tomorrow, thought the fir tree. I will enjoy to the full all my splendor. Tomorrow I shall hear again the story of Klumpy Dumpy, and perhaps that of Ivedy Avedy too. And the whole night the tree stood still and in deep thought. In the morning the servant and the housemaid came in. Now then the splendor will begin again, thought the fir. But they dragged him out of the room and up the stairs into the loft, and here in a dark corner, where no daylight could enter, they left him. What's the meaning of this? Thought the tree. What am I to do here? What shall I hear now, I wonder? And he leaned against the wall, lost in reverie. Time enough had he too for his reflections, for days and nights passed on, and nobody came up. And when at last somebody did come, it was only to put some great trunks in a corner out of the way. There stood the tree, quite hidden. It seemed as if he had been entirely forgotten. "'Tis now winter out of doors," thought the tree. "The earth is hard and covered with snow. Men cannot plant me now, and therefore I have been put up here under shelter till the springtime comes. How thoughtful that is! How kind man is, after all! If it only were not so dark here, and so terribly lonely. Not even a hare. And out in the woods it was so pleasant when the snow was on the ground, and the hare leaped by. Yes, even when he jumped over me, but I did not like it then. It is really terribly lonely here." "Squeak, squeak," said a little mouse at the same moment, peeping out of his hole. And then another little one came. They snuffed about the fir tree and rustled among the branches. "It is dreadfully cold," said the mouse. "But for that, it would be delightful here, old fir, wouldn't it?" "I am by no means old," said the fir tree. "There's many a one considerably older than I am." "Where do you come from?" asked the mice. "And what can you do?" They were so extremely curious. "Tell us about the most beautiful spot on the earth. Have you never been there? Were you never in the larder, where cheeses lie on the shelves, and hams hang from above, where one dances about on tallow candles, that place where one enters lean and comes out again fat and portly?" "I know no such place," said the tree, "but I know the wood, where the sun shines, and where the little birds sing." And then he told all about his youth, and the little mice had never heard the like before, and they listened and said, "Well, to be sure! How much you have seen! How happy you must have been!" "Ay," said the fir tree, thinking over what he had himself related. "Yes, in reality those were happy times." And then he told about Christmas Eve, when he was decked out with cakes and candles. "Oh," said the little mice, "how fortunate you have been, old fir tree." "I am by no means old," said he. "I came from the wood this winter. I am in my prime, and am only rather short for my age." "What delightful stories you know!" said the mice. And the next night they came with 4 other little mice, who were to hear what the tree recounted. And the more he related, the more plainly he remembered all himself, and it appeared as if those times had really been happy times. "But they may still come! They may still come! Klumpy Dumpy fell downstairs, and yet he got a princess." And he thought at the moment of a nice little birch tree growing out in the woods. To the fir, that would be a real charming princess. "Who is Klumpy Dumpy?" asked the mice. So then the fir tree told the whole fairy tale, for he could remember every single word of it, and the little mice jumped for joy up to the very top of the tree. Next night 2 more mice came, and on Sunday 2 rats even. But they said the stories were not interesting, which vexed the little mice, and they too now began to think them not so very amusing either. "Do you know only one story?" asked the rats. "Only that one," answered the tree. "I heard it on my happiest evening, but I did not then know how happy I was." "It is a very stupid story. Don't you know one about bacon and tallow candles? Can't you tell any larder stories?" "No," said the tree. "Then good-bye," said the rats, and they went home. At last the little mice stayed away also, and the tree sighed. "After all, it was very pleasant when the sleek little mice sat round me and listened to what I told them. Now that too is over. But I will take good care to enjoy myself when I am brought out again." But when was that to be? Why, one morning there came a quantity of people and set to work in the loft. The trunks were moved, the tree was pulled out and thrown, rather hard it is true, down on the floor, but a man drew him toward the stairs, where the daylight shone. "Now a merry life will begin again," thought the tree. He felt the fresh air, the first sunbeam, and now he was out in the courtyard. All passed so quickly, there was so much going on around him, that the tree quite forgot to look to himself. The court adjoined a garden, and all was in flower. The roses hung so fresh and odorous over the balustrade. The lindens were in blossom, the swallows flew by, and said, "Queer of it, my husband is come." But it was not the fir tree that they meant. "Now then, I shall really enjoy life," said he exultingly, and spread out his branches. But alas, they were all withered and yellow. It was in a corner that he lay, among weeds and nettles. The golden star of tinsel was still on the top of the tree, and glittered in the sunshine. In the courtyard some of the merry children were playing, who had danced at Christmas round the fir tree, and were so glad at the sight of him. One of the youngest ran and tore off the golden star. "Only look what is still on the ugly old Christmas tree," said he, trampling on the branches, so that they all cracked beneath his feet. And the tree beheld all the beauty of the flowers, and the freshness in the garden. He beheld himself, and wished he had remained in his dark corner in the loft. He thought of his first youth in the wood, of the merry Christmas Eve, and of the little mice who had listened with so much pleasure to the story of Klumpy Dumpy. "'Tis over, 'tis past," said the poor tree. "Had I but rejoiced when I had reason to do so! But now 'tis past, 'tis past." And the gardener's boy chopped the tree into small pieces. There was a whole heap lying there. The wood flamed up splendidly under the large brewing copper, and it sighed so deeply. Each sigh was like a shot. The boys played about in the court, and the youngest wore the gold star on his breast, which the tree had had on the happiest evening of his life. However, that was over now. The tree gone, the story at an end. All was over. Every tale must end at last. End of chapter 69.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Deborah Clark, Winnipeg, Canada, April 2006. The Junior Classics by William Patten. Chapter 70. The Flying Trunk by Hans Christian Andersen. There was once a merchant who was so rich that he could pave the whole street with gold, and almost have enough left for a little lane. But he did not do that. He knew how to employ his money differently. When he spent a shilling he got a crown back. Such a clever merchant was he, and this continued till he died. His son now got all this money, and he lived merrily, going to the masquerade every evening, making kites out of dollar notes, and playing at ducks and drakes on the sea-coast with gold pieces instead of pebbles. In this way the money was soon spent, and indeed it was so. At last he had no more than 4 shillings left, and no clothes to wear but a pair of slippers and an old dressing-gown. Now his friends did not trouble themselves any more about him, as they could not walk with him in the street. But one of them, who was good-natured, sent him an old trunk with the remark, "Pack up." Yes, that was all very well, but he had nothing to pack. Therefore he seated himself in the trunk. That was a wonderful trunk. As soon as anyone pressed the lock, the trunk could fly. He pressed it, and whirr! Away flew the trunk with him, through the chimney, and over the clouds, farther and farther away. But as often as the bottom of the trunk cracked a little, he was in great fear lest it might go to pieces, and then he would have flung a fine somersault. In that way he came to the land of the Turks. He hid the trunk in a wood under some dry leaves, and then went into the town. He could do that very well, for among the Turks all the people went dressed like himself, in dressing-gown and slippers. Then he met a nurse with a little child. "Here, you Turkish nurse," he began, "what kind of great castle is that by the town, in which the windows are so high up?" "There dwells the Sultan's daughter," replied she. "It is prophesied that she will be very unhappy respecting a lover, and therefore nobody may go near her unless the Sultan and Sultana are there too." "Thank you," said the merchant's son, and he went out into the forest and seated himself in his trunk, flew on the roof, and crept through the window into the princess's room. She was lying asleep on the sofa, and she was so beautiful that the merchant's son was compelled to kiss her. Then she awoke and was startled very much, but he said he was a Turkish angel who had come down to her through the air, and that pleased her. They sat down side by side, and he told her stories about her eyes, and he told her they were the most glorious dark lakes, and that thoughts were swimming about in them like mermaids. And he told her about her forehead, that it was a snowy mountain with the most splendid halls and pictures. And he told her about the stork who brings the lovely little children. Yes, those were fine histories. Then he asked the princess if she would marry him, and she said yes directly. "But you must come here on Saturday," said she. "Then the Sultan and Sultana will be here to tea. They will be very proud that I am to marry a Turkish angel. But take care that you know a very pretty story, for both my parents are very fond indeed of stories. My mother likes them high-flown and moral, but my father likes them merry, so that one can laugh." "Yes, I shall bring no marriage gift but a story," said he, and so they parted. But the princess gave him a sabre, the sheath embroidered with gold pieces, and that was very useful to him. Now he flew away, bought a new dressing-gown, and sat in the forest and made up a story. It was to be ready by Saturday, and that was not an easy thing. By the time he had finished it, Saturday had come. The Sultan and his wife and all the court were at the princess's to tea. He was received very graciously. "Will you relate us a story?" asked the Sultana. "One that is deep and edifying." "Yes, but one we can laugh at," said the Sultan. "Certainly," he replied, and so began. Now listen well. There once was a bundle of matches, and these matches were particularly proud of their high descent. Their genealogical tree, that is to say, the great fir tree of which each of them was a little splinter, had been a great old tree out in the forest. The matches now lay between a tinder box and an old iron pot, and they were telling about the days of their youth. "Yes, when we were upon the green boughs," they said, "then we really were upon the green boughs. Every morning and evening there was a diamond tea for us, I mean dew. We had sunshine all day long whenever the sun shone, and all the little birds had to tell stories. We could see very well that we were rich, for the other trees were only dressed out in summer, while our family had the means to wear green dresses in the winter as well. But then the woodcutter came, like a great revolution, and our family was broken up. The head of the family got an appointment as a mainmast in a first-rate ship, which could sail around the world if necessary. The other branches went to other places, and now we have the office of kindling a light for the vulgar herd. That's how we grand people came to be in the kitchen. My fate was of a different kind," said the iron pot, which stood next to the matches. "From the beginning, ever since I came into the world, there has been a great deal of scouring and cooking done in me. I look after the practical part, and am the first here in the house. My only pleasure is to sit in my place after dinner, very clean and neat, and to carry on a sensible conversation with my comrades. But except the water-pot, which is sometimes taken down into the courtyard, we always live within our four walls. Our only newsmonger is the market-basket, but he speaks very uneasily about the government and the people. Yes, the other day there was an old pot that fell down from fright and burst. He's liberal, I can tell you." "Now you're talking too much," the tinder-box interrupted, and the steel struck against the flint so that sparks flew out. "Shall we not have a merry evening?" "Yes, let us talk about who is the grandest," said the matches. "No, I don't like to talk about myself," retorted the pot. "Let us take up an evening entertainment." "I will begin. I will tell a story from real life, something that everyone has experienced, so that we can easily imagine the situation and take pleasure in it. On the Baltic by the Danish shore. That's a very pretty beginning," cried all the plates. "That will be a story we shall like." "Yes, it happened to me in my youth, when I lived in a family where the furniture was polished, the floors scoured, and new curtains were put up every fortnight." "What an interesting way you have of telling a story," said the carpet broom. "One can tell directly that a man is speaking who has been in woman's society. There's something pure runs through it." And the pot went on telling the story, and the end was as good as the beginning. All the plates rattled with joy, and the carpet broom brought out some green parsley out of the dust hole, and put it like a wreath on the pot, for he knew it would vex the others. "If I crown him today," it thought, "he will crown me tomorrow." "Now I'll dance," said the fire tongs, and they danced. Preserve us, how that implement could lift up one leg. The old chair cushion burst to see it. "Shall I be crowned too?" thought the tongs. And indeed a wreath was awarded. "They're only common people, after all," thought the matches. Now the tea-urn was to sing, but she said she had taken cold and could not sing unless she felt boiling within. But that was only affectation. She did not want to sing, except when she was in the parlour with the grand people. In the window sat an old quill pen, with which the maid generally wrote. There was nothing remarkable about this pen, except that it had been dipped too deep into the ink, but she was proud of that. "If the tea-urn won't sing," she said, "she may leave it alone. Outside hangs a nightingale in a cage, and he can sing. He hasn't any education, but this evening we'll say nothing about that." "I think it very wrong," said the tea-kettle. He was the kitchen singer and half-brother to the tea-urn, "that the rich and foreign birds should be listened to. Is that patriotic? Let the market-basket decide." "I am vexed," said the market-basket. "No one can imagine how much I am secretly vexed. Is that a proper way of spending the evening? Would it not be more sensible to put the house in order? Let each one go to his own place, and I will arrange the whole game. That would be quite another thing." "Yes, let us make a disturbance," cried they all. Then the door opened, and the maid came in, and they all stood still, not one stirred. But there was not one pot among them who did not know what he could do and how grand he was. "Yes, if I had liked," each one thought, "it might have been a very merry evening." The servant girl took the matches and lighted the fire with them. Mercy, how they sputtered and burst into flame. "Now everyone can see," thought they, "that we are the first. How we shine! What a light!" And they burned out. "That was a capital story," said the Sultana. "I feel myself quite carried away to the kitchen to the matches." "Yes, now thou shalt marry our daughter." "Yes, certainly," said the Sultan. "Thou shalt marry our daughter on Monday." And they called him thou because he was to belong to the family. The wedding was decided on, and on the evening before it the whole city was illuminated. Biscuits and cakes were thrown out among the people. The street boys stood on their toes and called out hurrah and whistled on their fingers. It was uncommonly splendid. "Yes, I shall have to give something as a treat," thought the merchant's son. So he bought rockets and crackers and every imaginable sort of firework, and put them all into his trunk, and flew up into the air. Crack! How they went, and how they went off! All the Turks hopped up with such a start that their slippers flew about their ears. Such a meteor they had never yet seen. Now they could understand that it must be a Turkish angel who was going to marry the princess. What stories people tell! Everyone whom he asked about it had seen it in a separate way, but one and all thought it fine. "I saw the Turkish angel myself," said one. "He had eyes like glowing stars and a beard like foaming water." "He flew up in a fiery mantle," said another. "The most lovely little cherub peeped forth from among the folds." Yes, they were wonderful things that he heard, and on the following day he was to be married. Now he went back to the forest to rest himself in his trunk. But what had become of that? A spark from the fireworks had set fire to it, and the trunk was burned to ashes. He could not fly any more, and could not get to his bride. She stood all day on the roof waiting, and most likely she is waiting still. But he wanders through the world telling fairy tales, but they are not so merry as that one he told about the matches. End of chapter 70. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Deborah Clark, Winnipeg, Canada. April 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 71. The Darning Needle, by Hans Christian Andersen. There was once a darning needle who thought herself so fine she imagined that she was an embroidery needle. "Take care and mind you hold me tight," she said to the fingers that took her out. "Don't let me fall. If I fall on the ground, I shall certainly never be found again, for I am so fine." "That's as it may be," said the fingers, and they grasped her round the body. "See, I'm coming with a train," said the darning needle, and she drew a long thread after her, but there was no knot in the thread. The fingers pointed the needle just at the cook's slipper, in which the upper leather had burst, and was to be sewn together. "That's vulgar work," said the darning needle. "I shall never get through. I'm breaking. And she really broke. "Did I not say so?" said the darning needle. "I'm too fine." "Now it's quite useless," said the fingers, but they were obliged to hold her fast all the same, for the cook dropped some sealing wax upon the needle and pinned her handkerchief together with it in front. "So now I'm a breast-pin," said the darning needle. "I knew very well that I should come to honour. When one is something, one comes to something." And she laughed quietly to herself, and one can never see when a darning needle laughs. There she sat as proud as if she was in a state coach, and looked all about her. "May I be permitted to ask if you are of gold?" she inquired of the pin, her neighbour. "You have a very pretty appearance and a peculiar head, but it is only little. You must take pains to grow, for it's not everyone that has sealing wax dropped upon him." And the darning needle drew herself up so proudly that she fell out of the handkerchief right into the sink, which the cook was rinsing out. "Now we're going on a journey," said the darning needle, "if I only don't get lost." But she really was lost. "I'm too fine for this world," she observed as she lay in the gutter, "but I know who I am, and there's always something in that." So the darning needle kept her proud behaviour and did not lose her good humour, and things of many kinds swam over her, chips and straws and pieces of old newspapers. "Only look how they sail," said the darning needle. "They don't know what is under them. I'm here. I remain firmly here. See, there goes a chip, thinking of nothing in the world but of himself, of a chip. There's a straw going by now. How he turns, how he twirls about. Don't only think of yourself. You might easily run up against a stone. There swims a bit of newspaper. What's written upon it has long been forgotten, and yet it gives itself airs. I sit quietly and patiently here. I know who I am, and I shall remain what I am." One day something lay close beside her that glittered splendidly. Then the darning needle believed that it was a diamond. But it was a bit of broken bottle, and because it shone, the darning needle spoke to it, introducing herself as a breastpin. "I suppose you are a diamond," she observed. "Why, yes, something of that kind." And then each believed the other to be a very valuable thing, and they began speaking about the world and how very conceited it was. "I've been in a lady's box," said the darning needle, "and this lady was a cook. She had 5 fingers on each hand, and I never saw anything so conceited as those 5 fingers. And yet they were only there that they might take me out of the box and put me back into it." "Were they of good birth?" asked the bit of bottle. "No, indeed," cried the darning needle, "but very haughty. There were 5 brothers, all of the finger family. They kept very proudly together, though they were of different lengths. The outermost, the thumbling, was short and fat. He walked out in front of the ranks, and only had 1 joint in his back, and could only make a single bow. But he said that if he were hacked off a man, the man was useless for service in war. Dainty Mouth, the 2nd finger, thrust himself into sweet and sour, pointed to sun and moon, and gave the impression when they wrote. Longernon, the 3rd, looked at all the others over his shoulder. Goldborder, the 4th, went about with a golden belt round his waist, and little Playman did nothing at all, and was proud of it. There was nothing but bragging among them, and therefore I went away. And now we sit here and glitter," said the bit of bottle. At that moment more water came into the gutter, so that it overflowed, and the bit of bottle was carried away. "So he is disposed of. observed the Darning Needle. I remain here. I am too fine. But that's my pride, and my pride is honourable. And proudly she sat there, and had many great thoughts. I could almost believe I had been born of a sunbeam, I am so fine. It really appears that if the sunbeams were always seeking for me under the water, I am so fine that my mother cannot find me. If I had my old eye, which broke off, I think I should cry. But no, I should not do that. It's not genteel to cry. One day a couple of street boys lay grubbing in the gutter where they sometimes find old nails, farthings, and similar treasures. It was dirty work, but they took great delight in it. "Oh," cried one, who had pricked himself with the Darning Needle, "there's a fellow for you." "I'm not a fellow, I'm a young lady," said the Darning Needle. But nobody listened to her. The sealing wax had come off, and she had turned black. But black makes one look slender, and she thought herself finer even than before. "Here comes an eggshell sailing along," said the boys, and they stuck the Darning Needle fast in the eggshell. "White walls and black myself, that looks well," remarked the Darning Needle. "Now one can see me. I only hope I shall not be seasick." But she was not seasick at all. It is good against seasickness if one has a steel stomach, and one does not forget that one is a little more than an ordinary person. "Now my seasickness is over. The finer one is, the more one can bear." Crack went the eggshell, for a wagon went over her. "Good heavens, how it crushes one," said the Darning Needle. "I'm getting seasick now. I'm quite sick." But she was not really sick, though the wagon went over her. She lay there at full length, and there she may lie. End of chapter 71.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, March 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton. Chapter 72. Pen and Inkstand, by Hans Christian Andersen. The following remark was made in a poet's room as the speaker looked at the inkstand that stood upon his table. "It is marvelous all that can come out of that inkstand. What will it produce next? Yes, it is marvelous." "So it is," exclaimed the inkstand. "It is incomprehensible. That is what I always say." It was thus that the inkstand addressed itself to the pen and to everything else that could hear it on the table. "It is really astonishing all that can come from me. It is almost incredible. I positively do not know myself what the next thing may be when a person begins to dip into me. One drop of me serves for half a side of paper, and what may not then appear upon it? I am certainly something extraordinary. From me proceed all the works of the poets, these animated beings whom people think they recognize, these deep feelings, that gay humor, these charming descriptions of nature. I do not understand them myself, for I know nothing about nature, but still it is all in me. From me have gone forth, and still go forth, these warrior hosts, these lovely maidens, these bold knights on snorting steeds, those droll characters in humbler life. The fact is, however, that I do not know anything about them myself. I assure you they are not my ideas." "You are right there," replied the pen. "You have few ideas, and do not trouble yourself much with thinking. If you did exert yourself to think, you would perceive that you ought to give something that was not dry. You supply me with the means of committing to paper what I have in me. I write with that. It is the pen that writes. Mankind do not doubt that, and most men have about as much genius for poetry as an old inkstand." "You have but little experience," said the inkstand. "You have scarcely been a week in use, and you are already half worn out. Do you fancy that you are a poet? You are only a servant, and I have had many of your kind before you came, many of the goose family and of English manufacture. I know both quill pens and steel pens. I have had a great many in my service, and I shall have many more still, when he, the man who stirs me up, comes and puts down what he takes from me. I should like very much to know what will be the next thing he will take from me." "Ink tub," said the pen. Late in the evening the poet returned home. He had been at a concert, had heard a celebrated violin player, and was quite enchanted with his wonderful performance. It had been a complete gush of melody that he had drawn from the instrument. Sometimes it seemed like the gentle murmur of a rippling stream, sometimes like the singing of birds, sometimes like the tempest sweeping through the mighty pine forests. He fancied he heard his own heart weep, but in the sweet tones that can be heard in a woman's charming voice. It seemed as if not only the strings of the violin made music, but its bridge, its pegs, and its sounding board. It was astonishing. The piece had been a most difficult one, but it seemed like play, as if the bow were but wandering capriciously over the strings. Such was the appearance of facility that everyone might have supposed he could do it. The violin seemed to sound of itself, the bow to play of itself. These two seemed to do it all. One forgot the master who guided them, who gave them life and soul. Yes, they forgot the master, but the poet thought of him. He named him and wrote down his thoughts as follows: "How foolish it would be of the violin and the bow were they to be vain in their performance. And yet this is what so often we of the human species are. Poets, artists, those who make discoveries in science, military and naval commanders, we are all proud of ourselves, and yet we are all only the instruments in our Lord's hands. To Him alone be the glory. We have nothing to arrogate to ourselves." This was what the poet wrote, and he headed it with "The Master and the Instruments." "Well, madam," said the pen to the inkstand when they were again alone, "you heard him read aloud what I had written?" "Yes, what I gave you to write," said the inkstand. "It was a hit at you for your conceit. Strange that you cannot see that people make a fool of you. I gave you that hit pretty cleverly. I confess, though, it was rather malicious." "Ink holder," cried the pen. "Writing stick," cried the inkstand. They both felt assured that they had answered well, and it is a pleasant reflection that one has made a smart reply. One sleeps comfortably after it, and they both went to sleep. But the poet could not sleep. His thoughts welded forth like the tones from the violin, trilling like pearls, rushing like a storm through the forest. He recognized the feeling of his own heart. He perceived the gleam from the everlasting Master. To Him alone be the glory. End of chapter 72.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Susan Denny, Denton, Texas, October 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patton, Chapter number 73, Cinderella, retold by Miss Mulock. There was once an honest gentleman who took for his second wife a lady, the proudest and most disagreeable in the whole country. She had 2 daughters exactly like herself in all things. He also had one little girl who resembled her dead mother, the best woman in all the world. Scarcely had the second marriage taken place than the stepmother became jealous of the good qualities of the little girl who was so great a contrast to her own 2 daughters. She gave her all the menial occupations of the house, compelled her to wash the floors and staircases, to dust the bedrooms and clean the grates, and while her sisters occupied carpeted chambers hung with mirrors, where they could see themselves from head to foot, this poor little damsel was sent to sleep in an attic, on an old straw mattress, with only 1 chair and not a looking-glass in the room. She suffered all in silence, not daring to complain to her father, who was entirely ruled by his new wife. When her daily work was done, she used to sit down in the chimney corner among the ashes, from which the 2 sisters gave her the nickname of Cinderella. But Cinderella, however shabbily clad, was handsomer than they were with all their fine clothes. It happened that the king's son gave a series of balls, to which were invited all the rank and fashion of the city, and among the rest the 2 elder sisters. They were very proud and happy, and occupied their whole time in deciding what they should wear, a source of new trouble to Cinderella, whose duty it was to get up their fine linen and laces, and who never could please them however much she tried. They talked of nothing but their clothes.
"I," said the elder, "shall wear my velvet gown and my trimmings of English lace."
"And I," added the younger, "will have but my ordinary silk petticoat, but I shall adorn it with an upper skirt of flowered brocade, and shall put on my diamond tiara, which is a great deal finer than anything of yours." Here the elder sister grew angry, and the dispute began to run so high that Cinderella, who was known to have excellent taste, was called upon to decide between them. She gave them the best advice she could, and gently and submissively offered to dress them herself, and especially to arrange their hair, an accomplishment in which she excelled many a noted coiffeur. The important evening came, and she exercised all her skill to adorn the 2 young ladies. While she was combing out the elder's hair, this ill-natured girl said sharply, "Cinderella, do you not wish you were going to the ball?" "Ah, madam," they obliged her always to say madam, "you are only mocking me. It is not my fortune to have any such pleasure." "You are right. People would only laugh to see a little cinder wench at a ball." Any other than Cinderella would have dressed the hair all awry, but she was good, and dressed it perfectly even and smooth, and as prettily as she could. The sisters had scarcely eaten for 2 days, and had broken a dozen stay laces a day in trying to make themselves slender. But tonight they broke a dozen more, and lost their tempers over and over again before they had completed their toilet. When at last the happy moment arrived, Cinderella followed them to the coach. After it had whirled them away, she sat down by the kitchen fire and cried. Immediately her godmother, who was a fairy, appeared beside her. "What are you crying for, my little maid?" "Oh, I wish! Her sobs stopped her. "You wish to go to the ball, isn't it so?" Cinderella nodded. "Well, then, be a good girl, and you shall go. First run into the garden and fetch me the largest pumpkin you can find." Cinderella did not comprehend what this had to do with her going to the ball, but being obedient and obliging, she went. Her godmother took the pumpkin, and having scooped out all its inside, struck it with her wand. It became a splendid gilt coach, lined with rose-colored satin. "Now fetch me the mousetrap out of the pantry, my dear." Cinderella brought it. It contained 6 of the fattest, sleekest mice. The fairy lifted up the wire door, and as each mouse ran out, she struck it and changed it into a beautiful black horse. "But what shall I do for your coachman, Cinderella?" Cinderella suggested that she had seen a large black rat in the rat trap, and he might do for want of better. "You are right. Go and look again for him." He was found, and the fairy made him into a most respectable coachman, with the finest whiskers imaginable. She afterward took 6 lizards from behind the pumpkin frame and changed them into 6 footmen, all in splendid livery, who immediately jumped up behind the carriage as if they had been footmen all their days. "Well, Cinderella, now you can go to the ball." "What, in these clothes?" said Cinderella piteously, looking down on her ragged frock. Her godmother laughed, and touched her also with the wand, at which her wretched threadbare jacket became stiff with gold and sparkling with jewels. Her woolen petticoat lengthened into a gown of sweeping satin, from underneath which peeped out her little feet, no longer bare, but covered with silk stockings and the prettiest glass slippers in the world. Now, Cinderella, depart, but remember, if you stay 1 instant after midnight, your carriage will become a pumpkin, your coachman a rat, your horses mice, and your footmen lizards, while you, yourself, will be the little cinder wench you were an hour ago." Cinderella promised without fear. Her heart was so full of joy. Arrived at the palace, the king's son, whom someone, probably the fairy, had told to await the coming of an uninvited princess, whom nobody knew, was standing at the entrance ready to receive her. He offered her his hand and led her with the utmost courtesy through the assembled guests, who stood aside to let her pass, whispering to one another, "Oh, how beautiful she is!" It might have turned the head of anyone but poor Cinderella, who was so used to be despised that she took it all as if it were something happening in a dream. Her triumph was complete. Even the old king said to the queen that never since Her Majesty's young days had he seen so charming and elegant a person. All the court ladies scanned her eagerly, clothes and all, determining to have theirs made next day of exactly the same pattern. The king's son himself led her out to dance, and she danced so gracefully that he admired her more and more. Indeed, at supper, which was fortunately early, his admiration quite took away his appetite. For Cinderella herself, with an involuntary shyness, sought out her sisters, placed herself beside them, and offered them all sorts of civil attentions, which, coming as they supposed from a stranger and so magnificent a lady, almost overwhelmed them with delight. While she was talking with them, she heard the clock strike 11:45, and making a courteous adieu to the royal family, she re-entered her carriage, escorted tenderly by the king's son, and arrived in safety at her own door. There she found her godmother, who smiled approval, and of whom she begged permission to go to a second ball the following night, to which the queen had earnestly invited her. While she was talking, the two sisters were heard knocking at the gate, and the fairy godmother vanished, leaving Cinderella sitting in the chimney corner, rubbing her eyes and pretending to be very sleepy. "Ah!" cried the eldest sister maliciously, "it has been the most delightful ball, and there was present the most beautiful princess I ever saw, who was so exceedingly polite to us both." "Was she?" said Cinderella indifferently. "And who might she be?" "Nobody knows, though everybody would give their eyes to know, especially the king's son." "Indeed," replied Cinderella, a little more interested. "I should like to see her. Miss Javotte," that was the elder sister's name, "will you not let me go tomorrow and lend me your yellow gown that you wear on Sundays?" "What! Lend my yellow gown to a cinder wench? I am not so mad as that." At which refusal Cinderella did not complain, for if her sister really had lent her the gown, she would have been considerably embarrassed. The next night came, and the two young ladies, richly dressed in different toilets, went to the ball. Cinderella, more splendidly attired and beautiful than ever, followed them shortly after. "Now remember 12 o'clock," was her godmother's parting speech, and she thought she certainly should. But the prince's attentions to her were greater even than the first evening, and in the delight of listening to his pleasant conversation, time slipped by unperceived. While she was sitting beside him in a lovely alcove, and looking at the moon from under a bower of orange blossoms, she heard a clock strike the first stroke of 12. She started up and fled away as lightly as a deer. Amazed, the prince followed, but could not catch her. Indeed, he missed his lovely princess altogether, and only saw, running out of the palace doors, a little dirty lass, whom he had never beheld before, and of whom he certainly would never have taken the least notice. Cinderella arrived at home breathless and weary, ragged and cold, without carriage or footman or coachman, the only remnant of her past magnificence being one of her little glass slippers. The other she had dropped in the ballroom as she ran away. When the two sisters returned, they were full of this strange adventure. How the beautiful lady had appeared at the ball more beautiful than ever, and enchanted everyone who looked at her, and how, as the clock was striking 12, she had suddenly risen up and fled through the ballroom, disappearing no one knew how or where, and dropping one of her glass slippers behind her in her flight. How the king's son had remained inconsolable, until he chanced to pick up the little glass slipper, which he carried away in his pocket, and was seen to take it out continually, and look at it affectionately with the air of a man very much in love. In fact, from his behavior during the remainder of the evening, all the court and royal family were convinced that he had become desperately enamored of the wearer of the little glass slipper. Cinderella listened in silence, turning her face to the kitchen fire, and perhaps it was that which made her look so rosy, but nobody ever noticed or admired her at home, so it did not signify, and next morning she went to her weary work again, just as before. A few days after, the whole city was attracted by the sight of a herald going around with a little glass slipper in his hand, publishing with a flourish of trumpets that the king's son ordered this to be fitted on the foot of every lady in the kingdom, and that he wished to marry the lady whom it fitted best, or to whom it and the fellow slipper belonged. Princesses, duchesses, countesses, and simple gentlewomen all tried it on, but being a fairy slipper, it fitted nobody, and besides, nobody could produce its fellow slipper, which lay all the time safely in the pocket of Cinderella's old linsey gown. At last the herald came to the house of the two sisters, and though they well knew neither of themselves was the beautiful lady, they made every attempt to get their clumsy feet into the glass slipper, but in vain. "Let me try it on," said Cinderella from the chimney corner. "What, you?" cried the others, bursting into shouts of laughter, but Cinderella only smiled and held out her hand. Her sisters could not prevent her, since the command was that every young maiden in the city should try on the slipper, in order that no chance might be left untried, for the prince was nearly breaking his heart, and his father and mother were afraid that though a prince, he would actually die for love of the beautiful unknown lady. So the herald bade Cinderella sit down on the three-legged stool in the kitchen, and himself put the slipper on her pretty little foot, which it fitted exactly. She then drew from her pocket the fellow slipper, which she also put on, and stood up, for with the touch of the magic shoes all her dress was changed likewise. No longer the poor despised cinder wench, but the beautiful lady whom the king's son loved. Her sisters recognized her at once. Filled with astonishment, mingled with no little alarm, they threw themselves at her feet, begging her pardon for all their former unkindness. She raised and embraced them, told them she forgave them with all her heart, and only hoped they would love her always. Then she departed with the herald to the king's palace, and told her whole story to his majesty and the royal family, who were not in the least surprised, for everybody believed in fairies, and everybody longed to have a fairy godmother. For the young prince, he found her more lovely and lovable than ever, and insisted upon marrying her immediately. Cinderella never went home again, but she sent for her two sisters to the palace, and with the consent of all parties married them shortly after to two rich gentlemen of the court. End of chapter 73. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Susan Denny, Denton, Texas. October 2006. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter number 74, Little Red Riding Hood, by Charles Perrault. Once upon a time there lived in a certain village a little country girl, the prettiest creature ever seen. Her mother was very fond of her, and her grandmother doted on her still more. This good woman had made for her a little red riding hood, which became the girl so well that everybody called her Little Red Riding Hood. One day her mother, having made some custards, said to her, "Go, my dear, and see how thy grandmamma does, for I hear she has been very ill. Carry her a custard and this little pot of butter." Little Red Riding Hood set out immediately to go to her grandmother, who lived in another village. As she was going through the wood, she met with Gaffer Wolf, who had a very great mind to eat her up, but he durst not, because of some faggot makers hard by in the forest. He asked her whither she was going. The poor child, who did not know that it was dangerous to stop and listen to a wolf, said to him, "I am going to see my grandmamma, and carry her a custard and a little pot of butter from my mamma."
"Does she live far off?"
said the wolf.
"Oh, yes," answered Little Red Riding Hood. "It is beyond that mill you see there, at the first house in the village." "Well," said the wolf, "I'll go and see her too. I'll go this way, and you go that, and we shall see who will be there soonest."
The wolf began to run as fast as he could, taking the nearest way, and the little girl went by the longest, diverting herself in gathering nuts, running after butterflies, and making nosegays of such little flowers as she met with. The wolf was not long before he got to the old woman's house. He knocked at the door. Tap, tap.
"Who's there?" "Your grandchild, Little Red Riding Hood,"
replied the wolf, imitating her voice.
"Who has brought you a custard and a little pot of butter sent you by Mamma."
The good grandmother, who was in bed because she was ill, cried out,
"Pull the bobbin and the latch will go up."
The wolf pulled the bobbin, and the door opened, and he fell upon the good woman and ate her up in a moment, for it was above 3 days that he had not touched a bit. He then shut the door and went into the grandmother's bed, expecting Little Red Riding Hood, who came some time afterward and knocked at the door. Tap, tap.
"Who's there?"
Little Red Riding Hood, hearing the big voice of the wolf, was at first afraid, but believing her grandmother had got a cold and was hoarse, answered,
"'Tis your grandchild, Little Red Riding Hood, who has brought you a custard and a little pot of butter Mamma sends you."
The wolf cried out to her, softening his voice as much as he could,
"Pull the bobbin and the latch will go up."
Little Red Riding Hood pulled the bobbin, and the door opened. The wolf, seeing her come in, said to her, hiding himself under the bedclothes,
"Put the custard and the little pot of butter upon the stool, and come and lie down with me."
Little Red Riding Hood undressed herself and went into bed, where, being greatly amazed to see how her grandmother looked in her night-clothes, she said to her,
"Grandmamma, what great arms you've got!" "That is the better to hug thee, my dear." "Grandmamma, what great legs you've got!" "The better to run, my child." "Grandmamma, what great ears you've got!" "The better to hear, my child." "Grandmamma, what great eyes you've got!" "The better to see, my child." "Grandmamma, what great teeth you've got!" "To eat thee up."
And saying these words, the wicked wolf fell upon Little Red Riding Hood and ate her all up. End of chapter number 74.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Julian Jameson. The Junior Classics, Volume 1, by William Patten. Chapter 75. The Story of the Three Bears, by Robert Southey. Once upon a time there were 3 bears who lived together in a house of their own in a wood. One of them was a little, small, wee bear, and one was a middle-sized bear, and the other was a great, huge bear. They had each a pot for their porridge, a little pot for the little, small, wee bear, and a middle-sized pot for the middle bear, and a great pot for the great, huge bear. And they had each a chair to sit in, a little chair for the little, small, wee bear, and a middle-sized chair for the middle bear, and a great chair for the great, huge bear. And they had each a bed to sleep in, a little bed for the little, small, wee bear, and a middle-sized bed for the middle bear, and a great bed for the great, huge bear. One day, after they had made the porridge for their breakfast, and poured it into their porridge pots, they walked out into the wood while the porridge was cooling, that they might not burn their mouths by beginning too soon to eat it. And while they were walking, a little old woman came to the house. She could not have been a good, honest old woman, for, first, she looked in at the window, and then she peeped in at the keyhole, and, seeing nobody in the house, she lifted the latch. The door was not fastened, because the bears were good bears, who did nobody any harm, and never suspected that anybody would harm them. So the little old woman opened the door and went in, and well pleased she was when she saw the porridge on the table. If she had been a good little old woman, she would have waited till the bears came home, and then, perhaps, they would have asked her to breakfast, for they were good bears, a little rough or so, as the manner of bears is, but for all that very good-natured and hospitable. But she was an impudent, bad old woman, and set about helping herself. So first she tasted the porridge of the great, huge bear, and that was too hot for her, and she said a bad word about that. And then she tasted the porridge of the middle bear, and that was too cold for her, and she said a bad word about that too. And then she went to the porridge of the little, small, wee bear, and tasted that, and that was neither too hot nor too cold, but just right, and she liked it so well that she ate it all up. But the naughty old woman said a bad word about the little porridge pot, because it did not hold enough for her. Then the little old woman sat down in the chair of the great, huge bear, and that was too hard for her. And then she sat down in the chair of the middle bear, and that was too soft for her. And then she sat down in the chair of the little, small, wee bear, and that was neither too hard nor too soft, but just right. So she seated herself in it, and there she sat till the bottom of the chair came out, and down came she, plump upon the ground. And the naughty old woman said wicked words about that too. Then the little old woman went upstairs into the bedchamber in which the 3 bears slept. And first she lay down upon the bed of the great, huge bear, but that was too high at the head for her. And next she lay down upon the bed of the middle bear, and that was too high at the foot for her. And then she lay down upon the bed of the little, small, wee bear, and that was neither too high at the head nor at the foot, but just right. So she covered herself up comfortably, and lay there till she fell asleep. By this time the three bears thought their porridge would be cool enough, so they came home to breakfast. Now the little old woman had left the spoon of the great huge bear standing in his porridge. "Somebody has been at my porridge," said the great huge bear in his great gruff voice. And when the middle bear looked at his, he saw that the spoon was standing in it too. They were wooden spoons. If they had been silver ones, the naughty old woman would have put them in her pocket. "Somebody has been at my porridge," said the middle bear in his middle voice. Then the little small wee bear looked at his, and there was the spoon in the porridge pot, but the porridge was all gone. "Somebody has been at my porridge, and has eaten it all up," said the little small wee bear in his little small wee voice. Upon this the three bears, seeing that someone had entered their house and eaten up the little small wee bear's breakfast, began to look about them. Now the little old woman had not put the hard cushion straight when she rose from the chair of the great huge bear. "Somebody has been sitting in my chair," said the great huge bear in his great rough, gruff voice. And the little old woman had squatted down the soft cushion of the middle bear. "Somebody has been sitting in my chair," said the middle bear in his middle voice. And you know what the little old woman had done to the third chair. "Somebody has been sitting in my chair, and has sat the bottom out of it," said the little small wee bear in his little small wee voice. Then the three bears thought it necessary that they should make further search, so they went upstairs into their bedchamber. Now the little old woman had pulled the pillow of the great huge bear out of its place. "Somebody has been lying in my bed," said the great huge bear in his great rough, gruff voice. And the little old woman had pulled the bolster of the middle bear out of its place. "Somebody has been lying in my bed," said the middle bear in his middle voice. And when the little small wee bear came to look at his bed, there was the bolster in its place, and upon the pillow was the little old woman's ugly, dirty head, which was not in its place, for she had no business there. "Somebody has been lying in my bed, and here she is," said the little small wee bear in his little small wee voice. The little old woman had heard in her sleep the great, rough, gruff voice of the great huge bear, but she was so fast asleep that it was no more to her than the moaning of wind or the rumbling of thunder. And she had heard the middle voice of the middle bear, but it was only as if she had heard someone speaking in a dream. But when she heard the little small wee voice of the little small wee bear, it was so sharp and so shrill that it awakened her at once. Up she started, and when she saw the three bears on one side of the bed, she tumbled herself out at the other, and ran to the window. Now the window was open, because the bears, like good, tidy bears as they were, always opened their bedchamber window when they got up in the morning. Out the little old woman jumped, and whether she broke her neck in the fall, or ran into the wood and was lost there, or found her way out of the wood and was taken up by the constable and sent to the house of correction for a vagrant as she was, I cannot tell. But the three bears never saw anything more of her. End of chapter 75.